Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Yang Ming and Jennifer call It's Terrible. His name is Yang Ming. At the same time, he is also a time traveler. On the street at night, he was on his way home with eggs and instant noodles in his hands, planning to reward himself in front of the computer. But he heard a shrill horn from behind and was run over by an out-of-control truck, with his body parts scattered all over the ground. He must have died tragically. Recalling the intense pain at that time, it feels like all the strength in my body has been drained. Today is the third day. He woke up from the wooden bed, the bed creaking as he moved. He moved his neck slightly to quickly wake himself up. The dark brown wooden walls were covered with mottled cracks, and the connected chandeliers were fixed with nails. The light bulbs were old-fashioned incandescent bulbs that were covered with a layer of dust. The window on one side of the wooden bed was fixed with wooden bars and the edges were nailed shut. Only a little light came in through the two windows, making it impossible to see what was outside. The only thing that could be determined was that it was daytime. My sight continued to shift. The worn and spotted wooden table. The wooden stool with a broken-legged dead flower pots. Everything within sight was dilapidated. Although his memory of being run over by a truck was a mess, his body seemed to have recovered during the journey and even remained in very good condition. His height and figure haven't changed, and his clothes are still the same. He stayed in a two-story detached villa. He went downstairs to the dilapidated kitchen and took out a stone axe. The thing in his hand is called canned cat food, which is the only thing he can eat now. Canned cat food. This can of meow meow canned food is really delicious for cats. You don't plan to eat it, right? What appears in my eyes is the annotation of this thing. After turning this strange and deserted house upside down, he still had no idea why the world had become like this. But he had no other choice now. He had to take this disgusting thing as nutrition to survive and continue walking along the road. Vomit. It smells delicious. But once it enters your mouth, the sense of smell and the sense of taste start to fight against each other, and the brain and stomach resist. He had no choice but to eat it after finishing the can. Yang Ming came to the door where the glass was completely shattered and looked out through the door where only the wooden frame remained. It's a nice day with a gentle breeze and a clear sky. Don't you think? Roar. No one responded to him. Only an unimaginable roar, as if the throat was torn into pieces. Jennifer, don't be so angry, I didn't mean it. If I don't remove your hands and feet, you are going to eat me. Right. Yang Ming looked at a wriggling body under a big tree not far from the door. That's right. Jennifer's appearance can only be described as a shell. Judging from her long hair and clothes, she could still be barely identified as a woman. But at this moment she had lost her hands and feet, leaving behind bloodstains, with only her head and torso twisted on the ground. After discovering Yang Ming, she kept roaring, and her eyes lacked the wisdom and rationality that a human should have. Only a murderous look. Zombies are a familiar existence to those who have watched movies or read novels. Walking corpses completely alienated humans, with hideous faces. After traveling to this grassland, Yang Ming walked along the road and finally found this villa. He thought that there was finally someone there and he, who was tired and hungry, could be saved. However, after discovering that there was only this guy in the dilapidated wooden house, he had no choice but to pick up a stone axe for self-defense. He was originally a kind and gentle guy, but unfortunately the other party was not a human being. After carefully observing Jennifer's condition and finding that she showed no signs of ulceration or complete death after 2 days, Yang Ming smiled helplessly and pushed the door open to walk out. Maybe I am a little abnormal, I actually talked to a zombie. It turns out that humans are social animals. 3 days. I have been in this world for 3 days. On the first day, met Jennifer and defeated her, and fled in panic after discovering that there were 3 zombies in the house. However, in the afternoon of the same day, he picked up his weapons and defeated them all. These guys were slow in movement, but as long as he had courage in his heart, It was not impossible to defeat them by crossing the terrain. The next day, tried to go further. Maybe there was a town or survivors. But his fantasy was soon dashed. Although he already knew that this world might have. Yesterday. He continued walking along the road and soon arrived at a small town. It was full of European architectural style. Just like the small villa where he was staying temporarily. However, he just looked at it from a distance and then went home. There were no living people. And all that were wandering on the road were these half-alive and half-dead creatures. After much difficulty, he smashed their heads with the wooden sticks made by hand. When he returned here, at least the villa had been cleared by him and was confirmed to be safe. Close your eyes, open your character attributes. And feedback will soon follow. A time traveler must have a system. As a half-otaku, Yang Ming certainly knew this. Although he didn't expect to reach the pinnacle of life through the system. With beauties on both sides and a life of golden waves today and white stockings tomorrow. He didn't expect to be thrown into such a world to live in the end of the world. Generally speaking, the protagonist who travels through time should have some kind of cheat. Where on earth is the system for signing in to gain nascent soul cultivation? Although he said this, his eyes saw this scene. Welcome to the survival game, 7 Days to Die. The game level you are participating in is normal. May you grow from this and witness the end of the world. The clearance condition for this game is survival for 30 days. I am sending you a reminder message now. Please make good use of it. Hint 1, fighting is necessary to survive. Tip 2, avoidance does not solve the problem. Hint 3, rotting corpses will try to destroy anything that stands in their way. Hint 4, there is no one here except you. Name, Yang Ming. Rating 3, age 20, sex, male, height 180, property. Strength 3, 1 plus 2, milk drinker. Why would a milk drinker like you come to the zombie apocalypse? Perception 1, forgetful, you are very forgetful in your perceptions. Agility 1, clumsy, you are as clumsy as a zombie. Wisdom 1, wooden head, your head is as hard as elm wood. Fitness 1, scrawny, you're neither strong nor healthy. But at least you're alive. Achievement, basic survival skills completed, reward exchange. Yes, this is a game world. The determination of these attributes is entirely based on the points added after upgrading. Chapter 2, Airborne Beautiful Girl. The 1 plus 2 after the strength attribute is the points Yang Ming gained after upgrading by killing zombies. However, the 1 in this attribute does not mean a true one. Yang Ming himself still has basic exercise habits. And he believes that his physical fitness is much better than that of a real otaku. At least I can bench press 100 kg in the gym, in other words. As long as there are no skill points added to the attributes through upgrading in this world. All attributes of anyone who comes here will be 1. That's right, I am the protagonist of the novel. Shouldering a great mission and about to save the world. Before saving the world, let's go to the small town first to solve the problem of food and clothing. There is no food here. He glanced at the rotten meat with maggots in it in the kitchen cabinet and curled his lips. Just as he was about to set out on his journey, his eyes suddenly widened. He stared intently at the basic survival skills on the achievement panel and completed the reward redemption at the back. When did this come about? There was absolutely no such thing yesterday. Not even the achievements panel. After traveling to this world where people are eaten everywhere, his only support is this attribute panel. Although he is not sure whether this panel comes with the survival game or is some kind of plugin of his own. Could it be my own cheat, with indescribable ecstasy? Yang Ming chose to redeem the reward without hesitation. Byte A system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. And he subconsciously held his breath at this moment. The system suddenly issued a shrill alarm in my brain. Warning! A special airdrop is detected and is about to arrive. Please obtain the airdrop supplies within 24 hours, repeat. Please obtain the airdrop supplies within 24 hours. Before I could react, a strange sound suddenly came from above my head. And a red airdrop box appeared from the sky. There were absolutely no signs. No military transport planes passing by. And the sky was cloudless. There was no reason for him to miss something like this passing by. The airdrop box dragging a parachute slowly floated towards Yang Mingjiang. The estimated distance is about 500 meters. Almost at the edge of the town observed yesterday. My heartbeat suddenly quickened in this doomsday environment. Airdrop supplies meant hope for survival. As for why the airdrop supplies appeared out of nowhere, at this moment I could only attribute it to the magic of the system. The pace gradually accelerated. Yang Ming didn't care about conserving his strength at this moment. He urgently needed to know what was in the airdrop box. Of course, he didn't forget Jennifer. He swung the stone axe in his hand from the air, turning it into his own experience. He had already begun to imagine that the best supplies would be weapons. He had never imagined an AK-47 with unlimited bullets, a superpower that could spit fire from its mouth, or lasers that could shoot out from its eyes. Well, just a little bit. The two sides of his vision looked familiar. It was the edge of the town where Yang Ming came to investigate yesterday but chose to return because he did not see any living people. It was in front of a car rest area. The blue sign says RESTREA, rest area. There were some rusty cars parked on both sides, as if they had been abandoned here. But according to this situation, the car owner will probably either become meat on the zombie's plate, or become that ugly existence himself. Yang Ming came here yesterday and cleared out the zombies on the road. I didn't dare explore inside the rest area. What if there were zombies inside? The situation would be completely different from outside. The perspective switched to Yang Ming himself, and a backpack space emerged in his mind. There was a space of about 5 square meters in it, and half of the space was filled with bundles of grass, featherswood and stones, and the rest. In the other half of the space very conspicuous weapons. Stone hammerwood and bowwood and clubstone axestone arrows. When Yang Ming discovered that he could make this kind of thing by hand in the backpack space, he became more certain that he was in some kind of game. Just like Minecraft. As long as he collected the raw materials and spent some time, he could make it directly. A stone bigger than the head was wrapped with a cloth soaked in donated blood and fixed on a wooden stick. It was called a stone sledgehammer. It was quite heavy. Yang Ming weighed it, and it was at least 30 kilograms. As soon as he rubbed it out, he found that this thing was completely useless. It was too heavy and too slow. Even though Yang Ming had good physical fitness, it was not easy for him to hold a stone hammer weighing more than 30 kilograms steadily in his hand. If he wanted to swing it, the spinning force it brought was enough to make him fly with the hammer. He had to turn at least 360 degrees on the spot to stabilize his body. This thing was not only useless for killing zombies, but he even had trouble carrying it around. So the hammer made of stones, wood and grass was thrown into the backpack space. Yesterday he used the same wooden stick that he had rolled out. After clearing out some zombies, the experience he gained allowed him to reach level 3. After some thought I chose to increase his strength to 3. And he was able to use the sledgehammer with ease, obviously. A wooden stick is lighter and can also be used to kill zombies. So why does he insist on using a sledgehammer? Weapons must be large, they must have weight. Weapons that are light and fluttery don't deserve to be called weapons. Yang Ming said so. It's getting closer and closer to the airdrop box. He jogged over at a distance of 500 meters and the box had not yet landed. He looked up at the parachute, holding the blood-stained sledgehammer and carefully observing his surroundings, lowering his body to try to avoid making any footsteps. The landing location is right in the middle of the parking lot in the rest area. Perfect, no zombies nearby. What could it be? Food, water, weapons, or perhaps some rare crafting material. The blast created by the airdrop box hitting the ground stirred up gravel all over the ground. Yang Ming blocked his face with a sledgehammer and heard the harsh sound of the metal box rubbing against the ground. When the dust settled, he walked in and found that the box had been opened automatically. The first thing that catches the eye is a touch of gold. The body is a bit flat. Wait a minute. There is a blonde girl wearing Japanese JK lying in the box. She curled up in the box, her fair skin almost transparent in the sunlight. Yang Ming's pupils contracted slightly. This shape activated his DNA in an instant. The girl curled up in the airdrop box like a carefully wrapped gift. her dark blue sailor uniform bow tie dangling askew from her collar. Her long blonde hair, tied into a side ponytail with a white hair accessory, now scattered messily on the shock-absorbing foam. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, fluttering with her breathing, casting subtle shadows beneath her eyelids. When the girl suddenly opened her eyes, Yang Ming saw two clear golden lights. Her pupils suddenly contracted under the stimulation of the strong light, and her slender fingers subconsciously grabbed the edge of the box. Ah, help! Chapter 3, Honxia and Princess Hug. The girl suddenly screamed in Japanese, curling up into a smaller ball. Her white knee-high socks had snagged from kicking, and bright red blood oozed from her knees. Yang Ming noticed the embroidered nameplate on the chest of her uniform, Ijichi Hongka, Year 3. Group B001 Web. Calm down. Yang Ming took a half step back and raised his hands. The blood-stained stone hammer cast a dangerous shadow in the sunlight. Are you alive? How did you end up in a drop box? His Japanese level was not up to par at all. But for some reason, the words from the girl's mouth were automatically translated into her mother tongue when they reached his ears. And what he said could be understood by the girl. Hongxia's tears suddenly burst out, leaving two white marks on her fair little face. I don't know. I was practicing drums in the club room when I suddenly smelled a strange, sweet smell. And when I woke up, I was here. Her fingers nervously tugged at the hem of her skirt, still curled up in the box and looking at Yang Ming cautiously. It's no wonder Honxia was alert. Yang Ming's current outfit was simply too scary. If he were to shoot a slasher movie, he could directly participate in the filming with his current appearance. She calmed down a bit. Perhaps because she realized that the environment here was an empty street and she was actually in a box. Or perhaps because Yang Ming did not show any intention of attacking. Just now the man mentioned an airdrop box. Could it be this? But why am I here? Kidnapping? No. That's not right. At the last moment when my memory was interrupted, there was no sign of being attacked. And I didn't eat anything because I was practicing drums. There is no possibility of being poisoned. The moment Honxia began to think about the current situation, a strange and cold voice appeared in her mind. Welcome to the survival game, 7 Days to Die. The game level you are participating in is normal. May you grow from this and witness the end of the world. The clearance condition for this game is survival for 28 days. I am sending you this message. No, please make good use of it. Tip 1. Find a man who can help you survive. He will become your support. Tip 2. Humans are social animals. Seeing a living person will make both you and others more energetic. Hint 3. In order to survive, unity is the only possibility. Hint 4. Rotting corpses will try to destroy anything that stands in their way. Hint 5. There is no one here except you and him. Name: Ijichi Hongka. Rating: 1. Age: 17. Gender: female. Height: 154. Property: Strength 1. Thin. Everyone wishes they were strong. But you clearly aren't. Perception 1. Agility 1. Wisdom 1. Strong 1. Are you okay? Yang Ming looked at Ijichi Hongka, who had calmed down a lot. Although his expression was still calm, the ecstasy in his heart was almost overflowing. He was suppressing the corners of his mouth tightly to prevent himself from revealing an overly arrogant smile. The sledgehammer has been put into the backpack. He was already certain that this girl, both in appearance and slightly unfortunate figure, was definitely one of the heroines in the work, Lonely Rock. Ijichi Nika, that's right. When I first came to this crappy survival game, I cursed it in my heart. Not to mention why they didn't just make a system-based novel that flatters otakus and let me travel through time. Especially this kind of apocalyptic survival script. If I hadn't had some exposure to this kind of games and works, my legs would have gone weak the moment I saw Jennifer. And I would have become meat or one of them, but now. He began to praise survival games from the bottom of his heart. And he was able to see real two-dimensional beauties with his own eyes in his lifetime. Calm down, don't make weird laughs at this time. It will scare people. Yang Ming's actions of quickly distancing himself from the girl and putting away his weapon had an effect. Ijichi Hongka was now much more stable. She was curled up in the middle of the airdrop box, observing her surroundings. Can you stand up? Let's get out of here first. Where exactly is this place? 002 Web. Yang Ming had no intention of continuing the conversation. He narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the door of the rest area nearby. Hongxia's scream just now had indeed alarmed something. Some staggering figures appeared in the gray-white rest area door. Under Yang Ming's vigilant eyes, they began to roar three. One tall male zombie and two slightly shorter male zombies. If you were alone, he could easily use the 3 points of strength he already had to swing the hammer and eliminate them one by one. He could even become more familiar with their attack methods and attack distances, and practice his own movement. But now there is a girl here, the first time Yang Ming saw her. He confirmed a fact in his heart. You must definitely protect her. Come out first, I'll explain it to you later. The young man pulled the petite girl without hesitation and tried to climb out of the airdrop box. The distance from here to the zombies in the lounge was about 230 meters according to their movement speed. It would take more than 10 seconds to walk over. Her knee banged because she had just scared herself. Tiny blood beads and bruises appeared on her fair skin. The act of forcibly pulling her up had irritated the wound. Excuse me, he picked up the girl's delicate body, put one hand through her popliteal fosse, and held her in a princess hug. You don't need to lower your head to smell the fragrance of the girl and the wonderful touch of her skin. Yang Ming's eyes were now sharp in any case. Keep some distance first, and build trust with her after you have cleared out the zombies. He finally met the beautiful girl. But in such a lonely and crazy world, he had to fulfill his responsibilities. How can you force a princess hug on someone when you first meet them? Ijichi Hongka opened her eyes slightly. Just as she was about to struggle subconsciously, she was completely restrained by the strength of the arms that were holding her. She is just an ordinary high school girl. She is energetic, cheerful, and likes to take care of others. But other than that, she can be said to be completely powerless. The first time she had such close contact with a boy, Ijichi Hongka clearly felt the physical gap between men and women. The slightly contracted arms made her feel as if they were being clamped tightly, as if taking into account the possibility that she might struggle. He didn't seem to have any ill will towards me. He seemed very nervous after I screamed just now, and looked around. Was he afraid of scaring me or? Chapter 4 Stone Hammer and Zombies. After calming down, she quickly thought about the series of actions and the reasons behind them. Her unique attentiveness also gave Honxia a natural observation ability. She could sense that this man's current mood was not one of malicious coercion, nor was it one of taking advantage of someone like a pervert, but rather a tense feeling as if there was some crisis around him. It's like there's something behind me. She tilted her head in Yang Ming's arms and glanced behind him. There are 3 strange men. He walked unsteadily and swayed his head. And Ijichi Hongka immediately thought of the drunkards or high-drinking delinquents that one could occasionally see in Shimokitazawa. But something seems even more wrong. Before they had completely distanced themselves from each other, she could vaguely see the man's sunken and empty eye sockets on his face, and a large area of bloodstains on his vest on his chest. After discovering these facts, her heart suddenly tightened. The corner of my eye once again fell on the road where those guys were walking slowly. Torn paper garbage. Cracked ground and bloodstains everywhere. It should be blood, right? That dark brown and dark red color. And the faint fishy smell in the air. Who are they? You've seen the movie, right? Do you know what zombies are? Ijichi Hongka fell silent. Of course she had seen the movie and was familiar with the concept of zombies. The walking corpse. The distance was completely widened, and Yang Ming carefully put Honxia down. He looked around with sharp eyes to confirm that there was no threat behind him at the moment. He lowered his head and said to Honxia seriously, "Just stay here and don't move. Wait for me for a moment." "I'm okay." After understanding the concept and existence of zombies, Ijichi Hongka also figured out why the man had just acted so drastically. He was probably worried that Shuho was unable to move. Would get hurt. Could it be that those things were attracted by my screams? Ijichi Hongka looked at the figure standing in front of her. The clothes seemed to be of average quality, Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be a young man between 18 and 22 years old. He was tall, more than half a head taller than her, and his body was not thin. Even just now, she could clearly feel the strong component of the man's body. Thin as if by magic. A terrifying sledgehammer suddenly appeared in his hand. Honxia was frightened by this thing and screamed. And the next moment his clothes suddenly changed. Hongxia's eyes widened slightly. From head to toe, his attire had completely changed. Yang Ming watched as the three zombies approached him in a line. Although this was an open area, and his mobility was far superior to these abominable creatures. As an adult, he was cautious and had to take the battle seriously. He finally traveled through time and met a lovely girl. Although he didn't notice it himself, his mentality did change subtly. The crude protective gear made from grass and wood in the backpack may look ugly, but it is practical enough. Stone hammer. This hammer is one of the best weapons for destroying heads, with melee damage of 18. Rough hood V1. The head is a mask made of wood. Rough outfit V1. The torso is a piece of armor made of a mixture of grass and wood, with thick branches used to secure the chest. Rough gloves V1. On the hands, there are bandages woven together with grass and wood, and there are thick branches for protection on the arms. Rough shoes V1. Cool-looking wooden slippers on your feet. This set of equipment not only increases protective capabilities, but also has its own unique properties in this world. In addition to skill attributes such as strength, agility, intelligence, sense, and health, there are also attributes such as health, armor, food waiter, physical sensation, and some resistance. Yang Ming's armor level when he was wearing his own clothes was 0. But now it has reached 31. He has not experimented with the actual protective effect, and he cannot guarantee whether he will be infected with any virus after being attacked by zombies. Although logically speaking, since there is an attribute like health value, being attacked should only result in a loss of health value. But he dare not gamble. Maybe you'll know if you're attacked by zombies in the future. Call with his heart beating wildly. Yang Ming felt that his body was getting hotter. His hands holding the sledgehammer were sweating. The muscle layers on his arms were clearly visible. His blood vessels were expanding and contracting, and he was even trembling slightly. The man was filled with indescribable excitement, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. His dark eyes were fixed on the three zombies in front of him, and his body began to move, slowly moving forward until they were within the attack range of his sledgehammer. The first one is the taller one, roar as it got closer. Yang Ming could clearly see its disgusting rotten features and the fishy smell that accompanied its roar. Yang Ming took a half step back with his right leg, stepped his heel hard on the ground, rotated his waist, and swept the sledgehammer from left to right. The hammerhead made a sharp sound of wind, and the first zombie's mandible shattered, and rotten flesh and broken teeth flew in a fan shape. He took advantage of the situation to turn the hammer handle half a circle in his palm, and used the rotation force to smash it at the head of the zombie that had been knocked to the ground by him. Blood mist splashed and experience was gained. I have to say that after the strength is increased by 2. This sledgehammer that was once difficult to hold is now really powerful to swing. The moment the second zombie pounced forward, Yang Ming leaned back to avoid the scratching claws, and suddenly the sledgehammer hit its chin from bottom to top. The second shorter zombie was hammered backward, with its feet floating in the air. The hammer swung in a half-moon arc, but the hammerhead only dented the zombie's shoulder blade. The recoil surged up the spine and up to the top of his head. His palms trembled slightly, but he did not stop. The last one, he gasped, crushing the fallen zombie's larynx with the sole of his boot, his lungs feeling like they were filled with scalding iron sand. The sledgehammer was certainly powerful, but the physical exertion was truly remarkable. He gathered the strength of his arms and unleashed his core power, swinging the stone hammer with the force of breaking through the air. This time it hit the zombie's shoulder hard, just when Yang Ming was about to deliver the final blow to end the situation. The zombie that was hit just staggered, and then bent over and pounced on him in a strange posture that violated dynamics. He didn't even get knocked down. While Yang Ming was surprised, The zombie opened its bloody mouth and attacked his abdomen. About to bite him, there was a fierce gleam in the man's eyes. He clenched his jaw tightly, tensed all the muscles in his body, and stretched forward with both hands holding the wooden handle of the sledgehammer, letting the big mouth bite the wooden handle firmly. With a kick, the zombie retreated backwards, holding the sledgehammer in his mouth. The backpack space activated rapidly, and a wooden bow suddenly appeared in his hand, with a stone arrow resting between his fingers. The wooden bow was pulled to full moon, just a little over 1 meter away from the zombie. Call out. The stone arrow pierced its head. Chapter 5. 2 people in the rest area. His heart was beating violently. This was the first time in the past 3 days that he was almost attacked by a zombie. Fortunately, the training in his previous life gave him the courage to fight back, instead of subconsciously retreating when he found he was about to be attacked. Lifting weights in the gym and occasionally calling friends to put on boxing gloves for a brawl-like fight. These experiences are what allowed him to survive to the 3rd day in this world full of zombies. He shook his head to wipe off the sweat, and changed out of the grass armor that looked a bit scary and like a savage back into his own clothes. Yang Ming turned around and waved at the stunned girl who had collapsed on the ground. "I hope I didn't scare you." No. Well, it was obviously a frightened reaction. Or perhaps through the man after the bloody battle. She suddenly understood the message that flashed through her mind. The true meaning of the so-called survival game. Well, how about? Yang Ming thought about it and decided that staying in an open area was not the best option. It would be bad if a wandering zombie found him, and indoors. He looked at the rest area and the open door not far away and thought for a moment. Come on, let's find a safe place first. Good. Looking at the young man who stretched out his hand to her, Ijichi Hongka hesitated for a moment, glanced at the blood-foamed ground not far away, and also stretched out her hand tremblingly. Behind the rest area building, there are some amusement facilities for children, including slides and climbing frames, although they are rusty. Fortunately, the buildings behind are surrounded by barbed wire, so at least there is no need to worry about dirty things coming from outside. 003 Web. Yang Ming took Honxia around the rest area and did not rush into the building. The two climbed up the slide. The view here was wider than on the ground, and it was also protected by the barbed wire. At least they could see anything approaching. My name is Yang Ming, I'm from China and I'm 20 years old. After glancing around, Yang Ming put on a harmless smile as best he could. My name is Ijichi Hongka, I'm from Japan, 17. The girl's voice sounded low. I heard a strange voice in my head before, have you heard it? Honxia hugged her knees timidly, looking weak and helpless. Judging from the previous situation, this man might have appeared here inexplicably like herself. Although other possibilities cannot be ruled out for the time being. Communication is still necessary, therefore. Honxia decided to try to talk to the other party first. If you mean the survival game, 7 Days to Diaz. I've heard of it, so. Are you also someone who was brought into this world like me? As Yang Ming spoke, he moved back a little on the slide corridor. The sufficient distance made him feel safer among people he was not so familiar with. I heard it too, what does that sound mean? Although this girl in high school uniform still looks a bit immature and has not fully developed. The atmosphere is a bit depressing, which is completely different from the performance in the original book. Ijichi Hongka should be very cheerful, take the initiative to take care of others, and even be qualified to be Yang Ming's mother. However, for Yang Ming, who did not go to college and directly entered the society, he probably understood Hongxia's current mental state. As a high school girl who is still experiencing a carefree campus life, she must have no sense of security in her heart when she came to such a cruel world. Well, Miss Ijichi, if I'm not mistaken, you suddenly lost consciousness and woke up in this place. Right? Yes, I was practicing drums at school. So we got caught up in some serious incident, Mr. Yang Ming, do you have any experience? Her eyes were filled with hope. This man before him was perhaps the only one he could communicate with. The only one he could try to rely on. If he was experienced, yes, he must be very experienced. The scene of him just fighting 3 zombies was still vivid in his mind. Honxia felt a little nauseous when she thought of the scene of blood splattering everywhere. But she endured it. Don't let him feel that he has done anything rude. Yang Ming keenly noticed the hope in her eyes. The desire to survive, yes. Being dragged into this weird doomsday world to survive must be too stressful for a girl. Not to mention her. Wasn't I tortured by loneliness and solitude to try to have a ridiculous conversation with Jennifer? If he lives here alone for 30 days, he feels that he will probably be able to survive well. Yang Ming has this confidence, but perhaps his mental state is unlikely to be guaranteed. Will you go crazy maybe, but now? He saw a living person other than himself, and not only that. She was a beautiful girl with fair skin and delicate features. So from now on the goal is not to get through by playing badly. Yes, I'm very experienced. I've played this game many times before, in the computer. Don't look at me like this, I'm an old hand. Don't worry, I will protect you, newbie. Novels are generally written this way. Yang Ming said with an unquestionable smile. Thank you, thank you. Ijichi Hongka was almost in tears, her eyes were wet. She is an angel among friends, who can quickly detect the other person's status and emotions. She is very sensitive but also very strong. Even if the band's performance is not going well. As the leader, she will smile and comfort her teammates to boost morale. Honxia saw the complexity and depression in Yang Ming's eyes when he answered her question. In other words, those who claim to be veterans or experienced are just deceiving themselves. Because I was so scared, I encouraged myself like himself. This should be the first time for him to experience such an inexplicable event. But he is also like himself even when he is hit hard. He will try to comfort others. Mr. Yang Ming is a good man. The two of them leaned against the railing of the slide corridor for a long time. Even though they had a lot to say, the atmosphere was not right and he needed to recover his strength. Only when Yang Ming felt that his strength had almost recovered and he could easily deal with 3 more came. Did he suddenly stand up? Ms. Ijichi, can you still walk? Ah sure, the girl also stood up suddenly. Although her eyes trembled slightly when her left knee straightened. She still stood up. Chapter 6, Vending Machines and Sledgehammers. Don't force yourself. Try putting the thought into your mind first. Then silently read out the character attributes. Can you do that? Let me try. Although she didn't understand what he meant. Honxia tried hard and then opened her eyes in surprise. There's a game-like attribute chart. My attributes are all 1 and my level is also 1, very good. Yang Ming became excited. This meant that Miss Honxia, like himself, had a way to level up by gaining experience in this world. So things might be much simpler. You're trying to read at backpack space. Honxia tried again then nodded. Surprise flashing in her eyes again. No wonder Yang Ming could move the sledgehammer in his hand like magic. There's about 5 square meters of space, which can hold a lot of things. Hearing this, Yang Ming took out the wooden stick he used yesterday from his backpack. Try and see if you can fit it in your backpack. The girl took it and glanced at it subconsciously. Wooden club, a wooden club that can be used to break knees and skulls. She easily made the stick disappear from her hand. Then draw inferences from one instance to another and make this thing appear again. Very good if Honxia could be like him. Not only becoming stronger through upgrading, but also storing supplies in the backpack space and rubbing props by hand. Then the value of having an extra teammate here would be too great. Even if she can't do anything and can't fight the zombies. The backpack space alone is enough to make her a qualified logistics personnel. You've probably played games before, so you should know the concepts of leveling up and skill points. First, take a look at the skill tree for each skill attribute. I'm going to go over here and search for supplies first. To be honest, I don't have anything to eat now. All I have left is... Yang Ming carefully checked the backpack. There's only 1 bottle of water left. And I'm already feeling a little thirsty, but haven't dared to drink yet. So I'm going to look for water inside this building. You can rest here first. Ijichi Hongka looked at the building in front of her. It was very small. and the slide was facing the back door of the rest area building, which was open. She could directly see the front door where Yang Ming defeated the zombies through the back door. In other words, if they were just exploring the building, the two of them could appear in each other's field of vision at any time. Okay, I'll come too, Yang Ming shook his head. You're not familiar with this world yet. The settings here are exactly like in a game. Even though you've already eliminated the 3 zombies that came out of the building, there might still be some hiding inside. If we were indoors and the distance was very close, I wouldn't be able to support you immediately. Looking at the serious young man, Honxia felt moved again. The two people met by chance, but he cared so much about himself. It's okay, it'll be quick, this place is so small. Including the cars outside. It won't take more than 20 minutes. Wait for my triumphant return. Yang Ming left her with a dashing back view as he slid down the slide. Then he walked quickly through the back door and saw a place that looked like a storage room. He stared at a tool cart used by a cleaner and words appeared in front of his eyes. Cleaner's cart never touched. He extended his hand in front of the cart, the thought of contact forming in his mind. Immediately afterwards, the items appeared along the backpack space, and the items he had searched for through his consciousness were next to the left side of the backpack space. You can directly place these looted items into the backpack space through your consciousness. 12 parts iron, 2 parts carrion. Iron, the core resource for crafting, forging, and repairing. Apart from wood, there is no more useful material than it. Rotten meat, you must be desperate to eat this. Who would eat rotten meat? And finding rotten meat in a place like this is not normal no matter how you think about it. By the way, what kind of meat is this? Yang Ming complained in his heart and focused his attention on the rotten meat, checking what he could make with his hands if he used it as raw material. Then his eyes widened. Rotten meat recipes, farmland. Shanwei canned food, strong health treasure. Vegetable stew. The so-called recipe is the item that can be made using it as one of the raw materials. For example, if stone is the raw material for stone hammers and stone axes, then when you click on the stone recipe stone hammers, stone axes, stone arrows will appear. If it's useful, keep it. He is a qualified garbage collector. No matter whether it is useful or not, will pick it up first. The rotten meat and iron were thrown into the backpack together. Anyway, the items in the backpack were independent of each other and did not touch each other. So there was no need to worry that the smell of this thing would ruin the equipment. This cart is the only thing you can loot in this room, and you cannot touch the other items. There was clearly a green trash can right next to it, but Yang Ming couldn't open it no matter how hard he tried. Anyway, all the unreasonable things can be explained by the game settings. Walking further in and through the utility room, Yang Ming discovered something that shocked him, a red vending machine. He walked in and felt it, and found that there was really water for sale. Coffee 204. Water 120. Autumn Kirin tea 144. Black tea 144. Crushing King 720. The specific effects of these things cannot be seen, but they are definitely useful. So the question is how to buy it. Not to mention the currency system here, which is obviously not the US dollar or the euro. Otherwise, it would be outrageous for a bottle of water to be worth $120. He didn't have a penny on him, not to mention Honxia. There was probably only a wooden stick that he gave her in her backpack. So he was completely broke. Pull out the sledgehammer. Before making sure the surroundings were safe, he ignored the vending machine and walked towards the fork in the road to the left or right. So this is what the rest area means. This is a public restroom, no wonder it's so small. Yang Ming walked in silently, his eyes fixed on the sink. Tap water, boil a bottle of water over a campfire to purify it. The men's and women's restrooms are exactly the same, with a sink on each side to search. Got 2 bottles of tap water, good, no zombies. Finally, there is this very tempting vending machine. Since I have no money and it is the end of the world, then it should be no problem to buy it for free anyway. This happens frequently in European and American countries even in normal times. His eyes flashed, and he struck hard with the sledgehammer in his hand. Sizz, ugh, oh my god. The first thing was pain. Uncontrollable pain transmitted through the sledgehammer. A burning pain spread throughout the body, as if the whole body was wrapped with strong tape and then torn off forcefully. Soon he couldn't make any sound and his breath was held. It wasn't until 5 seconds later that the current finally disappeared. Chapter 7: People Who Care and Protect. Yang Ming leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. He quickly clicked on the character's status bar and was shocked to find that his health value had dropped from 100 to 80. Luckily they didn't kill me. Is this considered a punishment mechanism, mister? Yang Ming, he heard hurried footsteps. It was Ijichi Hongka. She must have heard her scream and ran over in a hurry. It's great someone still cares about their safety. Honxia rushed in from the back door in a hurry after hearing the scream. She forgot the pain in her knee for a moment and rushed in to find Yang Ming leaning against the wall with his head down. Ah, Mr. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you? She looked around hurriedly but didn't find any zombies. Wait. Yang Ming raised his hand slowly and tremblingly. But his mouth was numbed by the electricity and he couldn't speak. It took him 30 seconds to feel better. It's okay. I was just trying to destroy this. Yang Ming pointed to the vending machine. Then I got electrocuted. It seems the game doesn't allow us to cheat. This. I was really scared to death just now. Honxia patted her little chest. So Miss Ijichi is so worried about my safety. Yes, I'm very worried about Mr. Yang Ming's safety. Please be more careful in the future. Looking at Honxia, who frowned and became serious. Yang Ming felt warm in his heart. She is indeed worthy of being my mother. It's better to keep this sentence in your heart. If I said it out loud, I might even see Honxia looking at me in horror as I retreated. It's cute if you think about it. But you'd better not trigger the event that causes loss of favorability. Is your leg okay? Yang Ming squatted down and took a closer look at the purple bloodstain on the girl's knee. The flawless white silk was torn a little, fortunately. It was not a serious injury. Otherwise Honxia would not have been able to run all the way here. No problem. The young man suddenly squatted down and approached her. The girl subconsciously took a step back. Although she knew that he was helping her check her wound. Her sense of shame as a girl came out. Yang Ming looked at his own health, which was only 4/5 left, then looked at Honxia. And finally looked outside the door. It was probably around noon or afternoon. There was only a bottle of water left in the backpack. And tap water needed to be boiled before drinking. So today's goal was not only the urgent food, but also kitchen utensils and a relatively safe place to live. There was no need to worry too much about accommodation. He could just search the edge of town and then return to Jennifer's house outside the town. Ms. Ijichi. There's a place not far from here that I've cleaned and confirmed is safe. Would you like to go there and wait for me? A look of fear appeared in the girl's eyes and she hesitated. If she followed Mr. Yang Ming now, she would not only be of no help but might even be a hindrance. She had to muster up the courage to pick up a wooden stick and fight the zombies. Just imagining it made fear come over her like a tide. And her body became stiff. But if you stay alone in a so-called safe house, you will also face loneliness and fear of unfamiliar environments. Girls already feel less secure than men, especially in such a dangerous world. Yang Ming realized from the slight fear in her eyes that his arrangement might be inappropriate. It's my fault for the arrangement, please follow me first. But be careful not to stray too far from me and always pay attention to your surroundings. I can wait for you at the place you mentioned. Honxia realized that her own fear was a smaller matter than holding others back. If you want to make things difficult for others, it is better to put yourself in a difficult position. This is her usual thinking habit. Just listen to me, come on, I will protect you. In Hongxia's eyes, Yang Ming's smile was particularly dazzling. At the same time, a passage of text appeared in my mind. Player Yang Ming applies to team up with you, do you accept? Honxia chose to accept without hesitation. The outskirts of the town were covered with untended, overgrown meadows because of this. The view was clearly visible, houses divided into pieces, church-like buildings with walls, and what looked like simple shelters surrounded by iron plates and wire. Yang Ming did not plan to touch these places that looked high-risk first. Through his experience at Jennifer's house, he discovered that this world has many strange settings of the game. The most unreasonable of which is that, in these residences or houses, there are zombies beyond imagination. For example, in a house it calculated the maximum number of people, including the couple, their parents, and how many children they had, which would be about 10 zombies. But Yang Ming killed a total of 12 of them at Jennifer's house. Moreover, one or two of them would appear from time to time in every empty room. And some would even appear silently from behind me when I was looting. He was attacked from behind. If he hadn't heard the subtle sound of footsteps, he would have had a close and intimate contact with the zombies. This also made the young man's vigilance towards this world reach a peak. Perhaps these zombies were not as oppressive as the ones running at high speed in works like The Walking Dead. But it would be very dangerous if several of them suddenly surrounded him in such a narrow place indoors. The first building he set his eyes on was a very simple house, almost like a container built with iron and wooden plates. "Follow me." Yang Ming's low voice came mixed with the sound of the wind. He found that there was a staircase at the back of the house, which meant that he could go up to the roof to observe the situation first, which would be safer than going directly into the room. He reached out and shook the stairs, but it was still firm. Yang Ming turned around and took out a sledgehammer. "I'll go up first. If there's any danger, call me immediately, okay?" There was no danger around here. Yang Ming quickly climbed the stairs in 2 steps and came to the roof. He also used the view from here to observe the situation inside the town farther away. Sure enough, there are far more zombies in this place than in the wilderness. Just a quick glance reveals that there are over 10 zombies. Also, because of the building's Hareth view is not that wide, so you have to be careful about being surrounded. If you choose to build a shelter in a house in a small town, the first thing you need to do is clear the streets of zombies. Yang Ming was thinking silently in his mind, and reached out to pull Honxia to the roof. There is nothing special about the roof of the tin shed except for an antenna. The only surprising thing is a skylight, 004 web. A square-shaped window was opened on the iron sheet, and Yang Ming squatted down to carefully observe the situation inside the house. There seemed to be no zombies. Chapter 8: The Girl's First Search. Through the skylight you can see the messy bed, a door leading to the living room, and another door leading to the bathroom. The views from the other 2 rooms were not very good, and it was impossible to see the whole picture. "Just wait for me here," Yang Ming warned Honxia. Then jumped down from the roof under her surprised gaze and landed at the main entrance of the house. This is at least 2 or 3 meters high. And he just jumped down like that. Honxia covered her mouth. The main door has an iron door frame with glass in the middle, so you can see what's going on inside the house. Switching the angle left and right, no zombies were found in the living room within sight. He even jumped up and looked down. After all, those things might have been lying on the ground before they noticed him. When Yang Ming first saw them, he thought they were corpses. But as soon as he got closet, he roared and crawled up, giving him a surprise. With this jump, he discovered something was wrong. It has a long, striped body and lies on the ground. Snake. Is it an ordinary snake or some kind of zombie snake? After thinking about it for a while, Yang Ming found that the door was locked and could not be opened. Helplessly returned to the roof. "I'll go down first. You stay here until I hear from you, okay?" Honxia nodded obediently. "Although I can't help much for the time being. At least I can't be a drag." Yang Ming took a deep breath and jumped down, holding a stone axe in his hand. The snake was sticking close to the ground and was a small target. If the sledgehammer missed, it might get bitten. If that thing had any attacks with toxic properties, it would make his already low health even worse. With his personality, he would not explore such an almost closed house unless it was absolutely necessary. But now he had to be more radical than before. And as for the snake, the moment Yang Ming landed, he heard the sound of Sissy spitting out feces. As he took a step forward, he glanced at the bathroom. There are no zombies, only this snake. He strode forward with a breeze in his steps. But he was not wearing grass armor, but his own shoes and pants. The grass suit does not provide calf protection, but my pants can at least cover my calves. The nameless snake raised its head. Its pupils locked onto Yang Ming, who was approaching it. But he is faster. He moved forward almost at a running speed. And the moment his front foot landed, his thigh bent as a reaction force, and the boots on his feet stepped hard on the snake's head with the weight and gravity. At the same time, he bent down and chopped down with the stone axe in his hand. In just that instant, the snake turned over its belly. This became his experience. After scanning the area again and making sure there were no more threats, he returned to the skylight and reached out towards the landing point. "Come down, okay?" The nervous girl hesitated for a moment before falling from the skylight and was caught steadily by the young man. Yang Ming's eyes became sharp again. That's right. She doesn't need to do anything. And he doesn't expect her to really help in the battle or anything. Her existence is already a great comfort to him. The slender and beautiful legs, although there are bloodstains and blemishes, are not enough to overshadow the beauty. The smooth and delicate skin, the body fragrance floating through the hair, the somewhat shy expression of being caught by him, the trembling eyelashes. Everything he saw was a presence that aroused his desire to protect. "You can come and help me plunder." Without any lingering attachment to the beautiful girl, Yang Ming engraved these memories into his DNA and let her go. How to do? Honxia turned her head to look at the small living room. The patch soffit TV with a distorted screen. And further away was the kitchen, which looked like it had nothing good in it. "It's just like this, it's very simple." Yang Ming taught Honxia step by step. Scavenging supplies can be said to be the simplest and most addictive part of all survival games. Honxia looked into the bathroom sink untouched then. She looked at the things inside and took them out to show Yang Ming. "It's a hunting knife." Oh, Miss Ijichi's first foraged item was a hunting knife. "Hey." Yang Ming stared at the knife in Hongxia's hand with wide eyes. Hunting knife, very suitable for killing zombies and dissecting animals to obtain meat. Melee damage is 12 when he looked at the knife in his hand, which had some cracks but still emitted a cold iron glow. In this game there is a concept called equipment level. The items that appear during looting are defined by your level and the looting stage. For example, the grass and wood armor and stone hammer that he could make by hand were the lowest level equipment here. Just from the appearance and materials, you could tell that they were made of stone, grass and the like, but Honxia, she actually found an iron tool from the sink. This is the second stage equipment. Honxia was a little at a loss after seeing the shocked look. "Ms. Ijichi, have you checked your character's status in your attribute list?" "Yeah, the health column, right, I've seen it." "What's your looting stage?" "It's 1. The girl even opened the panel to take a look. Yang Ming silently closed the panel. "And his search stage was 3. This has absolutely nothing to do with the looting phase. It's purely a matter of character." He placed his hand solemnly on the girl's shoulder. "There's a kitchen over there, go search it, okay?" The young man was not idle. He took the hunting knife and stabbed the snake on the ground. "Get raw meat x10, get bones x5, Mr. Yang Ming. Here's a weapon bag, weapon pack, untouched. Search quickly." Yang Ming looked at the black leather bag in front of the girl. He had never seen this thing before. Maybe she could find something in it. Shotgun bullets x10. Shotgun bullets, bullets that can be used by all shotguns. They can destroy wood. And the damage drops rapidly after exceeding the effective range. Well, maybe if I search by myself, I can only get 5 bullets. Which is not bad. What's the use of bullets without a gun? Not long after, Honxia finished searching the dilapidated kitchen and looked at Yang Ming, whose whole body was grayish-white. With confusion in her eyes, "Mr. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you?" Although I knew there were differences between people, I never thought the gap would be so obvious. A question mark flashed beside Miss Honxia's head. The young woman did not explain too much, but carefully counted the supplies she had just searched through the kitchen. Coffee beans x1, tap water, extra roasted meat x1, eggs x2. Potatoes x3, cooking pot x1, home cooking magazine x2. If he goes up here, we'll probably only find rotten meat. Rotten meat, it's enough. What we've gained today is more than enough. Even if we go home now, it'll be enough to get us through tonight. No, it'll be enough for tomorrow. You're amazing. If I were to search, I'd probably only find some rotten flesh. Really, I'm glad you could help me. Chapter 9, Upgrading and Fighting. Honxia finally smiled with genuine joy. There are enough supplies, even a pot. Eggs and potatoes can be cooked and eaten. And there is also snake meat to eat, if you eat sparingly. You can survive until tomorrow without going out. Yang Ming suddenly looked at Honxia, who was tidying up her backpack. In stark contrast to her own random stacking, Honxia was making sure these supplies were neatly arranged. He felt from the bottom of his heart that this alone was already beautiful. I can cook, so you can leave the cooking to me. I often cook for my sister at home, and she doesn't know how to cook. Oh. If there are any housework, I can help with it too. Ijichi Hongka said this. Yang Ming looked at the bright smile. In the softest part of his heart was touched. If there really was a girl like this who cared about him and worried about him. Yang Ming suddenly felt that he had endless energy. The young man looked out through the glass at the street outside. The sunset was already halfway up, but had not yet fully emerged. Taking a deep breath, he had made his choice in the future. We will definitely have to plunder with the town as the center. There are more supplies here. Although the danger is also greater, but now I am not alone. He is no longer alone, no longer living for himself. I have to survive with Honxia and complete this game perfectly. After preparing himself mentally, he opened the locked door. Honxia, lock yourself in. I'm going to upgrade. She was not given a chance to refute, and was left with only her desolate back, equipped with grass and wood armor, holding a blood-stained hammer, as terrifying as the savage killer in a horror movie. But that back view actually gave me a great sense of security. Please be careful, Mr. Yang Ming, do not worry. Ijichi Hongka locked herself in a small room. Although she was alone this time, she did not feel the fear of loneliness but more worries. Through the glass she spotted the man walking slowly, without any vigilance or precaution. He just walked openly on the street. His shadow stretched very long by the setting sun, as if endless. The dead wandering the streets found fresh prey. They roared and dragged their slow steps forward. One after another, even the corners in the blind spots of their vision appeared. What, there were too many of them. She covered her mouth with her hands, her heart aching. The first one, he muttered the number in his mouth. And the sharp sound of the sledgehammer tearing through the air and the dull sound of the skull shattering exploded at the same time. The splashing bright red mucus was reflected in Hongxia's pupils. The sticky liquid was shining in the sunset and adhered to Yang Ming's grass armor. The second one. Only someone with strength far beyond that of an ordinary person could use this sledgehammer as a weapon. Although the attribute panel only described him as a milk drinker, this was just the panel's evaluation of himself. His original strength, combined with the accumulation of skill points, has long surpassed that of ordinary people. Yang Ming stared coldly at the zombies in front of him. There were still 5 zombies in front of him, but they were still some distance away. It would take about 30 seconds for them to get close to him. On the left 2, on the right 3. He stopped his slow approach and began to slowly back away. The zombies on the left and right sides are closer to you. So as you retreat, they want to get closer to you and will inevitably come right in front of you. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. The zombie closest to him has arrived right in front of him. The sledgehammer in his hand was placed horizontally on the left side of his body, and his waist rotate, coming with a whistling sound. The fierce wind from the hammer, accompanied by the dull sound of hitting the zombies, actually caused the heads of 2 zombies standing side by side to explode. As Yang Ming's shoe soles crushed a broken rib as he dug into the 5th zombie's chest, he deliberately slowed his breathing, taking in the stench of decay seeping through the cracks in his armor. The joints of these ordinary zombies were like rusty door hinges, creaking with every turn that made his teeth ache. Upgrade. You have reached level 4 and have 3 skill points to allocate. 3 skill points. Yang Ming paused for a moment. There was only 1 before. This is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. He did not hesitate and had already planned his own route for skill points. Character Panel Attribute Interface. Strength Attribute Skill Tree. Skull Crusher specializes in using heavy weapons such as sledgehammers to destroy enemies and buildings. Use skill points directly. Skull Crusher Level 1 Brawler. You're quite aggressive. With luck you can knock down zombies. Skull Crusher Level 2 Massive Hitter. You are now a mammoth expert. But don't be too proud, with one skill point left. He continued to invest in strength. Skull Crusher belongs to the Strength Attribute skill tree. If you don't have enough strength points, you can't continue to invest skill points in this skill. Strength for 1+3 Warm-Hearted. Your strength may help you avoid some disputes, but it cannot help you avoid fighting at the same time. The new attributes in the panel caught his attention. You are very thirsty, and your physical strength recovery speed will be slow. I see, the body's reaction will be reflected on the panel. Yang Ming indeed hadn't had water for a long time. He looked at the remaining zombies in front of him, weighed the sledgehammer that was even lighter in his hand, and without hesitation, took the last bottle of water in his backpack and gulped it down. The speed of physical strength recovery has returned to normal. And the time when I was out of breath after killing 3 in front of Honxia is now a thing of the past. Come on. Come on. Tilda gently knock on the sleeping soul Tilda, in front of the back that Honxia could not see. The young man's smile became more and more ferocious. The grass arm with sledgehammer, and his cheeks were stained with a little blood, which made this handsome man look even more ferocious. The arc of the hammer's swing suddenly glowed red, and Yang Ming felt his arm bones chirping happily. The power brought by the upgrade was like magma surging in his blood vessels. The hammer handles that originally required both hands to hold were now as light as willow branches in his right palm. The 8th one. The moment the hammer struck the zombie's left shoulder, Honxia witnessed an incredible scene. The body, like blasted sand, began to disintegrate radially from the point of contact. The flying bone fragments traced bloody parabolas in the setting sun, embedding themselves precisely into the eye sockets of the 3 zombies behind. 12. When the last zombie's head exploded under the hammer, Yang Ming placed the hammer head on the ground, supported the handle with both hands, and looked at the tragic scene in front of him with excitement. The battle ended, leaving only corpses and blood piled up in the streets. Chapter 10 Deviations between prompts. My combat power has been updated, and I can now face more than 10 zombies alone. The feeling of fatigue still exists, but this level is still a long way from being exhausted. If there are at least 10 zombies in the residential house, you can handle it yourself. This is good news, as it means that your looting options are expanded and you can also get more supplies. In his eyes, these zombies are no longer a terror that can threaten him, but an experience package for a better tomorrow. After retracting the sledgehammer and disarming himself, Yang Ming took a last deep breath. His intense heartbeat calmed down, and he turned back to the cabin, waving to Honxia behind the door. Ijichi Hongka opened the door and ran to Yang Ming, putting her hands on her chest. Her expression showed relief, but also worry that could not be hidden. The little girl thanked the young man from the bottom of her heart, and the gratitude in her heart was difficult to express. In the end, she held back the criticism she was about to say, and told him not to take such risks again in the future. Her smile is more refreshing than the morning nectar. I've been waiting for your triumphant return, Mr. Yang Ming. But you still have to pay more attention to your safety in the future. I'm really worried about you. No, I can't help it. I absolutely can't help it. Ijichi Hongka finally said it out loud. Yang Ming felt that all his fatigue was swept away, leaving only a faint joy. We didn't stay in this cabin for too long. It was only 1 story high and was located on the edge of town. The environment at night would be more dangerous than during the day, so it wasn't a suitable shelter. Carrying Honxia, he walked quickly on the road. The sunset had turned blood red, and time was about to enter the dark night. The journey was safe and sound. The zombies on this road have basically been cleared out, unless there are zombies wandering over from other places. The safety level is very high. Arriving at Jennifer's house, Yang Ming took Honxia into the gate, which was left with only a wooden frame. He turned to face the door and silently recited the backpack space in his mind. As the palms of the hands were aligned, 2 square wooden blocks were placed there, blocking the empty door so that not even light could get in. This is, well, building blocks made of wood. So this is what it looks like. I thought it would be made of wood. Honxia touched it curiously and found it had the rough texture of wood, similar to the various blocks in Minecraft. Take out the stone axe, with her eyes slightly closed. A stone axe made of a stone and a wooden stick tied together with grass appeared in Hongxia's hand. Stone axe, a primitive tool that can be used for chopping wood, meaning repairing and upgrading wall stores and windows. Then you hit it with a stone axe. But don't think about destroying it, but rather about repairing or upgrading it. Let me try. He took the wood handed over by Yang Ming and knocked the stone axe lightly on the building block. A magical thing happened. After jumping out and losing 7 pieces of wood, the building blocks in front of him turned into dark brown wooden blocks. Then you take your stone axe and smash it with the intention of destroying it. It is good. Ijichi Hongka began to understand his intention. Perhaps this was the basic rule from this world that he had experimented with before. Woodblock 485/500, does this mean? The health of the wooden block has been reduced. I arrived 3 days earlier than you, so I know a little more about the basic settings of this place. First of all, this is a world full of zombies. As you can see, there are no living people other than us. Honxia nodded. Next, there's the so-called survival game we participated in. Remember the hint it gave? You can see it when you open the properties panel. The 2 people opened the attribute panels and compared them with each other. It didn't take long to discover the anomaly of this sinful and deadly survival game. First, Honxia's clearance conditions are different from mine. Mine are 30 days while hers are 28 days. The coincidence of the clearance conditions is intriguing. Second, there are tips about this 7 days to die game. Hint 1, fighting is necessary to survive. Tip 2, avoidance does not solve the problem. Hint 3. Hint 4, there is no one here except you and her. Yang Ming's 4th hint had changed. He clearly remembered that before he met Honxia. It was hint 4, there is no one here except you. In other words, the prompt will change subtly based on current changes. Secondly, Hongxia's suggestions were completely different from her own. Tip 1, find a man who can help you survive. He will become your support. Tip 2, humans are social animals. Seeing a living person will make both you and others more energetic. Hint 3, in order to survive, unity is the only possibility. Hint 4, hint 5, Mr. Yang Ming's suggestion seems more aggressive. And my suggestion is to survive. Honxia thought about it for a while and came up with this answer. With this said, it is obvious who the man in the hint is. The girl observed Yang Ming with a subtle look. He was also the only person she could trust now. In addition to being taller and stronger than herself, he is also good-looking. Not only is he more considerate than an ordinary person, he also takes good care of herself. Why was there such concern? After thinking deeply about the reason, a barely noticeable blush appeared on Ijichi Hongxia's cheeks. Indeed, me tips aside from being consistent with yours, almost all emphasize fighting and not escaping. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. And the 2 tips that were completely consistent were rotten corpses will try to destroy anything that blocks their progress, and there is no one here except you and him. The fact that there were no living people was easy to understand. But Yang Ming also roughly understood why the rotting corpses would destroy everything. Here, whether it is concrete wall steel towers, or even the land, everything can be destroyed. If the setting of being able to destroy and create items at will is very similar to Minecraft, then the zombies as enemies here are undoubtedly given a more threatening setting. For those things, the high concrete walls are no longer a completely safe shelter, but a brief respite no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't figure out how zombies could break through concrete or steel defenses with their claws and fangs. Yang Ming carefully told Ijichi Hongka everything he knew about the setting of this world. Finally, they set their sights on the game prompts. In this way, the survival game has accurately divided the positions of myself and Honxia. Chapter 11: The Girl and the Cooking God. The zombies in this world are weak but also terrifying. You just noticed right. Our attacks will display the building's HP when they hit them. The effects vary depending on the weapon or tool used. Yang Ming paused slightly, trying his best to make his words logical and easy to understand. A stone axe is a pure tool. It can be used to destroy buildings, cut down trees, or break stones to obtain these basic supplies, of course. This tool is of a very low level, so its efficiency is not high. And its efficiency in attacking zombies is also low. And the hunting knife you found today is something that's a bit like a weapon and a tool. It can be used as a weapon to attack zombies, or to dissect animals for raw meat. As Honxia listened, her eyes began to wander. Then Mr. Yang Ming's sledgehammer should also serve as a tool. Yes, it can be used to destroy buildings. The two sat on the sofa in Jennifer's house and felt a sense of relaxation all over their bodies after arriving in a real safe zone. Honxia listened carefully to the information Yang Ming said. Now she had to master and become proficient in these basic rules as quickly as possible. She did not want to be a burden forever. And Yang Ming was of course happy to share this information. So the building isn't completely safe either. We can destroy it and so can zombies, but don't worry. I've already stayed here for 2 nights. And I've cleared out all the zombies around here. He is not a purely good person in this situation. If the girl next to him is a person who messes with people's mentality. For example, she takes advantage of the fact that she is a girl and says without any psychological pressure, the dangerous things such as fighting zombies and looting supplies are left to you. Who made you a grown man? Of course you have to protect me. A girl, but we have to share the food we find equally. And so on. If it was such a person, Yang Ming would not show any degree of tenderness and consideration. On the contrary, he would make anyone who made him feel uncomfortable regret going against him. The cruel smile only lasted for a moment. Ijichi Hongka's personality and way of doing things were already the best she could. She knew how to be grateful, knew who protected her in this world, and was willing to contribute her little bit of strength for herself. That's enough. Well, Mr. Yang Ming, these are the food I found today. I used the stones you gave me to make a bonfire. She took out a simple bonfire made of stones and wood and placed it on the glass coffee table in front of the sofa. And here's the pot, and then add fuel to the bonfire. Honxia threw in a piece of wood. Bump. The bonfire began to brighten as fuel was added. The bonfire that had just been made ignited a bright flame, which was an important key for human beings to evolve from primitiveness to civilization. Mr. Yang Ming, I tried it in the small house when you went to fight the zombies. Bonfires are classified as structures and will not have any effect on other buildings. So the house won't be set on fire. Then will we be set on fire by the bonfire? Yes, I don't know whether we will. Honxia smiled and tried to get used to Yang Ming's way of thinking. He seems to have a sense of humor, even in such a bad situation. He will subconsciously say something witty. This would certainly make the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. And Honxia subconsciously relaxed herself even more. Although the two had only known each other for 1 day, it seemed as if they had known each other for a long time. Cooking pot unlocks the cooking utensil for food at the campfire. Then Honxia placed the food on the coffee table. Food in her backpack: coffee beans x1, tap water x2. Roasted meat x1, eggs x2, potatoes x3. Yang Ming also took out 10 pieces of raw meat from his backpack. Raw meat, cook it over the campfire. Eating it raw will cause diarrhea. I tried to use a campfire to grill meat, but I found that I could only make burnt meat and boiled eggs. So I looked carefully at the character panel and found a crafting skill column at the bottom of the skill bar. Coffee beans are used to make coffee with water. If the production level is not high enough, eggs can be made into boiled eggs, but it will consume a bottle of water, which is obviously not cost-effective. So I guess it's some kind of limitation in this world that prevents me from using my original cooking skills. I can only make items of the corresponding level through the level of crafting skills. Even if a fire was lit, there was no way to interact with the looted food. But it can keep warm. Yang Ming put his hands close to the fire and really felt the warmth of the fire. As she said this, Honxia took out 2 books from her backpack that she had searched the cupboard for. Home Cooking Weekly, learn to cook dozens of delicious dishes and become a master chef. These books seem to be the way to increase the level of crafting skills. I've carefully looked them up, and I only need to learn one now to make baked potatoes. Honxia pointed to the 3 potatoes on the coffee table. I can also make burnt meat now. But it takes 5 pieces of meat to make 1 burnt meat. Burning meat isn't the best way to cook it. But it's better than eating it raw. Food plus 10, HP plus 5, water minus 5, max stamina plus 10. I think normal roasted meat is definitely better than burnt meat. But you need to continue studying for at least 6 more books before you can make it. My suggestion is to study enough cooking books before using raw meat. Eat baked potatoes tonight and tomorrow. And save the raw meat for when you have enough crafting skill level to make better ingredients. Yang Ming nodded and looked at her serious eyes under her golden hair. She was really meticulous. He didn't even notice the level of crafting skills. After all, he hadn't found any books. He had spent all his time in the past 2 days studying the techniques of fighting zombies. The feel of weapon sand, the skill tree of main attributes. This way he could level up during combat, just like he did today, and immediately invest skill points to facilitate combat. Honxia found the column for production skills in the complex attribute diagram with only a little information and the cooking books she searched. It seems that she really wants to help herself. Then Miss Ijichi, just study 2 books. From now on, our meals will be entirely in your hands, okay? Chef Honxia, seeing Yang Ming nod. Honxia smiled, feeling happy that she could really help. The probability of looting skill books for crafting skills seems not high. And there are still 4 books away from better food. It is best for only 1 person to learn these resources. Chapter 12, Iron Barrel Shotgun. In the early stages when everyone's level is not high, it is a more appropriate choice to use different resources to strengthen a certain point. At the same time, Yang Ming was also observing the production skill panel proposed by Honxia. All I want, of course. And he clicked on the Sledgehammer column. Sledgehammer 175, reading hammer travels the world, can improve the crafting quality of the sledgehammer. Item quality. He picked up the hunting knife that Honxia had found today. It was made of iron in the sword column. One needed to read 10 books of swordsman to make this weapon. Hunting knife V1. He had always thought that the 1 meant grade, which was the standard for dividing stone tools and iron tools. But now it seems that items of the same grade also have differences in quality. For example, once you learn the so-called hammer all over the world, the stone hammer V1 in your hand can be transformed into V2 or V3. Then he casually looked at other crafting skills anyway. He didn't find any books couldn't make anything. And there was no improvement in equipment, A. His eyes rested on the shotgun column. Shotgun 100, reading Shotgun Weekly, can improve the quality of your shotgun. What I can make now is Iron Barrel Shotgun V1. His heart suddenly started beating, and he immediately tried to rub it out with his hands in the backpack space. Iron pipes, sticks, glue, and wood, and I actually have it. 15 seconds later with excitement, Yang Ming took the oddly shaped and worn-out shotgun in his hand. Iron Pipe Shotgun V1, a homemade gun that fires shotgun bullets. It is quite effective at close range and has a long-range damage of 8. 1. The damage is very low, probably because the dispersion effect of the shotgun bullets is calculated separately. He took it in his hand. Although the country he originally came from did not allow him to have access to firearms. What boy had never played FPS games? The sawn-off steel pipe was roughly bound to the wooden stock with 4 strands of wire. Amber tears from the cured glue covering the seams, where the trigger guard should have been. A half-broken piece of iron was now embedded. Most disturbing was the modification to the muzzle. 3 longitudinally welded steel bars secured the muzzle, causing the shotgun shell to unleash a burst of death the moment it left the barrel. Here's one for you, even though it only holds 1 round. It's enough for many occasions. The young man handed over the iron pipe gun without hesitation. His own combat effectiveness was already sufficiently guaranteed. The effectiveness of a shotgun with only 1 bullet was still questionable, as it required reloading after each shot. However, it was enough to protect the powerless girl. Not everyone is suitable for fighting zombies with melee weapons. Ijichi Hongka stared at the strange gun handed to her for a moment, then shook her head and pushed it back. Mr. Yang Ming, you can use the shotgun yourself, I have this. She took out a wooden bow from her backpack that was exactly the same as Yang Ming's. Wooden bow, very suitable for hunting and shooting zombies. Uses bow and arrow as ammunition, and has a range damage of 30. The materials you gave me back then were quite sufficient. Perhaps I could use them to help. I've practiced at the shooting range with Pachi-chan and the others before, but I can't say I'm particularly good at it. Drawing her bow and arrow, the girl tilted her head and narrowed her eyes slightly. Her target was the wooden block that Yang Ming had placed to block the door. The sofa is about 5-6 meters away from the wooden block. Call out. The arrow turned into an arrow that flew off the bow and hit the wooden block. It worked. You see, I can help now. If I practice more, I can hit targets farther away. That's great. Maybe I'll become the archer Honxia in the future. Yang Ming laughed and joked, that's not the case. Strength attribute branch weapons are sledgehammers and shotguns. They can only play their greatest role in your hands. Honxia lowered her head and rubbed her fingers on the wooden bow. Mr. Yang Ming has been protecting me all day. And not only they've also been taking very good care of me. I know it must be very hard to be in a place like this. Not only fighting zombies but also taking care of others. I may not be able to help you much, but I hope to help you as much as possible. Look. Honxia changed the subject and lifted up her sleeves, revealing her white arms. Her fingertips dug into her slender forearms, leaving crescent-shaped indentations on her fair skin. I'm quite strong, which I gained from carrying drum sets every day. Although I'm not here now, they are much stronger than they look. Liang should be able to cheer up soon. After all, the next performance is coming soon. Just need to find another drummer. Looking at the energetic Honxia, she was gesturing with her slender arms in front of him, as if wanting him to see the power contained in them. I'm sorry he can't see it. She must be pretending to be strong without any thought. Yang Ming subconsciously reached out and touched her soft golden hair. I will keep you safe until you complete the game. And you can return to your life. Look at me like this. I am a person who takes promises very seriously. You still have the chance to practice drums and perform on stage with your teammates. Don't worry, this is a man's promise. A man's words carry weight. Hey. What's the sudden? Yang Ming saw Hongxia's fingers tightly gripping the wooden bow, and they began to tremble slightly. The trembling spread from the palms of my hands to my shoulders and then to my entire body. Thank you, I'm really scared. I'm afraid I'll never see them again. But I also feel lucky to have met Mr. Yang Ming. Yang Ming heard many emotions in her words. It's okay, I'm an old player after all. He has never even held a girl's hand. So how can he know how to comfort a girl who is having an emotional breakdown? The only response I could give was to pat her on the back to comfort her. Liar. Honxia's tears dripped onto the bowstring of the wooden bow. She suddenly grabbed Yang Ming's arm and rested her forehead on it. In an instant, Yang Ming felt warmth coming from her eye sockets. Just a moment, as long as you want. Honxia suddenly increased the force of her cheek against Yang Ming's arm, and the night flowed between her eyelashes. Gradually, Miss Ijichi calmed down. He lowered his eyes to look at the strands of hair sticking up from the girl's hairline, which together formed a strange inverted triangle shape. 005 Web. I was so busy comforting her that I didn't even feel the touch of her hair. He stretched out his hand without hesitation and rubbed the strangely shaped hair. The fingers twisting the stubborn curled hair stayed there for a very short time before they were withdrawn. It feels very natural and there is no need to use hairspray to fix it. How did this shape appear? Chapter 13 Hongxia's points. Honxia grabbed his fingers and looked at Yang Ming with tear-stained eyes. Mr. Yang Ming, are you trying to comfort me? Ah. He nodded with a firm expression. Fortunately, fighting in this world will not make you covered in blood and dirt. Not long after the battle ends, the blood, flesh, etc. will disappear on their own. Strange thoughts flashed through my mind, and the sky outside quietly turned dark. Honxia tidied herself up and rubbed her eyes. Ah. The potatoes are ready. Honxia calculated the cooking time of the food, and 3 baked potatoes were ready. Baked potato, a high-quality staple food rich in carbohydrates, food plus 10. Health plus 5, water minus 5, maximum stamina bonus plus 10. It's tasteless, but potatoes are good anyway. It would be better if the water content was not deducted. Honxia doesn't seem to be picky about food. Peel off the dark skin and the golden inside will be revealed. The young man was eating the rare normal food and couldn't help but sigh. From morning till now, he had only eaten a can of cat food and potatoes. Mr. Yang Ming, please don't ask for too much. Honxia was very satisfied. She didn't have a big appetite, and one was enough to fill her stomach. Finally, the two of them washed up with half a bottle of boiled water. Fortunately, Yang Ming found a brand new toothbrush and toothpaste in the bathroom closet. Water, boiled water, drinkable, moisture plus 20. He also discovered through this that things like toothbrushes did not belong to the category of game player items, so they could not be put into the backpack space. At Yang Ming's request, Honxia drank the remaining half bottle of water. She hadn't finished a drop of water so far today. And she also ate baked potatoes to reduce water content. Low-level food not only has low attributes, but also comes with some negative attributes. Burnt meat will also lose moisture, which is really a ripoff. MS. Ijichi, please invest your skill points into agility. The branch weapons for agility are bows and arrows, pistols. And swords, I've checked them for you, you're like this. Okay. Honxia nodded with a slightly embarrassed expression. Her eyes occasionally shifted to Yang Ming's shoulders, which were covered with wet marks. I ended up hugging him and crying for a long time. Go to bed early, I'll sleep in this room. Call me if you need anything. Yang Ming waved goodbye to Honxia and returned to the room where he had stayed for 2 days. The mottled walls, the creaking floors, the wooden table with broken legs. Everything was exactly the same as when he left home in the morning. But now it's completely different. It's like the change in attitude from casually dealing with the work assigned by the boss to giving one's all. As it was almost time for a break, Yang Ming did not forget to tear down the stairs leading to the 2nd floor of the villa. The original stairs had long been smashed to pieces by Yang Ming with a sledgehammer. The wooden stairs with only 500 health points could not withstand a few hits from the sledgehammer. What he mistook for a new staircase were building blocks. These building blocks are all about 90 cm in height and can be put back into the backpack by themselves unless they are strengthened into wooden blocks. The 2nd floor of the villa without stairs has become an absolutely safe space. Even if wandering zombies discover him and start attacking the villa, they cannot reach him after breaking through the wall with great effort. He had been living a miserable life for the past 2 days, surviving on the supplies collected in the villa, of course. He was not too idly as he had knocked down a lot of tree grass, stones and other things around the villa. He was not in a hurry to collect these basic supplies now. Thinking about the plans for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and the plan for the supplies on hand, Yang Ming suddenly felt his eyelids heavy. Today is the day when he fights the most intensely. Even Honxia reached level 3 and gained 2 skill points because of the shared experience gained by the team. I only gained 3 skill points after reaching level 4. Could it be that the first 3 levels were some prerequisite? Only after level 4 can I gain multiple skill points. These things cannot be verified, and we can only give them the answers slowly over time. Honxia was in the room. She looked at the wardrobe and saw a lot of the owner's clothes in it, which were quite clean. It's girls' clothes, but it's a little too big for me. Although girls abroad are generally taller, this is a survival game called 7 Days to Die, and the location is in an unknown European or American country. The signs on the buildings are all in English. Apart from that, Honxia and Yang Ming know nothing about this place. She patted the bed with the previous owner's clothes, and then added another layer of a brand new sleeping bag she had rolled out of her backpack before lying down on the creaking bed. Sleeping bag, it is the warmest place for you to rest in this end times. Then she opened the attribute panel and her attributes changed. Agility 2 1+1, clumsy, no football team would want you. But that won't stop you from practicing like crazy. Parkour level 1, acrobat, you can now do some acrobatics. But you'll mostly land on your face. 2 skill points are placed on the agility attribute and the parkour skill of its branch. She tried it out a bit and found that she did feel her body was lighter when jumping. If she went back to participate in the school sports meet now, she should be able to easily get full marks in the high jump and long jump events. It's sure to be a shock. Thinking of her friend's astonished expression, Honxia couldn't help but smile. Mr. Yang Ming's additional arrangements are also to ensure his own safety, adding points to the agility attribute. In the later stages it's a bit like a thief or an assassin. Is Mr. Yang Ming taking such good care of me because I'm a girl? Or is it because zombie supplies weapons battle? Not long after she opened her eyes from her sleeping bag, unable to fall asleep at all, as soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with bloody images. This was no more real than the scenes in the movies. She saw it with her own eyes. Honxia was not a very brave person and would suffer from insomnia at night after watching horror movies. She sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the dark night outside through the fixed wooden window. And suddenly a feeling of tension and fear came over her, as if something in the dim room was peeping at her. Honxia got out of bed out of inexplicable nervousness, put on her round-toed boots and walked to the corridor. Although she didn't know why there was no electricity in the room, the ceiling light in the living room was working. She had no time to care about it and quickly walked to the door of Yang Ming's room. The feeling of panic suddenly improved a lot. Pushing open the half-open door, Honxia saw the young man crawling into his sleeping bag and closing his eyes. Call. The calm breathing sound and the breath of a living person made her feel at ease. The beds in the rooms here were all single beds, of course. Even if it was a double bed, she would not dare to squeeze in with Yang Ming to sleep. Early morning and 2 people can't sleep, whoa. The sudden sound scared Honxia so much that she almost jumped up. With her current jumping ability, she might be able to crash headfirst into the dim chandelier in Yang Ming's room. Okay, Yang Ming opened his eyes dazedly. He couldn't sleep peacefully here like he did in his real home. Any slight movement would wake him up. Mr. Yang Ming, I am scared and can't sleep. I'll just sleep on the floor here, okay? I won't disturb you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come on, sleep on the bed. Yang Ming got out of bed in a daze and approached the shy Ijichi Hongka. How can you let a girl sleep on the floor? The words he spoke were all hazy, as if he had not yet woken up. Yang Ming crawled into the sleeping bag that Honxia had spread on the ground and closed his eyes. He was really tired and sleepy. This is my sleeping bag, her voice was very low, for fear of disturbing Yang Ming, who looked very tired. But the girl's shame made her emotions uncontrollably intense. Ijichi Hongka finally reacted, and the blush on her face became even redder. This is even more than an indirect kiss when drinking water from the same cup. This is indirect, sleeping in the same bed. Honxia knelt beside the bed, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the zipper of her sleeping bag. The lingering warmth from the fabric seeped through into her palm like a dying charcoal fire. She stole a glance at the young man curled up on the ground. She didn't know what Yang Ming was thinking when he fought the zombies, nor did she know why he took care of her. The zipper of the sleeping bag poked at her palm, and Honxia was shocked to realize that she had been stroking it for a full 7 minutes. Yang Ming was curled up on the concrete floor 2 steps away. She stared at his shoulder blades that rose and fell with his breathing, and suddenly realized that this was the first time she saw him with his eyes closed. The remaining warmth of the fabric spread from her fingertips to her ears, and a thin layer of sweat seeped out from the inside of her tightly closed knees. The crisp rolling sound in the darkness made Yang Ming's eyelashes tremble. Honxia held her breath and watched him unconsciously bury his cheek deeper into his arms. His always tense jawline now revealed a bit of childishness. This discovery made her throat tighten, and she quickly turned her eyes away and stared at her red knees. The bruise from kicking the airdrop box. Has it healed to this extent? The smell of rotting grass drifted in from outside the window, and she hugged her knees and curled herself into a smaller ball. I don't feel disgusted by the dilapidated environment around me. It's good enough to have a place to rest in peace here. Although Honxia was no longer frightened, she was also completely sleepless, counting his breaths. She quietly lowered the sleeping bag to the floor. The worn nylon scraped across the dust, stopping 3 centimeters from the toe of his blood-stained boots. This distance was just enough to clearly see his features. Feeling safe, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In the thickest darkness before the first light of dawn, Yang Ming gently opened his eyes in her dream. Honxia unconsciously rubbed her cheek against the whitened part of his sleeve, and his arm was now properly catching the mumbling that escaped from the corner of the girl's lips. "Sister, don't sleep with your teddy bear. I seem to have heard something extraordinary." "So what's the situation now?" The blonde girl Ijichi Hongka, a dreamy beauty with a delicate and flawless face, was leaning against his arms, looking closely. I saw that half of her sleeping bag was still on her body, and both of their sleeping bags were on the floor, and for some reason they were stuck together. Her upper body stretched out from the sleeping bag, her hands tightly hugging her arms. She was rubbing her arms gently. Her closed eyes curved as if she was smiling. "Oh my God. I can see such a beautiful picture the moment I wake up in the morning." Yang Ming immediately engraved this painting into his DNA. Then he began to wonder why things turned out like this. First of all, rule out the possibility that he did something inappropriate to Ijichi Hongka while sleepwalking at night. Because his sleeping position did not change at all, he did not have the habit of sleepwalking. Then there must be a problem with Miss Ijichi. What on earth happened to cause this situation? The famous detective Yang Ming was thinking hard. At the same time, he tried his best to maintain his posture and try not to change at all. At this distance, he could even smell the fragrance on Hongxia's body and feel the slight stiffness on his arm. "It's a bra." It stood up, probably more vigorously than any other morning, and a clear bulge appeared on the sleeping bag. That's right, Yang Ming is a very healthy and normal man. He has never had a girlfriend and has never had any intimate contact with any opposite sex. It would be strange if he didn't have this kind of reaction. Well, the creature holding his arm suddenly squirmed. Hongxia's eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a swallowtail butterfly, stirring up tiny air currents in the morning light. Yang Ming was horrified to discover that his Adam's apple was sliding up and down as she adjusted her sleeping position, even more terrible. The girl's knee had unconsciously pressed against a dangerous area, even though her legs are still in the sleeping bag. "I didn't eat my sister's pudding." Hongxia's mumbling was as sweet as honey, and her warm breath penetrated the cotton sleeves. Yang Ming looked at the dim light in despair, praying that his sanity would fade more slowly than the morning light before Honxia discovered this death posture. "If I continue like this, my sanity will melt away, Mr. Mr. Ming." Honxia woke up, and finally the young man regained his sanity. If it had been a few more seconds, he would have been unable to suppress the urge to kiss her. "Ms. Ijichi, what happened last night?" "Last night? I'm still a little scared." Ijichi Hongka looked at the young man lying on the ground. His steady breathing showed that he had fallen asleep. His sleep quality was truly enviable. She couldn't find any stability no matter how she lay down. She was really forced to do so finally. She found an option that could make her feel completely at ease. The sleeping bag was spread out on the ground, at the same level as him. "I see, last night was. What happened yesterday was not a dream. The warm daily life in the dream is fake." The dazed girl looked down at the young man who was very close to her, and she suddenly realized that she was holding something. Maybe it was because of nervousness or stiffness. She could clearly feel the strong part of the man's arm, which was completely different from her own arm. Chapter 15 Apartments and Levels. I'm sorry, mister. Yang Ming, I was so scared yesterday, so, it's okay. It's okay, Yang Ming forced a smile out of his stiff face and quietly adjusted the position of the gun in his sleeping bag. His eyes flickered over the dangling crease at the second button of the girl's sailor uniform. They quickly climbed out of the sleeping bag, and the morning light reflected their red faces. Fourth day, Yang Ming counted their remaining supplies, and there were still 2 bottles of water, a potato, and a piece of burnt meat left. Eggs are used as emergency food, so put them aside for now. If eaten raw, their properties are too low, and there is a risk of diarrhea. Eggs can be eaten raw, but they should still be cooked. They are an ingredient in several dishes, mister. Yang Ming, it's a bit foggy today. Should we find a house to explore? Great idea. Yang Ming nodded in agreement. Although he had cleaned up some of the dirt on the town streets yesterday, his vision was severely impaired and he could hardly see anything beyond a range of 10 meters. In this situation, it would be difficult to deal with him if he was attacked from both sides by zombies. After taking a bite of the burnt meat, Yang Ming's health points lost yesterday had reached 95, potato plus 10. Half a portion of burnt meat plus 5. He chewed the piece of meat in his mouth that was so dry that it made his mouth swell. Turned around and stuffed it into Honxia's mouth. Now is not the time to be picky, eat first. We'll find a house later. With your luck you can get some food, thanks. Perhaps it was because they had already experienced sleeping in the same bed last night and were overly intimate in the morning. Although Honxia was a little shy at the moment, she did not refuse this indirect kiss. She looked at the bite marks left by Yang Ming and put in small bites. Living in an environment where there is never a shortage of food, you have to plan every meal you eat, and at the same time calculate the attribute bonuses and recovery brought by the food in order to maximize the effect and combat power. It is really hard to adapt. Being too thirsty or too hungry will reduce your combat effectiveness. Very real but also very deceptive, it's clearly a game. Why can't it give me a breathing method to recover health? Then with Mr. Yang Ming's fighting ability, he's invincible in this game. There were only scattered zombies on the road, as if most of them had been cleared out yesterday. These scattered zombies could not pose any threat to Yang Ming now. Still walking along the same path as yesterday, Yang Ming arrived near the cottage and spotted a house surrounded by fences through the thick fog. He glanced at the items in his backpack and started making something out of wood that might be useful. The gaps in the fence made it impossible to observe the situation inside the house clearly. Yang Ming looked up at the low fence, and in front of Hongxia's surprised gaze, he casually placed a building block against the fence. He stepped on the building blocks and could already see what was happening inside the fence. The fence is surrounded by a fist of barbed wire. It seems that in the early days of the zombie crisis, the people here did resist, but the result was not good. There was no movement inside except for the wildly growing grass and a corpse that had been eaten to the point that only bones were left. The situation inside the house was unclear, so there is such a way to use it. Honxia couldn't help but think in her heart, I'll lead the way in a moment. You follow me closely and help me watch behind me. If you see a zombie, shoot an arrow immediately. The wooden bow and wooden arrows have very low damage unless you hit the head, but zombies will still be briefly stunned if hit, which can buy time for my support. Be careful. I haven't been attacked by zombies yet, and I don't want you to get hurts, okay? Ijichi Hongka nodded seriously. Yang Ming used a sledgehammer to knock open the rusty wire door. Inside the door was a wooden sign with help written in blood. Hongxia followed him, nervously holding a wooden bow. No more than half a step away, she pinched the stone arrow with her fingers and placed it on the wooden bow, pulling it in a semicircle, ready to aim and attack at any time. The moment the two-person team entered the room, a message popped up: Slumped Apartments Level 2, Level 2. Was it the danger level? Was it the danger level within the building? Or was it a relative level to Hongxia's and my own? Yang Ming is very familiar with these game settings. He likes these survival games, although he plays the most MOBA games. The core gameplay of this game lies in friends. Now that he has a teammate, Yang Ming is more convinced of this idea, squeak. The young man holding a blood-stained sledgehammer quickly rushed in from the main door of the house. His eyes immediately locked on the abnormal human body lying on the floor. The moment he heard his footsteps, he roared and climbed up. Before they could stand up, the stone hammer came down rapidly, sending blood and bone fragments flying everywhere. Honxia also reacted very quickly, and the aim of the wooden bow quickly shifted from the one that Yang Ming had dealt with to the one that was about to climb up and was the farthest away from Yang Ming. Call out roars. Ijichi Hongxia's first attack in her life hit the zombie on the left shoulder, causing it to pause and stare at her with bloodthirsty eyes. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Ijichi Hongxia suppressed the fear in his heart. The next arrow was already on the string and was gradually being pulled up to a full moon. He adjusted the position of the stone hammer in his hand at an extremely fast speed. And with his right hand, he held the handle of the hammer with his backhand and swung it horizontally with a heavy blow, knocking away the two people who were surrounding him. And one of them even burst into radioactive blood. It takes time for the zombies that were knocked away to stand up again. Taking advantage of this gap, he came to the zombie shot by Honxia and brought the stone hammer to an end. The zombie that was lucky enough to be knocked away and not killed instantly was struggling to get up from the ground when a stone arrow pierced its head. Well done, we have a good understanding. It's all because Mr. Yang Ming was ahead, buying me time to aim. Honxia finished her first battle in her life. Her heart was trembling with excitement. She felt her body temperature had risen a lot, and her reaction speed was also much faster. The overly easy battle gave her more confidence. The investment of skill points has already shown results on the girl. Agility 2 1+1, clumsy, no football team will want you. You deal 210 headshot damage and have a 10% chance of amputating zombies using bows, pistols and daggers. Yang Ming's strength is 4 1+3, warm-hearted, deals 230 headshot damage, and has a 20% chance of dismembering zombies using shotguns. Sledgehammers clubs and crafting tools. In addition to providing intuitive feedback after the body has been significantly strengthened, the attributes also provide damage bonuses to weapons and equipment along the branch routes. Chapter 16: A Great Harvest. After clearing out the zombies that entered through the gate, Yang Ming and Honxia immediately began to search the surroundings. Once I give the order to retreat, immediately run outside as fast as you can. Don't panic afterwards, Honxia. With your current jumping ability, you can directly reach a high place, and I will slowly clean up the area towards you, so that our safety is guaranteed. Although the strategy may not be able to be executed, there must be sufficient awareness in this regard. Honxia already has the ability to protect herself after gaining agility attributes and parkour skills. Although she still cannot run as fast as Yang Ming, she has more options than Yang Ming, who can only escape on the ground. But if we really encounter danger, I feel that Mr. Yang Ming will just carry me and run away. Ijichi Hongka replied with a smile while searching, saying that there was not only a cupboard that had not been searched, but there was also a surprising thing on top of the wooden cabinet next to it. Small pile of food never touched. Can pairs X2, tap water X, very good start. While Honxia was searching, he looked deeper into the corridor's safety. While Ijichi Hongka was looting, Yang Ming was not idle. He looked back at the curtains hanging on the window, took out a stone axe and knocked on them until all the curtains were knocked down. Rags X8. Scraps, cloth is essential for survival and can be used to make clothes and bandages. This material was second only to basic materials like grass, wood and stone in importance. Using tools to attack objects would also yield corresponding materials. More importantly, the resulting basic materials were brand new. In other words, these scraps of cloth were cleaner than freshly made cloth from a factory. Mr. Yang Ming, I found a lot of food, more than yesterday. Hearing the girl's cheerful voice, the young man also felt happy. Thanks to you, no. Yang Ming never hesitates to give compliments. Positive comments can create positive emotions, especially in such an environment. Ijichi Hongka avoided the bloody mixture on the floor. After Yang Ming repeatedly told her that these were all settings of the game, her ability to accept it improved rapidly. Although the physical and visual effects seem so real that the game cannot be completely deceived. Humans are highly adaptable creatures, just keep going. Honxia looked at the smiling young man. Her face slightly red for a moment and she followed him, holding the wooden bow tightly in her hand. You must perform well or at least not be a drag. The girl was obsessed with this matter. Neither of them realized that they were the kind of people who could be motivated by others and even transform themselves to some extent. This wooden house is a chain apartment with each door to each household. Judging from the environment, it was probably rented out to people before the end of the world. Similar to the single apartments in Neon. The zombies after entering the first door seemed to have been completely cleared out. And there was nothing in the bedroom inside that could trigger a search. Except for a piece of cloth that exploded from a clothing bag in a closet. But the double bed and curtains inside cannot be missed. He took out a sledgehammer and knocked down the double bed with only 300 health points. And got 15 pieces of cloth and 10 pieces of wood. The two men had come to the exit of the house. The other side of the fence of the house. When they stepped onto the grass, the thick fog outside had almost dissipated. And the view became wider. They saw the destroyed fence, which had been broken open. These internal fences are used to separate individual rooms. And Yang Ming can see the tragic situation from these ruined buildings. The room next to the cleaned room was very quiet. There were no zombies, it was surprisingly quiet. At the same time, there are very few supplies that can be looted. Except for a pile of books on the ground. A pile of books never touched. Ever since she realized that her character was not good. The task of looting was naturally given to Honxia. Her eyes lit up when she saw the extra books in her backpack. Mr. Yang Ming, you have studied this book right, okay. He took the book the girl handed over. City Combat Volume 7, Room Clearing, 1 room at a time is your strategy for conquering the rooms. Damage taken is reduced by 5. And damage dealt in the room is increased by 10. It was not until this time that he realized the value of books. Besides the skill of making books, there is another completely different but very important branch. Skill book, as the name suggests. These books are equivalent to directly adding an extra skill to the character. Although this rare book cannot be studied repeatedly, its value in directly increasing the percentage of damage reduction and damage increase is evident. He was not a pretentious person as long as he stood in front. The chance of Honxia being hurt was very small. And he would definitely face more attacks and dangerous situations. Thank you, I'll accept it then. Looking at Honxia, who was overflowing with joy. Yang Ming dropped the sledgehammer in his hand and rested his arm on the hammer handle. Ms. Ijichi is always subconsciously taking care of others. Isn't that too hard for you? Oh no, I'm fine. Honxia shook her head subconsciously. But the evasive look in her eyes could not escape the young man's gaze. Forget it, I'll tell you later. Without continuing the topic, Yang Ming turned his gaze to the last room. That is the innermost floor of this apartment. Be prepared, I always feel a little too quiet, yes. Squeak, ah, there was an extremely harsh friction sound. The joints of the wooden door with a big hole were almost completely broken. And the inside was stuck. So it could only be pushed open with brute force. As the wooden door opened, a pile of things appeared in front of Yang Ming. Boxes sealed with wood. Leather suitcases covered with patches. Boxes wrapped with green curtains. With suspected ammunition and medical supplies scattered on them. 006 Web. It seems to be a supply point with a great harvest. But something was clearly wrong. He didn't rush in but looked back. Honxia was looking at him, as if asking about his attitude. Only Yang Ming knew that this was definitely not normal. When he entered Jennifer's house, there was no danger level stuff. And there were no such large quantities of supplies in the house. There were some blind spots in the room. He could only see the tempting boxes through the orange light. And the rest of the space was blocked by the corners. It was as if those boxes were tempting me to step inside, ms. Ijichi, please step back. There are far fewer zombies here than in Jennifer's house. The degree of danger is not proportional to the reward. If he were the game's producer, he would definitely not give players such loopholes in this kind of survival game. Chapter 17 Helmet Brother and Fatty. Besides, this is not a real game. If you fail, there is no chance to start over. He doesn't dare to gamble, okay, Mr. Yang Ming. He has been standing at the door of the room for a long time without any movement. It seems that this is some disgusting mechanism. For example, Yang Ming took a step forward. Without lowering the sound of his footsteps at all, roar. Hiss. Sure enough, the supply point was forced to awaken. In an instant, he heard several dirty roars in his ears. Yang Ming, who had been mentally prepared, immediately turned around and hung Honxia under his armpit with one hand, and quickly retreated towards the outside. When he was dozens of meters away from the room, he looked into the room nervously. 2 more. 6 in total. It is equivalent to the boss battle before the final reward. Moreover, their appearance has also changed. They are no longer normal male or female bodies. The one walking in the front is a fat man of unimaginable tonnage. The woman was about 175 cm tall, and the fat on her body was shaking when she walked. She stared at Yang Ming with cloudy white pupils. And behind the fat man, there is another particularly conspicuous guy. He was a male about 185 cm tall, wearing a thick leather jacket with metal spikes and even a motorcycle helmet. His exposed arm muscles were obvious, and his entire physique was almost a size larger than Yang Ming's. Without any hesitation, carried Honxia and retreated, immediately activating his backpack space. Honxia felt like a little chicken in his hands. Moving to the main entrance, 2 traps made of sharp wood appeared out of thin air in the narrow space that was the only passage. 007 wept as if that wasn't enough. Yang Ming retreated again until he came to the outside of the house and placed a building block at the door. If the trap was breached, this thing could also buy him some time. Wooden thorn trap, this is your initial line of defense. Used to slow down and deal damage, and can be repaired using wood. This thing is very useful. The only consumable material is wood. It not only causes damage but also slows down the zombies that come into contact with it. The effect is very obvious, but the targets killed by the trap cannot provide experience for himself, so he will not use it unless it is a critical moment. After all, only the improvement of level and skills can be given to yourself in a real way. Honxia prepared to shoot. Yang Ming quickly and skillfully used a stone axe to strengthen the building block into a thicker wooden block, and stood behind the wooden block with a sledgehammer in hand. The entrance door has been blocked by building blocks, with only half of the space above available for people to pass through, unless they know how to climb up the building blocks and crawl through the door frame. Their only option is to destroy the wooden blocks. His inner alertness was at its highest point, his eyes fixed on the 2 unusually sized zombies in front of him. Ows! The fat man and the guy in the helmet and leather jacket had already set off the wooden thorn trap. The sharp wood began to pierce into the rotten skin, but the opponent's sharp claws wrapped in the smell of rotten flesh also swung to attack. Click and click. The wooden spike trap soon began to look shaky and cracks appeared. Boom! The stone hammer swung up the full moon, and the air seemed to be squeezed and pierced. When zombies and traps appear within the sledgehammer's attack range at the same time, the zombies will be attacked first. Yang Ming's knuckles trembled slightly from the recoil, and the hammerhead was once again stained with zombie blood. Through the cracks in the wooden spike trap, he saw a sticky red liquid oozing from the indentation of the leather-clad zombie's helmet. As the burly figure stumbled back, the fat zombie behind him suddenly opened his bloody mouth. It bit the wooden thorn trap, but the simple trap made of wood was only damaged further. At this rate, the wooden thorns won't be able to hold up for long, and I'm afraid the wooden blocks won't be able to either. He stretched out one hand, and an object with a strange shape but emitting a cold metallic glow appeared in his palm. Boom! Fire flashed and shotgun bullets whizzed past. The roar of the iron barrel shotgun shook the shelves. A bloody hole the size of a bowl exploded in the fat zombie's forehead, and rotten flesh fragments splattered on the floor behind her. but it still maintained its tenacious vitality and continued to attack anything that blocked its way. At the same time, the armored guy who staggered backwards also grabbed the trap. The wood thorns can't hold on any longer, shoot. It is good. Honxia narrowed her eyes and took a step towards Yang Ming's side. The stone arrow was pulled into an arc on the wooden bowstring. The stone arrow brushed past the Helmet brother's leather jacket and sank into his neck. Yang Ming took the opportunity to swing the stone hammer and smash it at the two heavyweight zombies that were gradually approaching. The rock hammer head and the helmet were intertwined again. The terrifying force made the Helmet brothers' already shaky bodies suddenly tilt as a whole. Taking advantage of the moment when Helmet brother fell to the ground, Yang Ming took out the shotgun again and began to reload ammunition. The welded joints of these parts were very stiff, and it took a punch to open the smoking barrel. After reloading the ammunition, Yang Ming raised his arm again and pointed at the fat man who was still attacking the trap. As the two wooden spike traps completed their final contribution and collapsed and disappeared, the flames once again sprayed towards the extremely ugly face. The head was riddled with holes and blood was oozing out. The fat man's body, which weighed at least 300 pounds, fell backwards and the ground seemed to shake. The scorching touch of the shotgun barrel burned his palm. Yang Ming shook off the shell casing. The fallen helmeted man staggered to his feet. His broken elbow joint bent at a strange angle. The spikes of the iron gloves slammed hard on the wooden block. Hongxia's second arrow broke through the air, and the arrowhead penetrated the helmet of the helmeted man, which was almost completely deflated. It's really meat. The stone hammer appeared in his hand again. Yang Ming's stone hammer, wrapped in a fishy wind, hit the Helmet brother's shoulder. The rock and metal leather jacket collided with a sharp scream. Hongxia's third arrow caught the crack of the helmet. The moment the arrow sank and he finally fell down. And at the same time, the four ordinary zombies behind him were exposed. "Lower your head," Yang Ming roared. The moment Honxia leaned over, the stone hammer struck the zombie's skull again in a circular arc, shattering the skull into pieces. This blow shattered the skull, and sticky brain matter splattered all over the floor. "Cull!" As he noticed that the girl's wooden bow had been reloaded, Yang Ming let out a breath and looked back. They were at the gate of the apartment. The wooden door of the fence here was not locked and was also very fragile. He needed to be alert to whether there would be a sneak attack from behind. "Call out!" The stone arrow exploded with blood the moment it hit the zombie, and it fell down staggering, vomit. Ijichi Hongka finally calmed down from her extremely excited state, and the moment she regained her senses began to retch. This time, the distance between her and the zombies was only the distance of a building block, and she could even clearly see the angles at which the flesh and blood splattered after being attacked by herself and Mr. Yang Ming. Chapter 18, Pinching Face and Evading. It's just a game. The dim eyes soon lit Upand in a trance. She found that her head was being held down by a warm big hand. "Take a break, if I'm not mistaken. The next thing is the reward after the boss battle." "Are those boxes?" "I also feel like there are good things in there." The girl looked up at Yang Ming's expression, which was completely different from the one he had when he was talking to her. There was no change in any details of his facial features. His eyes looked at the tragic scene at the gate without any fluctuation. As cold as a machine, yes. I arrived 2 days later than Mr. Yang Ming, in other words. He was surviving and fighting alone in this cruel environment. I'm starting to look forward to seeing some good stuff in there. "Let's go." Soon the man lowered his head and looked at her, and a smile naturally appeared on his eyelids somehow. Hongxia's heartbeat accelerated again after seeing that smile. "Is Mr. Yang Ming okay? What could possibly happen to me? Oh my, did Miss Ijichi see me in such a state of disarray?" Being in crisis and being safe are two completely different states. How can he change his emotions so naturally? The warmth of his palm was still above her head. Ijichi Hongka took his palm with both hands. She took the opportunity to take a closer look. There were not two thick calluses at the base of her fingers, and they felt hard. She just stared at the hand in front of her eyes for a long time. Yang Ming did not stop her action. It was because after experiencing a huge emotional ups and downs, he needed something to subconsciously divert his attention. It was the body's protective mechanism. After all, my vigilance was not wrong. If he rashly took the sledgehammer and went up to fight the helmet man and the fatty, he could still accept this kind of toughness. But he would inevitably be hit once or twice by the helmet man who survived 2 hammer strikes. The hand that Honxia was holding moved. His thumb and middle finger quickly came together and pinched the very soft cheek. It has a soft texture rich in collagen. And the young people's mood becomes happy at this moment. Ah, Mr. Yang Ming, what are you doing? The cute face was pinched. Yang Ming did not answer her question, and then put his hand down. The sledgehammer hit the wooden block, destroying it in a few strokes. And he was the first to walk into the final supply point. Oh my, what's going to happen? I'm really looking forward to it. Her cheeks were a little hot, and Ijichi Hongka touched the places where the warmth remained. Mr. Yang Ming will be arrested as a pervert if he does this in neon. Will Miss Ijichi call the police to arrest me? Of course not. Honxia avoided his gaze. Her emotion was overshadowed by another emotion, and the uncomfortable reaction just now disappeared. In the last room, the most eye-catching things are the suitcase and 2 wooden boxes. Sealed transport box for hardworking and studious people. Sealed transport box for hardworking and diligent people. Since we can't search these 2 boxes, do we need to break the seal on the outside first? Honxia touched the suitcase and spoke to Yang Ming. I guess so. He took out a stone axe and broke the outer seal with 4 or 5 strokes, revealing the true appearance of the box. Bookstore box never touched. Labor Day box never touched. Medical supplies never touched. There are some books, Mr. Yang Ming, there are your books. Another skill book has arrived. There's a pile of bullets in this box. Yang Ming listened to Hongxia's mumbling while he started knocking on the bed and curtains with a stone axe. I inexplicably felt the joy of discovering a treasure with my partner. My lovely girlfriend was looking at the treasure and planning how to use it later. After knocking on the bed and curtains, Yang Ming looked at Honxia, who was packing her backpack, and then looked at his hands. Her face feels so good. Not pinched enough. Find opportunities to pinch it more often, ms. Ijichi, there are still supplies here, great. The girl's lively voice made people relax both physically and mentally. He smiled as he watched Honxia walk to the pile of food nearby. And soon the happiness on his face became even brighter. Yang Ming observed this room as the last room in the apartment. It was completely different from other rooms. In addition to these brightly colored boxes of supplies, there was what should be military radio communication equipment on the table, and framed photos of medals hung on the walls. The original resident here must have been a retired soldier. Touching his beardless chin, Yang Ming sighed slightly. Looking at the increasing supplies in her backpack, Ijichi Hongka smiled happily. These things were not only a guarantee of her survival, but also had a very important meaning. These are the results of my hard work with Mr. Yang Ming. The feeling that she was not holding back and was even able to help a little made her happy from the bottom of her heart. Although what she did was not something to be happy about. The gains were very obvious. She was happy about this. Just like receiving her first salary after working. Do collector water dispenser, lots of water. Duffel bag, what's in there, huh? Hongxia's voice stopped abruptly. This sudden strange feeling attracted Yang Ming's attention, and he turned and walked towards Honxia. What happened? She stood there for a moment before coming to her senses. Mr. Yang Ming, look, pistol V1, a basic pistol. Uses 9 ammo, has a ranged damage of 37. 2 and a magazine size of 15, hiss. He took a breath of cold air. Although Honxia was able to find a hunting knife from the sink, her luck in finding it was far superior to his. But this thing, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a Colt 1911 pistol. The brutally low temperature condensed a dense rime on the surface of the gun. The blue layer of this Colt M1911 had faded to the dark blue of the sea at night. The hammer spring guide rod revealed the unique green color of copper oxide, and the base of the barrel was processed with a file to form a serrated anti-slip pattern. This is a real firearm with modern precision technology. I also found bullets. 9mm ammunition, conventional ammunition. Long-range damage 32. 15 rounds, just enough for one magazine. Now your equipment is better than mine. The pistol series benefits from the agility attribute. So this is undoubtedly Honxia's weapon, but I think Mr. Yang Ming is more suitable than me, okay. If you keep trying to shirk my responsibility, I'll pinch your face. What is this? Honxia didn't know what to say for a moment. He actually mentioned what happened just now. She was at a loss for a moment, holding the gun. Chapter 19, Choices After Confirmation. Let's give it to Mr. Yang Ming, after all. He often needs to fight zombies at close range. So it would be best to have a gun to ensure his safety, still. The familiar warmth came to his head again. As far as he could remember. This was the third time he had touched his head. Is it so nice to touch? If possible, I want to keep touching you, Mr. Yang Ming. Well, let's go. We'd better find a place that can be called a shelter. Yang Ming changed the subject, in a sense. Honxia was becoming more and more clear about the boundaries of her relationship with Yang Ming, and was becoming more and more familiar with his personality. Gradually, the two of them no longer needed the polite attitude of ordinary friends. The place has been completely searched, and it is only noon now. The two of them have not consumed much physical energy. At this efficiency, the supplies they harvest will be several times more than what they did alone before. After all, Jennifer's house is some distance away from the town. Although it is safe in order to save time, it is best to find a place to stay directly in the town. Then it won't take too long to have something to eat. Honxia took out a can, too. They collected enough tap water, so each of them drank one of the 2 bottles of water that had been boiled last night. Honxia ate a baked potato and Yang Ming ate a can of pear. Canned pears, eat canned pears to maintain a perfect figure. Food plus 10 health plus 5 water plus 5. At this point, Yang Ming's health finally returned to 100. I suddenly feel a little sleepy after eating. Honxia rubbed her eyes. She was far less physically fit than Yang Ming. Then squint for a bit, Yang Ming took out his sleeping bag, spread it on the ground and pulled Honxia to sit on it. Ijichi Hongka was suddenly pulled to lie down, with her head resting on his legs. That. It's okay, take a rest, there's still plenty of time. That's not what I'm talking about. I can actually take a nap against the wall. But she chose not to say this out loud. Instead, she placed her hands gently on Yang Ming's trouser legs. Here in this world there are only 2 living people, him and I. Although it's just a game, maybe there's still a chance to return to my peaceful daily life. But Mr. Yang Ming wouldn't do anything weird while I'm asleep. Would he? No, at most I'll just pat your head. You can't touch a girl's head. But we are comrades, aren't we? Comrades, humph. Do you really think you're an easy kid to fool? Ijichi Hongka turned her head slightly and could see a smiling face looking down at her. There seemed to be no impurities in those smiling eyes. But Honxia, as a girl who could keenly perceive emotions and atmosphere, had already felt it, the aggression in those eyes. No. It's not such a rude word, it should be more like aggressive. As one of the school beauties, she occasionally receives love letters and boys boldly confess their love to her. How could she not know the meaning of such gazes, Mr. Yang Ming's eyelashes are trembling. Being able to be so close to a beautiful girl. My eyelashes trembling is the smallest reaction I can have. The overly intimate words made Hongxia's ears burn red instantly. Then, Mr. Yang Ming is living here alone. Even if it wasn't me, but another girl who came, it would be the same, but Honxia is special. His breath hitched. This was the first time he called his name. What's so special about it, Mr. Yang Ming? You look like a bad boy who deceives girls. The girl's tone was very questioning, and the hint of testing his attitude in her words made Yang Ming feel warm in his heart. Her ruby eyes sparkled with an inexplicable brilliance. Although they had known each other for a short time, she had indeed established trust with him. If I can trick a girl like Honxia, it would be worth it. The momentum suddenly weakened. The small palm grasped his trouser leg, and Ijichi Hongka no longer dared to turn her head to look at him. My heart was beating so hard it almost jumped out of my throat. Okay, take a break, don't worry, I'm not sleepy. It means that he will watch over you. Am I being too proactive? This is obvious. Looking at the sleeping face of the girl Qiu Jing, Yang Ming thought about the time he had spent with her in the past 2 days. The appearance of Honxia seemed to add color to his world. A person is born into this so-called survival game. He has no invincible cheats. All he can rely on is his will to survive. Fighting and eating are all necessary actions to keep himself alive. But now he has the responsibility on his shoulders. A man's words should carry weight. Human beings should automatically take responsibility for their position. This is an obligation and the standard by which they have always lived. He is not so unreasonable as to force everyone to act according to his ideas. It's just that he feels that way. Although I was only attracted by her looks at first, now I am also attracted by the angelic character hidden in her heart. 154 cm tall. Although it is a little higher than the 150 lowly mother I imagined. The difference is not big. So is there any way to make her my 154 cm white silk lowly mother? Yang Ming's eyes sharpened. He opened the survival game panel and tried to ask. But without exception, all his questions fell on deaf ears and there was no response. Only one question has an answer: after I complete the game. Do I return to my original world? Or to the world where Ijichi Hongka is? All players are in the same world. My heart started beating uncontrollably. Half an hour later she woke up. Ijichi Hongka opened her eyes in confusion. Her gem-like eyes revealing a bewildered look. There were still marks on her face from the young man's trouser legs. After half a minute, she gradually came to her senses. She turned around and met Yang Ming's dark eyes. Ah. What happened? Honxia inexplicably felt that the aggression in the other person's eyes had become even stronger. If the previous part was a hidden part that he was still concerned about, now everything he was thinking about was written on paper. When I realized this, I became more and more nervous. Let's go and find a shelter before nightfall. Even though those creatures may be slow during the day, they become active once night falls. Chapter 20, Choice of Shelter. Yang Ming's timely opening of the conversation eased the awkward atmosphere. Active, run, or even sprint. As the conversation went on, he took the girl's wrist and helped her stand up. After she stood up straight, he considerately smoothed her hair, well, one ring after another. Their movements subconsciously became much closer. Honxia stood there awkwardly, allowing him to help her smooth her delicate hair. Wait for me here. The two walked out of the apartment. Yang Ming jumped on the spot and placed a building block under his feet. What a great use for building blocks. If you're not afraid of heights, you can just go up like this. He stood on the building block and jumped. Taking advantage of the moment, his feet were in the air to throw another one. In addition to consuming some physical energy, this method allows him to directly reach the rooftops of most buildings, where he can observe the surroundings and have a wider field of vision. Time is limited, and he must find a suitable temporary residence as soon as possible. Although I knew before that Mr. Yang Ming was a powerful person. She raised her head and looked at Yang Ming, who had already climbed onto the roof through the building blocks, and couldn't help but sigh again in her heart. He's so awesome, and isn't he afraid of heights? Honxia was already curious about the abilities that Mr. Yang Ming had demonstrated. What kind of things did he do before he came to this world? Could it be the underworld? The scene in the movie where the man in black took out a knife and cut off his fingers suddenly appeared. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Ijichi Hongka shook her head. If it really is a gang-like existence, then his best course of action is to control himself for easier manipulation. Just from the difference in combat power between the two, Honxia feels that he has no room for resistance. What could it be? Yang Ming's legs were shaking, and there were already 5 building blocks under his feet. Normally, humans who have not received professional training would not be afraid of heights unless they have some kind of talent. But in front of Honxia couldn't show any vulnerability. Not even a little bit of fear or worry. If these emotions appeared in himself, it would be difficult for the girl, who already lacked a sense of security, to calm down. And he would not allow such a thing to happen. As a protector, he cannot have any hesitation about fighting, just like a general leading his soldiers to fight the enemy. If the leader shows cowardice, the soldiers behind him will most likely collapse. After observing carefully, he stepped back onto the building blocks, collected his backpack piece by piece, and after landing, he walked out of the fence and headed towards the house he liked. It is a 2-story single-family villa that is not much different from Jennifer's house. Except for the cement floor, the entire house is made of wood. When he arrived at the sealed gate, did not rush to break in, but instead looked around first. At first glance, these buildings either have sealed doors or are surrounded by fences. But if you are willing to look, you will find an obvious path. It's like the building itself comes with a recommended route. Sure enough, although the back door was also sealed, there was a sliding glass door that was open. Home of Jack level 2, it's still level 2. But the interior of a house with this structure will be slightly more difficult than the apartment on the flat road. The reason is simple. They are basically completely indoors this time. And according to his experience in cleaning Jennifer's house, there are many visual blind spots in the rooms of this kind of house. Corners and stairs. And a ferocious creature with bared fangs and claws may suddenly jump out. Let's go if nothing unexpected happens. We will stay here for a while. He is Mr. Yang Ming picking a house to live in. That's not true. Looking at the dim house, Yang Ming suddenly had an idea. Honxia, just wait for me at the door. I'll go and hook the zombies out and fight them. After that, he stuffed several wooden spike traps into her hands and told her to stand still and not move. I'll be right soon. With one foot on the wooden floor, Yang Ming ran quickly around the house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the kitchen. Walking further in was the sealed front door. Turning right was the stairs leading upstairs. Next to the front door were 2 rooms. Holding the iron pipe gun in his hand, he ignored the stairs and rushed directly to the 2 rooms on the first floor. There is a laundry room and a study desk, no dirt. That means everything is on the second floor. He strode forward, almost taking 3 steps in 1 step, and rushed straight to the second floor, which was in the middle of the house and could go left or right. Without any hesitation, he went upstairs and rushed towards the space on his right. In front of him was an open bathroom, and further inside were 2 dilapidated wooden doors, which should be the bedroom. I quickly passed by the bathroom. The space inside was relatively small and there were no zombies. I came to the innermost side of the corridor and looked through the 2 wooden doors. There were 2 monsters lying on the ground. He kicked the door open and smashed the head of the person lying on the ground with the stone hammer. Then he retreated and closed the door considerately. The zombies in the 2 bedrooms howled at the same time. Goosebumps instantly appeared. Having enemies in front of you and behind you are 2 completely different concepts. Even though you are used to fighting, the sound behind you still makes your scalp tingle. It takes time for them to destroy the wooden door. About 5-6 seconds, calculating in his mind, he retreated to the corridor and placed 2 building blocks in the original place to seal the corridor. He quickly walked to the left, where there was an empty space with a TV and a sofa. One door connected to the bathroom, and the other was also a bedroom. Without any hesitation, I opened the door. Roar. No one would pick up on my jokes in this environment, and the only response I got was a disgusting roar. Yang Ming did not linger in the fight and immediately turned back to the stairs. At the same time, the building blocks that had previously blocked his way could no longer hold on. I didn't have time to count them, maybe 7 or 8. What a disgusting mechanism. There are 3 bedrooms in total, and so many dirty things are lurking there. At the same time, he looked up higher as he rushed down the stairs. There is a staircase leading to the 3rd floor, but it is broken. The previous owner of the house must have removed the stairs. Honxia, they're coming. Everything is ready, Mr. Yang Ming, please take cover. After going down to the 1st floor, Yang Ming quickly came to the door and saw the wooden thorn trap that Honxia had set up. He leaned sideways and went outside through the only gap. Honxia also filled the gap at the door. Without the fatty and the helmet brother. They are all small fry. Zombies killed by traps have no experience. So be careful to finish them off. Yang Ming was slightly out of breath. Apart from eating half a portion of barbecue in the morning, he had not drunk any water. His body was dehydrated and his physical recovery speed slowed down. Drink it quickly and try not to let yourself become dehydrated. Honxia took the water handed to her by Yang Ming. And they both gulped it down. Chapter 21 about the distribution of books. Sure enough, this stuff is best drunk only when you're thirsty. Gripping the sledgehammer tightly in his hand, Yang Ming didn't stare at the corridor in the room, but instead focused his attention outside. Behind the two people, it's safe out there, okay? The girl shouted and raised the wooden bow. Standing behind the wooden thorn trap, Honxia aimed at the head of the first zombie. Call out. The arrow shot out of the bow with great force, breaking through the air and splashing blood everywhere. The wooden bow with enhanced attributes could kill ordinary zombies instantly with a high probability based on headshots. The sharp edges of the wooden thorns gleamed coldly in the moonlight. When the third zombie was pierced through the chest, the rotten tendons suddenly made a sound like leather tearing. At the same time, when they lined up and touched the wooden thorn trap, they also entered Yang Ming's attack range. Yang Ming's movement of spinning and swinging the hammer was extremely graceful, bringing the aesthetics of violence and mechanics to the extreme. His body twisted and the hammer struck, and his rotten vocal cords squeezed out a high-frequency scream. As the zombies swarmed in one after another, the wooden spike trap began to creak under the heavy weight. When the seventh zombie was pierced through the chest, one of the logs finally broke with a click, and the crooked spikes formed a dangerous gap. Hongxia's arrow glided past Yang Ming's shoulder, piercing the right eye of the zombie that was about to squeeze through the gap. Level up. You have reached level 5 and have 3 skill points to allocate. The last one, ding. As the heavy hammer fell, Yang Ming heard a strange sound. His eyes were fixed on the zombie corpses piled on the ground. A blood-stained yellow round backpack fell right on top of the corpses. Loot never touched. Don't worry, I'll go up and see if I missed anything. Yang Ming took a deep breath and walked around the house with a sledgehammer. After making sure that all the rooms were free of dirt, he set his sights on the broken staircase on the 3rd floor. He placed the building blocks under his feet and jumped onto the stairs. To prevent possible breakage, he had not yet cancelled the control of the building blocks. It didn't break. It seems that as long as the health value of the building item is not 0, it can maintain its state and will not break directly because of stepping on it. He walked up quickly and found a suitcase and a sealed box in the somewhat narrow space on the 3rd floor, which was equivalent to the space between the wooden roof and the ceiling of the 2nd floor. The light bulb fixed with nails was still emitting a warm light. After confirming that it was safe, he went downstairs. It's safe, Honxia, let's start searching, good Tilda. She seemed to be very interested in plundering. Yang Ming could understand this. Seeing the increasing number of items in his backpack, he felt a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Yang Ming, there are good things in the spoils. Large can of beef, it may not be made from your favorite steak, but it will definitely fill you up. It provides plus 15 food and plus 7 health, shotgun bullets x12. Pistol bullet x20, cloth scraps x3. The whole house is safe. Let's go and see what good things we have, The girl's relaxed and cheerful mood also infected Yang Ming and made him smile. Really? In such a cruel world, he could laugh just by seeing Honxia. Humans are indeed social animals. Not long after, the zombie corpses on the ground disappeared, including the blood and flesh, and the pungent smell in the nose was no longer there. Yang Ming followed Honxia around the house, and from time to time she would hand him the goodies she had found with a smile on her face. Time passed slowly, and the sunset finally appeared in the sky. That's all for today, Honxia. Have you upgraded yet? Well, I'm at level 4 now. I have 3 skill points. Should I put them in archery? Archery is a skill branch of the agility attribute. No, bows and arrows will eventually become obsolete. Compared to firearms, they are really useless, even if we find top-notch crossbows later. He gave his advice. Keep on building agility and level up the gunner. In survival games unless you are very demanding on firearms. As long as you have enough bullets, you will always use firearms in the end. Whether it is a bow and arrow or a top-level compound crossbow. One problem cannot be avoided: the amount of ammunition to be loaded. You have to reload after each shot. For a game where 4 or 5 zombies rush at you at once, it is not reliable unless you can achieve a super realistic level and use the bow and arrow at the same firing rate as a machine gun. Although there are silent effects, this game has some kind of mechanic that forcibly awakens zombies. So the stealth style probably won't be very useful and is also very risky. Just use your gun honestly. It seems that they are not stingy with the bullets. Judging from the conversion ratio of the number of zombies to the search supplies, this game undoubtedly encourages the use of guns. Honxia nodded. Agility 3-1 plus 2, clumsiness is more important than cleverness. Your cleverness is still no match for your clumsiness. Dealing 220 headshot damage, using Baus pistols and daggers also has a 15% chance to dismember zombies. Chinese letter 4-1 plus 3 Chinese letter 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 230 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter 20 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Gunslinger level 1 pea shooter. You are more skilled than the average ranger, and your pistol damage is increased. The kitchen. Laundry room study on the first floor. 3 bedrooms and bathroom on the second floor were all searched, leaving only the supply point on the third floor. Yang Ming waited patiently for Honxia to touch it. If there was something good, he could see it directly from her expression. As for himself, he clicked on 3 skills. Chinese letter 5-1 plus 4 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter 240 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter 25 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Skull Crusher level 3 Crusher. You can smash most things you encounter with one blow, increasing the damage of your sledgehammer and reducing its stamina consumption. Sprayer level 1 Shotgun Drifter. Maybe you're not very good at aiming. Or maybe you prefer to blast your enemies into dust at close range. Regardless, you're no pushover with a shotgun. And your shotgun damage is increased, Mr. Yang Ming. These are all yours. After she finished searching, she trotted over to Yang Ming and placed the items on the ground one by one with high spirits. Shotgun Weekly X4 Forging Guide X3. Hammer Traveler X4 Vehicle Adventure X2 Mr. Yang Ming. How about I study the books on food medicinine pistols, and you study forging and equipment? Okay, as long as we study different books. Hey, this is my book, Family Cooking Weekly X4. Medical Weekly X2 Pistol Magazine X2. Chapter 22 Confession and Bathing Plan. Pistol Pete Volume 4. You are tired of your weapons wearing out too quickly and your 9-bullet weapons are damaging more slowly. And then there are books on rifles and spears. We won't be using them, so let's save them for now. Just in case they come in handy later, it is good. Yang Ming had some plans for these production books that he and Honxia could not use. If your achievement panel can bring you teammates in the future, then these things can directly arm your future teammates. Honxia made a wooden storage box out of wood and stored all the things that she didn't need now in it. Wooden storage box, a storage box. Armor parts, rags, brass iron pipes and rods, glue tape, etc. A series of basic supplies were thrown in. Command then our supplies. When talking about today's harvest, Honxia couldn't help but feel happy. Yesterday they were still worrying about tomorrow's food, but today they have entered a stage of wealth. Tap water X7, canned miso, potato X5, burned meat X2, canned pears, gritty cornmeal. We won't have to fight on an empty stomach tomorrow. The 4 cookbooks have already allowed me to unlock barbecue, autumn kirin tea and black tea with just these 2 plants. I can boil water with these properties and drink it. Honxia quickly built a bonfire and set up the cooking pot. Oh, and this a grill is for grilling. Grits and a bottle of water make cornbread. Let me try making one. Yang Ming felt warm in his heart as he looked at the busy little figure. Okay. Our team's meals will be handed over to the young cook Honxia. Tilde. She proudly puffed out her slightly heaving chest and began researching in her backpack. Speaking of autumn kirin and black tea, Yang Ming handed over a large bunch of goldenrod and chrysanthemums. I picked up a lot of them while cutting wood. I originally just thought they looked nice. But when I collected them, they turned out to be one of the materials. They are the raw materials for black tea and autumn unicorn tea. You actually have it, that's great. Looking at the burning bonfire. This small space under the triangular roof becomes warm. 008 Web, although they gave up the larger second floor. In such a small space, not only is safety guaranteed, but the two can see each other at all times, which quickly increases their sense of security. While waiting for the campfire to cook food, she sorted out the bullets and supplies she had looted today and gave the shotgun bullets to Yang Ming. I have 35 rounds of pistol ammunition, and Mr. Yang Ming has 20. Maybe we can use guns more for fighting tomorrow. It's still not enough, save it. Unless you encounter a situation that can't be solved in a short time with a hammer and a bow. Looking at the girls squatting in front of the campfire, Yang Ming thought for a moment. Why don't you take a bath with water today, eh? 7 bottles of water. Drink 2 bottles tonight and save 2 bottles for tomorrow's battle. That's enough. With our current combat power, we'll gain more tomorrow. There's no need to be so stingy in distributing supplies anymore. Use 3 bottles of water to take a shower. Look at the rag material. When it becomes cloth and enters the backpack, it is actually quite clean. You can wet it and use it to wipe your body. And there's unopened soap in the cabinet under the bathroom sink. As he spoke, he saw the girl becoming more and more moved. Okay then, she looked very happy. It has been 2 days. And he hasn't washed his body properly for 2 whole days. Maybe it's not a big problem for Yang Ming. And he can just bear it. But now that he has decided to make Honxia his white silk lowly mother, he still has to pay attention to his basic image. He didn't want to look greasy. And Honxia naturally didn't want that either. Although water is the key to survival here. Judging from the efficiency of looting, there is no need to worry too much about water for survival. And Yang Ming already has a plan. The 3 foraging guides allowed him to unlock a very important item. But he didn't have enough materials yet. Maybe he could make it tomorrow. At the same time, the weapons of the two were also updated. Stone Hammer V3 melee damage has reached 21.6, which is a significant increase compared to the previous 18. Iron Barrel Shotgun V3 range damage is 8.9. The previous one was 8.1. Honxia also got a weapon besides the wooden bow. A Colt 1911 pistol. If the hit rate is not taken into consideration, the pistol can be used as a weapon for finishing off enemies at close range. And its output efficiency is far higher than any weapon in their hands. Judging from the 2 level 2 houses searched today, the danger level has been fully grasped. Even if the fat man and the helmet brother were to touch Yang Ming's face, he would only be touched twice. If the spike traps and building blocks are used properly, Yang Ming feels that there is a chance to try the 3rd level building. However, it is troublesome not to know the danger level of a building without entering it. And he does not have time to record the indicators of each building one by one. Being radical means working harder and more proactively to upgrade and scavenge for supplies, rather than risking your life. Honxia stared closely at the food and water being prepared in the campfire and was silent for a moment. Mr. Yang Ming, autumn kiln tea and black tea have different properties. I feel that black tea is better. He took the 2 bottles of water handed to him by Honxia. Autumn kirin tea greatly increases the recovery speed of dysentery. Water plus 24, stamina recovery plus 15 cures dysentery. Black tea is an ancient Chinese secret, renowned for its antioxidant properties. Increases hydration by plus 24, stamina recovery by plus 15. And digestion efficiency by plus 15. What does efficient digestion mean? Reduce the speed at which food is reduced. A cold voice came from the survival game panel. It seemed that this was the only answer to this question. He had previously tried to ask questions like why has the world become like this? What exactly does a survival game mean? Are Honxia and I the only players? And is there a chance of resurrection after death? But the panelist never responded. It seems that this is all the information I can get. Honxia took 2 bottles of water and prepared to go downstairs. Yang Ming looked at the girl's back. After a moment, he still felt that he should confess. Honxia, there is something I want to tell you, eh? What is that? Ijichi Hongka became nervous. This atmosphere, coupled with the things he had gradually revealed before. Could it be a confession? Chapter 23 Girl in the Bathroom. I'm sorry. I dragged you into this inexplicable world without your permission. There is nothing to hide about this matter. If there are achievement rewards to be exchanged in the future, then it will definitely not be concealed. Now that you have made a choice in your heart, you must be honest with yourself. He has always demanded this of himself. I have some idea as to why you came to this world. Yang Ming told her everything he knew. Achievement reward exchange airdrop box. Honxia held the water and tilted her head slightly. Why are you apologizing? It's obviously not Yang Ming's fault. She looked down the broken staircase and entered the dim corridor after nightfall. Only a little light from the 3rd floor came through the exit to the 2nd floor, which was dark and eerie. There's absolutely no need to apologize to me, wasn't Mr. Yang Ming also kept in the dark and, judging by the situation, even if the survival game wanted me to participate, we wouldn't be able to resist. Rather, it's a blessing to be able to meet Mr. Yang Ming and play games with you. I can't imagine being left here alone. Honxia chose not to finish her words, but looked at the darkness below. A wave of tenderness arose in his heart. Could this person be an angel transformed into a human? He was clearly prepared to scold himself out of anger, although it was hard for him to imagine that Ijichi Hongka would do such a thing. So that's what you think, does Mr. Yang Ming think I will blame you? Ahahahas. I did have that worry before. So why aren't you coming down yet? Do you want to chat with me for a while? Yang Ming watched Honxia hesitate for a long time before going downstairs. He smelled fear from her slender back. I'm a little scared. Honxia turned around with an expression that looked like she was about to cry. Although girls like cleanliness, she would never dare to stay alone in such an environment. Last night, she ran into Yang Ming's room because she was too scared to be alone. This is completely understandable. Even Yang Ming, who seems to be completely unafraid of zombies, can't help but feel nervous when he is alone in the dark. Then I'll go downstairs with you, in order to prevent the 2nd floor from being invaded by zombies. The door on the 1st floor has long been blocked by building blocks, and the stairs leading to the 2nd floor have also been demolished. The 2nd and 3rd floors are temporary safe areas. Hongxia's face suddenly turned red. She turned around, and Yang Ming clearly saw the melancholy in her beautiful red eyes. He suddenly reacted and his face turned red in an instant. Both doors of the bathroom on the 2nd floor were broken. If both of them were on the 2nd floor, and Honxia was drying herself inside, then I promise I won't peek, really. Ijichi Hongka asked subconsciously, and suddenly found that her worry was a particularly funny question. In her heart she approved of Yang Ming's character. If he was an evil person with ulterior motives, she would not have the opportunity to obtain weapons and supplies. With his fighting ability, he would have the opportunity to take her by force at any time. In front of a tall man who could smash a zombie's head with a sledgehammer and move quickly while holding himself with one hand, Honxia could not think of any way to protect herself. Of course, the sense of security that Honxia can now draw from him comes entirely from the trust that has been built up over the past 2 days of getting along. No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. Honxia reacted and twirled her clothes with her fingers. There's nothing to apologize for. Of course Yang Ming had some thoughts about her, but love is something that requires mutual consent. If you're too impatient, it will instantly make people lose control. What he hoped was that Honxia would agree to him shyly. Not in that way. Thinking of this, Yang Ming took a deep breath. Honxia, just call me Yang Ming from now on. It's a bit weird to keep calling me Mr. Then I admit that I do, yes I like you. And I have fantasized about a future with you. But I'm not the type to take advantage of others in distress. You should know that. Besides, don't you have a pistol in your backpack? If I really had any intentions, you could just hit me in the head twice. I only have 100 health points, so I'd definitely die. After hearing this, Ijichi Hongka didn't know what to say for a moment. Mr. Yang Ming was probably the most straightforward and frank person she had ever met. Is this a confession? Yang Ming looked at the slightly confused eyes, and a soft feeling welled up in his heart. Well, but I don't need you to respond so quickly. You can think about it more. I was thinking of telling you in neon after this game is over. But now the atmosphere is there, and you should be able to see it. I won't hide it anymore just in case. Nothing, let's go, I'll go downstairs with you. Honxia couldn't help but wonder in her heart what he was about to say just now. But she seemed to guess it in the bathroom. Hongxia's fingers clutched the soaked rag, the rustling sound of the fabric rubbing against the tiles being particularly clear in the confined space. Water droplets slid down her slender neck, converging into a trembling silver line at her collarbone. Yang Ming, the broken call was stuck in her throat, and she remembered the pine scent she smelled when she curled up beside him last night. I'm here, don't worry Tilda, it is good. Honxia stood shyly in the bathroom, so shy that the rag in her hand trembled from time to time. She picked up a bottle of water, emptied her hair, and poured herself down from head to toe. Then she tore open the soap and quietly applied it on her body to clean the smoothness of her body. Yang Ming leaned against the outside of the bathroom wall, sweat on his forehead, a young man full of vigor and vitality. In such an extremely quiet environment, could hear clearly not only the occasional sound of water dripping onto the ground, but even the sound of Honxia using soap to move across her body to produce tiny bubbles. After the attribute enhancement, his 5 senses were amplified, listening to these sounds. He imagined the graceful figure of the girl taking a bath and swallowed his saliva. The body temperature rises and the tent is erected. As the soap body slid across the curve of the ribs, Honxia suddenly thought of the afternoon when she fell asleep leaning on his thighs and woke up to see his fiery eyes. Her shoulders were trembling slightly at this moment, with small and cute breasts and slender and smooth legs. Chapter 24, Longing for a Warm Home. The buttocks are firm and Perkithe waist is even slimmer. There is no excess fat on the body, and the figure is very smooth. Just as the soap was now moving along the curves of her body, Honxia thought of how his calloused fingers had pinched her cheek, now making that skin burn again. Honxia suddenly squatted down, her wet hair falling to cover her flushed face. Her fingertips pinching the wet rags touched the bloodstains in the cracks of the floor tiles. I need 2 bottles of water to wash my body. But Yang Ming said only 1 bottle is needed. Then at least leave a clean place for him for a while. This man, whose every thought and idea was about how to survive, would say I want to take a shower for her, A sincere confession. His appearance kept appearing in my mind. We had only known each other for 2 days, but it felt like we had known each other for years. He trusted himself so much that he gave the task of looting to me and was not afraid to hide food and supplies. The looted items were all in the backpack space, and he couldn't check them even if he wanted to. The feeling of being trusted. The last bit of struggle in her eyes disappeared completely, and Ijichi Hongka's gaze was fixed on the JK suit on the building block, including the skirt, socks and lining. There is not enough water to wash clothes, and I still have hair to wash, so I can only choose the one that is closest to my skin to wash. She threw the rag used to clean the floor aside, picked up the remaining half bottle of water, and poured it over her head again. Honxia held the liner in her hand, but she couldn't rinse the foam off her hair. She had been so frugal, but it was still not enough. There was no way to save money. So I took out a bottle of water and poured it on my long golden hair little by little, letting the water wash away the foam, and the body seemed to be left with the scent of citrus. At the same time, the lining was also wet. So she applied soap and rubbed it gently. She always felt weird about wearing other people's clothes. If she followed this idea, she would have to wear this set of clothes for at least a month. Fortunately, there was a campfire so we could dry ourselves out at night. But that also meant we had nothing to wear at night. For example, right now, she has washed her lining. At night, she can only go vacuum after washing the lining. Honxia put these things that she was too shy to show to the opposite sex into the pockets of her skirt. She touched her dripping hair and opened her backpack, only to find that all the rags had been used up. Yang Ming. She subconsciously opened her mouth to call out, but heard a sound of something hitting the wall outside, which scared her. What's wrong, Yang Ming? It's okay, I'm trying to calm myself down. What's wrong? Yang Ming's forehead was pressed against the wall, and the skin on his forehead was red. He was already enduring it with great difficulty. And suddenly he heard the girl's soft call, combined with the sound he just heard. She should be washing clothes. JK, clothes can't be washed. So the only thing he can do is wash the lining or socks. No matter which one it is. It is a treasure that will cause the black flame dragon to explode instantly. Honxia heard the rapid breathing in his voice, and her own breathing also quickened in an instant. I'm out of rags, could you give me some, soon? When the wet rags were passed out from the hole in the door, Honxia's fingers were shaking. She stared at her white fingertips and suddenly realized that she seemed to have become accustomed to his touch. Is enough enough? He wanted to bite his tongue as soon as he said it. The faint red that appeared on the back of Honxia's neck when she lowered her head was brighter than the sunset. That's enough, the girl's crisp voice came. And Yang Ming resisted the urge to turn around and take everything in, and continued to stand against the wall. Her body was still a little wet. Honxia had no choice at this moment, so she put on her sailor suit and zipped up one side of her skirt. He reached out and picked up the white socks with a hole in them, and gently put them on his calves. Not long after, the wooden door was opened and Honxia walked out. I'm fine, go wash up. Her hair was still wet and stuck to her cheeks, and the fragrance of soap lingered on her body somehow. Yang Ming felt that the JK suit had become close-fitting on her. Rags aren't as absorbent as towels, so you might still be a little damp. He looked at the girl with her head down, and suddenly realized that his eyes were too fiery. So he quickly broke off the gaze just in a moment. Yang Ming saw a crease on the chest of the JK suit that he had never seen before. Or a bulge. Sure enough, it was the lining that was washed. Then I'll go wash up. Honxia, you go up and warm yourself by the fire. You won't have to wait for me. His pants had been unable to hold him down since just now, and Yang Ming didn't want her to see him in such an embarrassing state. It is good. Ijichi Hongka put the building blocks under her, went up to the third floor, and came to the front of the bonfire. Her face had not calmed down since she took a shower. She looked down at her slightly wet clothes, thought for a moment, and decided to take them off and dry them in front of the campfire. Brother, I know you long for a warm home, but it's not the right time yet. I'll definitely be able to do it later. Yang Ming looked at his black flame dragon standing tall and could not help but make a witty remark, compared to the delicate bathing process of girls. It is much simpler for boys, however. Honxia reminded herself that even if the clothes could be left unwashed for a few days, she still had to wash her boxer briefs. With only a bottle of water in his hand, he quickly figured out a solution: wet the rag and apply soap to it at the same time, so that he could wet his body and apply soap at the same time. For hair, wet it as well and work it into a lather with a rag. He looked at himself in the mirror and struck a few poses with satisfaction. Although he didn't have those terrifying muscle lines, he was well-proportioned and toned, embodying the beauty of masculinity to the fullest. Abdominal muscles, pectoral muscles, and strong arm muscles. These are not attribute points given to me, but are maintained through continuous training. Then he wet a clean rag and scraped off the soap layer on his body little by little. After a while, Yang Ming walked out of the bathroom refreshed. Honxia is in a vacuum now, right? Oh no. This news is more terrifying than any material crisis. If I am not careful, I will fall into the category of a dangerous person who forces young girls. He considers himself a man of principle. Regardless of his purpose, he was indeed attracted to Honxia and wanted to develop an intimate relationship with her. Of course, there is also the reason that the small head controls the big head. But the love that men have for women has this meaning. After wiping his body with a rag, Yang Ming walked out of the bathroom and went upstairs. He saw the blonde girl curled up in her sleeping bag with her sailor uniform on top of it. She was lying in a corner of the sleeping bag. Very close to the campfire, Chapter 25. Let's begin. If you look closely, you can see something small white on the sailor uniform that you wouldn't want to show to the opposite sex. I don't even want to act anymore. Now it's not just a matter of being in a vacuum, it's... Yang Ming wisely avoided his gaze, gently took out his sleeping bag, and threw himself beside the campfire, roasting his wet hair. The black medium-length hair was combed back. Yang Ming knew that anything he said now would seem strain, so he could only endure the silence. Yang Ming, aren't you going to sleep? After a while, my hair is still wet. Oh. The girl's slightly trembling voice was muffled in the sleeping bag. She was lying face down in the sleeping bag at the moment, not daring to look him in the eye. There's no other way. The lining needs to be dried after washing. Otherwise it won't be dry until tomorrow. And then you'll have to use it vacuum all day. In terms of the severity of the matter, Honxia chose the shame today over the shame tomorrow. The white style, he must have noticed it. Will he feel bad about it? I think Yang Ming's strategy today is too risky. He just shoved the wooden spike trap at me and asked me to set it. He should have discussed it with me more. The girl spoke with a shy and slightly unhappy tone. If you continue to care about me like this, I might not be able to control myself and do something to you. Miss Honxia. Yang Ming was roasting his hair and rejected Honxia's proposal without any adjustment. If you want to survive in this world, you must take a certain amount of risk, as long as it is within your tolerance. After only 2 days together, you're already thinking about doing weird things. Men really are superficial. Honxia blushed at what Yang Ming said, but she remained undeterred and immediately refuted him with confidence. Although it's only been a few days, we've shared life and death together. A level of richness that other couples wouldn't experience even after several years. Judging from the depth of our relationship, Miss Honxia and I are inseparable. The curve of joy on Yang Ming's mouth became more and more obvious. If Miss Honxia wanted to convince him on this point, she was too young. At least in the strategy of attacking the building, he would not give in too much and choose a conservative route. We must upgrade as soon as possible to obtain more supplies. However, the girl's attitude is also very intriguing. After the awkward washing, she did not choose to remain silent, but instead took the initiative to condemn her radical fighting style. Sure enough, compared to the terrible zombies, the pure girl's angelic reaction had a stronger impact on him. Couple or something, Yang Ming. Will you really come find me after you get out of here? A man's words should carry weight. I won't lie to you, Honxia, then. He finally saw the girl's shy and weak expression from among the dazzling golden hair. Then you sleep next to me, okay? I'm scared, so stay close to me, oh. Yang Ming was a little stunned. Doesn't she know that her invitation is playing with fire? I originally thought Yang Ming would wait until we got out before telling me. Ijichi Hongka stuffed herself into her sleeping bag and spoke vaguely. The young man walked closer and looked at the girl who was looking at him. Her shoulders were half exposed. What a stunning scene it would be under the sleeping bag. I don't want to wait until we get out and say this later. After all, life here can't be 100% what we want. I just know that if I don't say something now, I'll be at a huge loss if I can't say it later, that's it. Honxia also understood what he meant. After all, danger always accompanies survival games. Although this is not the time to say discouraging words, there are indeed not many opportunities to say some words or do some things. In that case, Yang Ming, if you want to do anything to me, just start. The girl spoke out tremblingly about her response to Yang Ming. What, Ms. Honxia, I'm a very healthy man. Do you know what your words mean to me? well. Stop talking. Yang Ming rolled over and came right above her sleeping bag. Ijichi Hongka looked at the face that was slowly approaching her with an unprecedented seriousness. Even the breath that hit her cheek was exceptionally hot. I know Yang Ming might not really like me yet. It's just a subconscious choice under these circumstances. Even if it wasn't me but another girl. As long as her personality and appearance are good. It would be hard not to have a good impression of her. Honxia looked at the cheek that was very close to her. And she could see the hesitation in the other person's eyes after he finished speaking. But even so, Mr. Yang Ming is still a very good person. Especially when it comes to taking the initiative to take care of others. I'm a little embarrassed, but it really touches me. What sweet words of love. Yang Ming's desire has dissipated a lot at this moment. Yang Ming's palms were resting on the edge of the sleeping bag. The bonfire cast a swaying shadow on the tent cloth. He could see that each of Hongxia's eyelashes was coated with golden edges by the fire. And the tiny halos were trembling slightly with the frequency of her blinking. So this is how Honxia sees me. The sound of his Adam's apple rolling mixed with the crackling of firewood. So shy, don't stare at me like that. Ijichi Hongka felt particularly shy when he looked at her. And the tenderness in his eyes almost swallowed her up. Although the survival game tied the two people together tightly, Honxia had to admit that if she were still outside, she would still be the drummer and leader of the band. If she met Yang Ming, she would still be attracted to him. He is very proactive and brave. He doesn't hide much in his feelings and is very open and honest. This makes me feel particularly at ease, and I am willing to give myself to him. Honxia is so beautiful. How can we not take a closer look at her, him? I always feel that Mr. Yang Ming is too skilled. Is that what all the girls I've met before would say? It was an obvious test. Honxia had already guessed that this was also his first time experiencing such a dangerous thing. How could that be? Honxia is so cute, how could I have the heart to lie to you? Even if I were to say this to other girls, I wouldn't hide it from Honxia, I knew it, humph tilde. The girl's sweet moan ignited the fire in her heart again. Honxia and Yang Ming had talked before about the achievement system. After all, she appeared here only after Yang Ming exchanged the reward. This inevitably made him guess. Could it be that his plugin was for girls, moreover? He had let Honxia repeat everything he had done before, including making armor made of grass and wood by hand, collecting woodstone and grass, making sledgehammers and stickswood bowstone arrows. Although he didn't know how he triggered the reward settlement on the achievement panel. As long as he followed his previous steps, Honxia should also get the achievement reward. Chapter 26, When the Naive Girl Becomes an Adult. But she didn't. Why doesn't Ijichi Hongka have an achievement panel? Because Ijichi Nijika doesn't have an achievement panel. Yang Ming frowned and asked the panel in a different way. Is it because a certain data does not meet the requirements that the achievement panel cannot be unlocked? Because Ijichi Nijika doesn't have an achievement panel. Then, it means that she doesn't have this thing, only I have it. Does that mean Mr. Yang Ming will definitely get involved with girls? The cute expression on her face with her frowning brows asking questions last night is still vivid in my mind. But no matter what, she is no match for her now. The warmth of his palm was no longer limited to the exposed shoulders and soft arms. Yang Ming carefully felt every inch of the spy's arms, and his movements were extremely gentle, for fear of disturbing this perfect work of art. But it can't be helped. Being caught up in something like this. Perhaps we're all saying goodbye to our previous lives. Honxia suppressed the trembling of her body. It was the first time she was seen and touched by someone other than herself. The intense nervousness made her extremely sensitive. But it's also very heartwarming, at this point. If I continue to endure, I would be worse than an animal. As her face got closer, Yang Ming could clearly count her shy eyelashes, which were long and curved and trembling with shyness. The girl who opened her heart to him instantly radiated a dazzling radiance. Yang Ming looked at Honxia, who seemed fragile, and instinctively moved closer to her. Well, so soft. Her cheek still had the citrus scent of soap on it. The moment he touched Ai could feel the girl shudder. But there was no turning back, the mental fragility. The uneasiness of being in a dangerous world. And being inexplicably thrown into a survival game. Ijichi Honxia was desperate when she learned all this. She is just an ordinary girl. Who is a good student with good character. She lives with her sister and is the leader of a band. Her outstanding skills are cooking, taking care of people, and playing drums. But when she came to this world, everything she had was gone. What was needed here was the will to fight on and the courage to face danger. Honxia has none, only he. The man who scared me when I first met him. Told me everything about this place. Taught me step by step how to survive. And took extra care of myself and protected myself no matter when and where. Honxia, who is good at taking care of others. Had this feeling for the first time. This is a back worth entrusting. As long as he is there, all difficulties will be solved. They will survive and embrace their own future again. And I will truly give him everything. Finally their lips touched each other. Feeling the girl's tense body, Yang Ming lowered himself and put almost all his weight on her. Gu Chu, the pink figures pushed open the gate. And their soft bodies pressed against each other. Dancing gracefully while constantly intertwining and entangled. Making a sizzling sound. Honxia felt like she was about to be eaten whole by him. Yang Ming was like a traveler who had not had water for 3 days. He treated poor little Honxia madly. The girl almost forgot to breathe and was forced to cooperate. He is really strong. Just as Yang Ming's palm sank into the edge of the sleeping bag, Honxia suddenly grabbed his forearm. This man, always fighting his way through hordes of zombies, now felt his arm muscles twitch slightly under the girl's fingertips. The white crescent of her fingernail pressed against his pulsating veins. Like a mute gesture on the edge of a tom-tom drum, ha ha. I'm sorry, does it hurt? Hongxia's voice was breathy. And every syllable she uttered gently tapped his carotid artery. Fortunately, not caring about such a small matter, Yang Ming continued to lean over and kissed passionately. His crazy actions even made Honxia feel a little aggressive. And she hugged his neck with her backhand. Sizzle sizzle. When they tasted the sweetness of kissing for the first time, it suddenly became a battle of mutual attack and competition. Honxia after the long kiss. Yang Ming's hot lips lingered on the hollow of her collarbone. Kissing downwards little by little, with every kiss. He could hear the whimpering deep in Hongxia's throat. Like the cry of a kitten, his heartbeat is so loud. Maybe that's the sound of my own heartbeat. With flushed cheeks and blurry eyes, Honxia watched him take in everything about her. The sleeping bag was flipped down, exposing the tiny baby pigeon, being seen. Could it be very small? Ijichi Hongka covered her face embarrassedly. This was the most painful part of her body, which was only slightly larger than Kita Akuyo's. It's cute even though it's small. Yang Ming pressed it gently, and the moment his palm covered it, he felt a strong sense of softness and happiness. Men, why are you always so fascinated by this place? How does it feel? Does it hurt? He clearly asked the question first, but he didn't stop. Yang Ming's blood was surging all over his body, and his expression became stiff. No, it doesn't hurt, if it doesn't hurt. He leaned over, opened his mouth, and ate the tiny pigeon whole, aha. The voice is melodious and beautiful. Like a nightingale in the early morning. He learned how to rap the red man without any instruction and came to the most critical, untouchable and sacred place. Men always have unusual talents in this kind of thing. But he is the best among them, in his home country, which lacks physiological knowledge. Yang Ming had no way of learning about these things through formal channels. But the development of the internet also provided many opportunities for learning. This is completely different from the indescribable little movie. It needs to be gentle, careful, and rough yet delicate. Ah. That's not allowed, why not? The man's voice was low and aggressive. And Ijichi Hongka could see the fire in his pupils. The zipper of the sleeping bag was unzipped. And a girl wearing only white stockings appeared in his eyes. This is my first time, please be gentle, me too. Honxia bit her fingers and looked down. A ferocious black flame dragon suddenly appeared in that place. She widened her eyes. She had never learned in physiology class that her man's private parts could be so terrifying. This sized it will break, well, how about? Let's forget about it today, we can do it next time. The young man pinched her arm and said at this point. You can't even think about running away, Yang Ming. You are so scary now. It's all because Honxia is so charming, woo. Closer and closer it slid away twice. She closed her eyes nervously and dared not look at it any longer. Like a white rabbit about to be eaten by a gray wolf. Chapter 27 The Girl and the Girl's Sorrow. When the scalding body completely covered her, she discovered that the tense muscles on Yang Ming's back were trembling slightly. This man who could smash a zombie's neck with a sledgehammer was now using all his strength to restrain his instinctive aggression. Don't be afraid, the tip of his nose, which was lightly stained with sweat, pressed against her trembling eyelids and kissed them bit by bit. Finally, bright red flowers bloomed on the inside of the sleeping bag. Yang Ming's little brother found a warm home. Honxia suddenly arched her back. Yang Ming's left hand was clasping her knee, and the thin callus on his palm rubbed against the tender flesh of her thigh, sending a tiny electric current. Wait. It hurts a little. Honxia had just squeezed halfway in when she cried out that she couldn't stand it anymore. A sly smile escaped from the man's throat. Honxia suddenly realized that her decision today might be more dangerous than she had imagined. His teeth scraped across the beads of sweat that formed on her collarbone. Didn't Honxia say that? A hot palm suddenly held the back of her neck. I can start whatever I want to do to you. Are you going to break your promise, him? You just know how to bully me, Honxia whimpered, exploding with pain and piercing wounds. Through her tearful eyes, she saw Yang Ming hugging her tightly. The muscles that had been deeply penetrated by the force woven between them seeping into her body bit by bit. It seems it doesn't hurt that much anymore, aha. The unfinished words were crushed into whimpers by the sudden deep thrusting. Although Honxia has never experienced love herself, she is very popular in the class and often hears classmates she is close to talk about it. What boyfriend is tall and handsome, what skills are good? Originally she had no say at all, but now, if she could return safely, she would have gained some experience. The tearing pain gradually faded away, and was followed by waves of unimaginable joy. It felt like I was a small boat in the stormy sea, and the violent waves around me were almost capsizing me. Woo Yang Ming, it's too intense, no, With her legs held in his hands, Honxia felt like a toy being held in his hands. No matter how she struggled, it was of no avail. Until the moment when Ijichi Hongka was rushed to the point of losing consciousness and almost fainting. When no one noticed, thorn-like lines appeared on the back of Yang Ming's hand. It only lasted for a moment before disappearing. The girl's sobs echoed under the roof and gradually disappeared into the night, until the important places were washed by white. Honxia was able to take a short rest. Ijichi Hongka and Yang Ming both became adults tonight. After it was over, Yang Ming hugged Honxia. He didn't expect that the narrow sleeping bag could actually accommodate two people. My home is on the 5th floor of an apartment building in Shimikitazawa Street. Room 505, my phone number is 1. My school is Shimikitazawa High School, Class 3B. If you can't find my home, come find me at school. Shimikitazawa's Starry Live Huos is my sister's showroom. And you can find me there too, The girl's steady breathing could be heard and as she spoke. The ravaged Honxia fell asleep, that's right. Not to mention that Yang Ming had experience in training before. And now his strength has far exceeded that of ordinary people after reaching 4 points. He has already reached the top level of human beings. It is difficult for Honxia to withstand it with her small body. Rubbing her soft cheeks, Yang Ming discovered in the afternoon that she was very stable after falling asleep. It might also be because of his presence. She would not wake up without some big noise. The girl's fair skin, which was smaller than his, was covered with red marks from being pinched. He was so excited about tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time that his movements seemed a little rough. Thank you for your hard work and good night. He hugged the small body tightly, feeling her warmth. See you tomorrow, the location is neon. Shimikitazawa Street, a music performance hall. In the live house named Fanfic, three girls sat together sadly. The end band is the name of their band. And they are friends of Ijichi Hongka and also teammates in the band. Goto Ichiri Yamada Ryo Kita Kuyo. There's a performance tomorrow. And Honxia is still missing. Each of them was in a bad mental state. With dark circles under their eyes, even Yamada Ryo, who was absent-minded, had his eyes lowered. And it was unknown what he was thinking about that day. Honxia and I agreed to practice a new piece of music. When I entered the practice room with my rice ball, she was gone. Yamada Ryo leaned on the table in a slightly irritated manner. She had even mobilized her parents' power and mobilized the Shimikitazawa Public Security Bureau to conduct a full-scale search. Whether it was the campus or the home, the entire Shimikitazawa was searched thoroughly, but there was no trace of him. How could such a big living person just disappear from the world, bypassing all the surveillance on campus and disappearing in just the blink of an eye? Senior, that's not the problem. The police said there's no such person as Ijichi Hongka. Kita Kuyo. The pure and bright girl also lowered her eyebrows, and her lively expression was gone. I asked all the classmates, and they didn't remember Honxia. They didn't even notice that her desk was so obviously empty. This is so strange. Yamada Ryo covered his forehead and felt that the situation was getting worse and worse. The Manager Zingj doesn't even remember Honxia. Goto Ichiri lowered his head, his whole body sinking into the dark shadows. Ijichi Honxia can be said to be the key to supporting the band. The three of them can be said to rely on Honxia to connect together and forcibly connect the end band into a bond band. But now, the problem is no longer the missing case. The existence of Ijichi Honxia is being forgotten by everyone except them. But they remember it clearly, to Goto Ichiri. He was the angel who pulled her towards the light. To Yamada Ryo, he was the savior who pulled her out of her previous failure. To Kita Akuyo, he was the close friend who forgave her sins. They remember Honxia's every move and will cheer them up before the performance. They will tell Goto Ichiri not to feel too much pressure and to perform well on stage. They will tell Kita Akuyo that she has made great progress recently and they are almost surpassed. They will smile at Yamada Ryo and ask her to pay Goto back as soon as possible. There was silence for a moment, and then Yamada Ryo put his phone on the table. This is a mysterious forum I recently investigated. I tried to show it to my classmates, but they said they could only see a blank and responsive page. But I can see it, can you? Visible, yes, me too. Kita Akuyo and Goto Ichiri nodded repeatedly. Chapter 28, A Peaceful Tomorrow. What appeared before their eyes was the survival game Mutual Help Forum. The first pinned post on the forum is, "Are friends or relatives missing? Have you lost contact with your family? Are those around you forgetting their memories? Here are the answers you need." What the title says is exactly the same as Honxia's situation. Kita Akuyo said in surprise, "Sure enough. Except for the three of us, no one else can see this news." Yamada Ryo verified his idea, survival game. Has Honxia senpai been involved in this incident? Goto Ichiri said worriedly, read the post. Survival games are similar to those in which chosen people participate in a series of supernatural games where their lives are at stake. There are also different types of games. It was rare for Yamada Ryo to show such a serious expression. The game is divided into three categories: doomsday survival, horror survival, and disaster survival. People are sent into these three categories and have to survive according to different worldviews and rules. The people who are sent in are called players, and the players will be forgotten during the game, except for those who come out of the survival game, whose memories will be filled in again. And in this process, only other people chosen by the survival game can possess the player's memories. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point at this moment. Not only does this post reveal the same information as Honxia's, but it also has one thing in common: no one else can see the forum except us. Which means we're also the ones chosen by the survival game. Yamada Ryo was not trying to scare his friends, but hoped that they could truly understand the seriousness of the incident. It is now basically confirmed that Ijichi Hongka has been dragged into this world. And they really can't do anything but wait quietly and hope that she can come back alive. After all, they have no way to actively enter the so-called survival game. Only this post is visible in the forum. And all the posts below are locked. The way to unlock it is to log in to the account. But logging in requires the survival game ID. Only players can have an ID. The 3 of them who have not yet become players cannot unlock the following content. It's okay, just survive. Goto Ichiri suddenly said something shocking. Breaking the silence at the table, Pacha-chan. What are you talking about? This is a survival game. Just the name sounds scary, doomsday terror disaster. It feels like everyone will die easily. Kido Ikuyo said this, that's not what I meant. If it's just about surviving, it should be easy within the scope of a survival game. It shouldn't be that simple. Yamada took a sip of his iced cola. Survival involves scrambling for resources, exploring the environment, responding to threats, and even making moral choices. That's what all the movies I've seen say, in short. The investigation can be suspended for the time being. We can only choose to trust Honxia's ability. I will send you a movie about survival elements soon. You can watch it. The blue-haired girl ended the conversation. They were in no mood to continue the performance, so they canceled it right away. Even if Honxia couldn't come back, the band could disband right away. The disappearance of their best friends and the uncertainty of the survival game are like an invisible mountain pressing down on them. And the girl's emotions gradually plummet to freezing point. 5th day, Ijichi Hongka woke up from the warm embrace. And when she opened her eyes, she saw skin that did not belong to her own. A completely different touch. And a face that made her feel at ease just by looking at it. Yang Ming fell asleep while holding me in his arms. While subconsciously wanting to move her limbs, she felt a deep sense of fatigue on her legs. She recalled the madness of last night. The torrents of lovemaking. It's all Yang Ming's fault for always taking care of me like this. He is sincere and frank. And he is very considerate of my feelings. He is also good-looking. How can I not be moved when I am always protected by such a man? Honxia, you're awake, When did Yang Ming wake up? Just a little earlier than you. Don't touch me anymore, get up quickly. Ijichi Hongka blushed and slapped the man's mischievous hand away. Then stood up to get her clothes. I have a feeling Yang Ming has deceived many girls before. He seemed so skilled at it, the red eyes narrowed. And Yang Ming also noticed that this was an easy question. Oh my tilde Zio Honxia discovered this, well. Her cheeks puffed up quickly. And Ijichi Hongka now looked cute, as if she would be angry if I didn't explain clearly. Yang Ming's heart softened when he saw her. He held her in his arms and rubbed his cheek against hers. The face feels very good and is smooth and tender when touched. It makes people curious, we are all human beings. So why are the beautiful girls' faces different? But Zio Honxia was the only one who was fooled. Other people don't have the blessing to enjoy my care. That's it. Ijichi Hongka is not a girl who would act unreasonably or make a fuss. For her, since she has chosen to give herself completely to Yang Ming, she will naturally become a role like Yamato Nadeshiko. She smiled and snuggled into the man's arms and acted coquettishly for a while. Then reluctantly began to urge him to put on his clothes. There are only 2 bottles of water left. And they must collect supplies as quickly as possible to ensure that they will not fight the zombies when they are weak. To ensure survival, you have to collect supplies. But collecting supplies also causes the supplies themselves to be lost. As expected, allocating and collecting resources is an essential part of survival games. The only water left were 1 portion each of Kilin tea and black tea that were brewed yesterday. As for food, there were canned miso-baked potatoes x5, burnt meat x2 canned pears, and barbecue x2 that Honxia could make with her improved cooking skills. And cornbread made with coarse cornmeal and a bottle of water. Cornbread, a piece of delicious bread. The homemade flavor is enough to cheer you up. Food plus 10, health plus 5, maximum stamina plus 10. This thing uses a bottle of water. But the thing it makes doesn't contain any water. It's a bit of a ripoff, well, but it can be used to make the next level of food. Let's not waste it on this stuff until we have water freedom. Then, I already have a plan for what I want to do today. Yang Ming put on his clothes first, stood in front of the window in the small space with a wooden bow in his hand, observing the situation outside. Chapter 29, a more efficient way to clear the level. Compared to the empty streets yesterday, there are zombies wandering around today, but not many. I'm afraid the zombies in the outside world have some kind of refresh mechanism. There are already many irrationalities in this world, such as the excessive number of zombies in residential areas and the numerical nature of all items. Considering these factors, it would be fine for zombies to have some kind of refresh mechanism. For example, they will not refresh immediately around the player, but will be deployed one by one in the blind spots of vision. Yang Ming bit off the charred meat, thinking that it would be a waste not to eat what he had found, and then handed the cornbread on the campfire to Honxia. Yesterday I studied 2 foraging guides and I unlocked something called a dew collector. I'm not sure how effective it is, but it can at least alleviate our current water shortage. And the inferior material is waste polymer. Yang Ming looked at his crafting skill panel. If he remembered correctly, scrap polymers were not that easy to come by, compared to basic materials such as scraps of cloth and wood that can be found everywhere. This thing usually comes from rubber or plastic products in the scene. For example, trash cans and discarded tires can be knocked down by hitting them with a stone axe. Today we're going to search a house to make sure we find water in the kitchen. Then we're going to find all the rubber and plastic items and knock them off to get the waste polymers. And to see if you can find a bookstore here. He has increasingly understood the importance of books. If the level of his crafting skills cannot be improved, then he will only be able to use stone hammers and iron barrel guns as weapons for the next 30 days. Yang Ming looked at the weapon levels on the production page. The upper limit of the Sledgehammer's hammer travels the world was 75 books, divided into stone and steel, while the upper limit of the shotgun's shotgun weekly was 100 books, divided into 4 levels, the types levels, and qualities of weapons in this game vary greatly, which means that higher level weapons mean easier combat. At the same time, since there are high-level weapons in this game, it also means that the enemies are definitely not just a single type of zombies. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. In fact, you don't have to look for moisture in residential houses. I feel that residential kitchens are more for food. If you can find a place like a bar or a drink shop, yes. I almost forgot about that. Yang Ming slapped his head and realized that this was indeed the case. There are better ways to get water. Come on, we must explore this town more today. I feel like we've only seen the tip of the iceberg here, based on the experience of breaking through 2 level 2 buildings in a row yesterday. Yang Ming confirmed one thing. With their current combat power, they could fight even level 3 buildings. But it was obviously too risky then. Thinking about it the other way around, does it mean that those level 1 buildings are already very easy for them? To verify this idea, he took Honxia along the street and knocked down any trash cans they saw along the way, including some scattered tires. Since there are such materials and requirements in the game, there must be a stable way to obtain them. Yang Ming set his sights on a building that resembled a hotel structure. The Greasy Spoon Green Restaurant, Level 1 Walk. Honxia was still guarding the door. She held a wooden thorn trap in her hand, and would place it at the door the moment Yang Ming retreated if anything went wrong. But then she saw some experience pop up, and in less than 10 minutes Yang Ming came out holding a sledgehammer. Go in and search Tilda so fast. Honxia looked at his proud look and responded with an expression of admiration. It's hard to find a girlfriend who is willing to cooperate with you in your antics even with a lantern. There are only 4 of them, it's too easy. If the number is less than 5, and they don't have special body shapes like Helmet Brother and Fatty, then even in a closed environment, Yang Ming can be said to have crushed them, as usual. Honxia touched the food pile and the beverage cabinet. and he took out a stone axe to knock on the curtains and trash can. As you enter the door, you can see the cashier counter, and then 2 rows of tables for people to eat. Behind the window of the cashier counter is the kitchen, as well as the loot belonging to the first-level building. The wooden box, pistol parts, shotgun parts, iron arrows. Wow, there's water here, it's available here too. Yang Ming, 4 bottles of water will be here soon. The young man nodded, quickly searched the small building, and returned to the street with Honxia. There were mailboxes at the doors of those houses. Yang Ming had seen this thing at Jennifer's house, but he only found paper. But Honxia can search out the books from it in this way. I brought Honxia from the edge of the town to the center of the town. Honxia had already touched more than 10 mailboxes. From her expression, I could tell that she had touched a lot of good things. Until we came to the door of another building. The Crow Residence, Crow Apartment, Level 1. My method is quite effective against low-level buildings. That's because Yang Ming hasn't suffered any loss yet. If you get beaten up by that helmeted guy and the fat guy together in there, you'll be obedient. If a first-level building is this strong, then the game designer might have some problems with his brain. Anyway, just be careful. Got it, Angson, you'll still meet me here, unknowingly. Yang Ming had unlocked the fastest way to pass these low-level buildings. Holding a sledgehammer, he quickly walked through all the rooms and floors of the building. If the enemies could be dealt with, he would do so on the spot. If there were too many of them, he would lead them to the door, where they would be exposed to wooden spike traps or more open environments to kill them. The front and back doors of this apartment are both sealed, which means the real route is actually. Yang Ming looked at the sealed front door and the high slope built with earth. The slope is high enough to climb up to the eaves, and there is a hole on the second floor above the eaves. The normal route of this building is from the second floor down. But this is not efficient. If a group of zombies on the second floor rush out immediately, they will fall down the slope and scatter onto the street. If there are a large number of zombies when you rush to the first floor, you will be blocked by the sealed front and back doors and be forced to fight with your back against the wall. I choose the one with the fastest efficiency. The stone hammer hit the front door that was fixed with wooden boards with such swift force that a big hole was created in the wooden door with just this one blow. The second time, the wooden door collapsed happily. Then I'll go, be careful. Ijichi Hongka also knew that she couldn't persuade him. Although from a conservative point of view, it would be best for 2 people to advance slowly in the building. As long as he could ensure safety, it would indeed save time to lure them all out at once and then search peacefully. Chapter 30, Girls Knee Pillow Service. Go, go, go. The man wearing grass armor and holding a sledgehammer broke into the house violently like a cruel killer in the movie. As soon as he entered the house, he found the person lying on the ground. Without saying a word, hit him with the hammer, and blood splattered everywhere. The living room is right at the entrance, and there is a room on the right. He glanced inside, but there was a blind spot, and in front of him was a guy who was staggering to his feet. Then let's solve the problem in front of us first. The sledgehammer swept across, and the powerful attack blasted the zombie away. Its arm was hammered away, and its body roared and hit the wall behind it. Yang Ming rushed forward with the giant hammer in his hand, using the huge object as a stabbing spear and hitting its head at a terrifying speed. In an instant, the head was squeezed into a bloody mist. Somehow he felt quite good. The blood in his body was boiling, as if adrenaline was rushing through him. The sledgehammer in his hand was almost weightless, and he could use it however he wanted. His excited state allowed him to fully release his inherent aggressiveness in the battle, and those ordinary zombies could not even get close to him. Where does this endless energy come from? From the last small and inconspicuous effect of Skull Crusher, Level 3. Reduce the stamina consumption of the hammer. He was already in a perfect state of being well-fed and well-watered, and the increase in strength and skills made him almost like a warrior on the ancient battlefield, who could kill the invading enemies with just a wave of his weapon. Roar! 3 rotten zombies rushed out of the kitchen, their blackened nails scraping against the tiles with a harsh sound. Yang Ming grinned, gripped the end of the hammer handle with both hands, and swung it upwards diagonally like playing golf. Crack, the first head was hit accurately by the hammer, and the cervical vertebrae made a crisp breaking sound. With the reaction force, Yang Ming turned around and swung the hammer. The stone hammer drew a perfect arc in the air. The second zombie's chest cavity instantly caved in into a bowl shape, and the broken ribs pierced through the back and stabbed into the refrigerator. Just as the third zombie was about to open its mouth, Yang Ming had already leaped into the air, using the dining table as a kick. Sunlight filtered through the broken window, casting a slender silhouette behind him. The grass and wood armor rustled as the stone hammer crashed down with tremendous force. Puff, the rotting body, was bent in half. Its entrails spread out in a dark red fan-shaped pattern on the floor. Yang Ming turned around, stepping on the sticky blood, and found Honxia leaning halfway through the door, holding a half-drawn wooden bow in her hand. "That's too exaggerated," she muttered as she looked at the hammer head that was half an inch embedded in the floor tiles. Yang Ming shook the intestines hanging on the hammer handle, then kicked open the bedroom door. The door panel whistled and slapped the white-haired zombie away, and the old woman's dentures drew a parabola in the air. Behind, Honxia suddenly shouted. The zombie that jumped out of the closet was about to grab Yang Ming's calf when he turned the hammer handle upside down and stabbed it into the top of his head. The stone handle easily penetrated the skull. The zombie remained frozen in place in a biting posture, and dark yellow brain matter dripped along the lines of the hammer handle. That's disgusting." Yang Ming kicked the body aside and caught a glimpse of the family photo on the bedside table. In the frame, a couple was smiling while holding their child. Now the whole family was lying neatly on the floor, if it could still be called lying. "If you're in danger, get out quickly. I'll be there with my pistol to help you out." Hongxia's voice came from the entrance, tilde. The young man responded with a smile. This kind of tacit understanding and care between husband and wife, which is like working together to achieve greater success, filled his body with strength again. The muscles in his arms were covered with hideous, tangled purple veins due to the exertion. Yang Ming did not notice that while he maintained this overexcited state, his body was also responding to him with a certain attitude. The first floor has been cleaned up, and the second floor is still to be cleaned up. Without even thinking twice, he placed a building block under his feet and swung the sledgehammer at the ceiling. Boom! The flying bricks and stones unexpectedly created a vertical passage, and sunlight poured in through the hole on the second floor. Yang Ming stepped on the building blocks and leaped through the gap, before those lying on the ground could get up. Their rotting bodies disintegrated in midair, and the scattered body parts accurately hit the remaining 4 zombies. When the last zombie struggled to get up, the stone hammer was already against its chin. Yang Ming held the hammer handle with one hand and smiled. "Good morning, tilde," with a slight flick of the wrist. Its head exploded like a ripe pumpkin. When Honxia walked in holding the wooden bow, Yang Ming inserted the stone hammer diagonally into the pool of blood, and the grass armor didn't even get much blood stains. Less than 20 minutes, she glanced at Yang Ming. "It's even faster than clearing the restaurant just now. After all, there are more zombies here. Do you want to check your panel? Is there anything unusual?" Hongxia's worries were not entirely unfounded. Yang Ming's current condition was like a beast that had taken drugs. 2 consecutive battles did not make him show any signs of fatigue, only a slightly heavy breathing. "On the contrary, I feel that I'm in the best shape ever. Maybe it's the level of energy that Honxia gave me, tilde." "Ouch, don't mention that," the girl blushed, put away her wooden bow and began to search skillfully. Yang Ming opened his property panel, nothing unusual. Health points, armor, body temperature, except for some water consumed due to battle. If it reaches this level simply because of the hammer's reduced stamina and increased strength, it's really a bit unreasonable. He looked at his arm and could clearly feel his heart beating faster. His whole body was filled with strength. "No. That's not right, my heartbeat is still accelerating." He even felt dizzy, and for a moment he couldn't stand and fell straight down. The mind is screaming in an instant. It seemed as if what was flowing in the blood vessels was no longer blood, but boiling liquid flames. Yang Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and Hongxia's pupils reflected his eyeballs with light golden bloodshot. That was the overactive capillaries bursting under the skin. What happened? Yang Ming saw the girl's expression as she lowered her head and looked concerned about him. From this angle, he seemed to be lying down. Then there is no need to explain the soft touch on the back of the head. This must be the beautiful girl's lap pillow service. Chapter 31, Girl and Bow and Arrow. Oh my Tilda, I didn't expect to enjoy the lap pillow from my dear Honxia Tilda. What time is it? Check yourself quickly. Is there really nothing wrong with your body, really? Believe me, I'm not that kind of male protagonist in a Korean drama who has a terminal illness but still tries to be tough and not tell a girl. PFFT Honxia was finally amused by him. I didn't expect Yang Ming to read that kind of stuff. I've heard a little about it, but I haven't really seen it. He really didn't try to be brave. After waking up, his body was still in good condition. Yang Ming just lay on the girl's beautiful knees and clicked on the character panel to observe carefully. How long have I been unconscious? For a few minutes. I was really scared to death. Apart from a slight decrease in food and water intake, there was no difference. And this was probably due to the loss of physical energy caused by the battle. Don't worry, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Hongxia's cheeks suddenly turned red. Then take a good rest today, don't do anything weird. Oh. That won't do. After the inspection, Yang Ming started to cheat. He turned around with a smile, facing his cheek towards the girl. The tip of his nose touched her belly button through her clothes, and his breath went directly over her skirt and hit her fair and healthy thighs. Suddenly, red marks appeared on Honxia's sensitive skin. Get up quickly. Oh Tilda, I'm exhausted. Tilda, I need Honxia's kiss to get up. Ijichi Hongka looked at him winking and suddenly felt soft-hearted. Okay, the girl gently stroked his hair, caressing his face lightly. All right. Hurry up, I haven't even finished searching the house yet. Well, he stood up with a somersault. And the exhaustion he had just expressed was all a means to win the girl's kiss. The art of judging people and the skill of socializing. What are you saying again that I don't understand? Sorry to have worried you, go loot. I'll knock some supplies off. As a qualified garbage collector. Although it was a pity that he could not collect those delicious supplies by himself. Compared with the difference in luck between himself and the girl, he decisively put his work somewhere else. Double bed can obtain rags and wood, curtains, rags. Trash can waste polymers. Stacked cardboard boxes, paper. Although these materials are inconspicuous, they will definitely be of great use in the future. Not missing any corner of the material. Yang Ming brought Honxia out with a full load. I feel like the quality of the looted items seems to be better. Does this have anything to do with our looting phase? Honxia counted the supplies and looked up at Yang Ming, who was rubbing something with his hands in the backpack space. Yes. The looting stage is linked to the level and the number of days. The higher our level, the better the things we can find. Will the zombies also become stronger? Hongxia's question gave Yang Ming a brief pause. Yes. As a survival game, how to balance the difficulty and the efficiency of material looting is a very difficult balance to solve. If their harvests are getting better and better now, it must mean that the zombies will be strengthened to some extent. For example, fat guys and helmet guys appear more frequently, as well as the mutated zombies commonly seen in novels, movies and TV shows. I'm afraid the question you raise is correct. Otherwise we wouldn't have so many weapon advancement paths. With Yang Ming's current close combat ability, he would not be afraid even if he met Fatty and Helmet Brother again. But the progress of the game will definitely not be too smooth. Yang Ming its iron arrow look. Ijichi Hongka was holding a sharp metal object in her hand, which was the 20 metal arrows looted from the final wooden box of materials in this building. Iron arrows cause much more damage than stone arrows, with a ranged damage of 38 and ignoring armor of 20. Honxia's equipment is getting better and better. I can only use these basic weapons, but it doesn't matter. This is the responsibility a man should bear. But I wanted to give you the pistol, but you didn't want it. No Tilda, how can you steal your lovely girlfriend's things? Honxia found that she could not get any benefit from this shameless man no matter what. His character, to put it simply, he is courageous, responsible and caring. All of which are what makes girls very attracted to him. But on the other hand, he also has a cheerful, nonsensical and abstract side. It's not that I don't like these traits, on the contrary. Honxia thinks that being able to laugh in this world and to create a happy atmosphere is a very remarkable thing. You need more powerful weapons to protect me. The girl responded to his words with a smile. You must be kidding. I don't need powerful weapons to protect Honxia. However, if we can find a few more books, it would be a good idea to have more powerful weapons. Okay, then we need to search 2 more houses. That's right. Yang Ming held Hongxia's little hand and continued walking on the street. The two drank black tea and autumn Kirin tea respectively to replenish their water. As soon as he went out, Yang Ming locked his eyes on a tall church, which was located just opposite the building he had just seen. The iron gate was not locked and opened easily. Inside the overgrown church, there were piles of black and yellow bags with biochemical symbols printed on them. Judging from the shapes of the bags and the flies flying around them, the contents inside must be too unbearable to look at. Hongxia's expression became ugly, but she did not retreat. She had already fought with real zombies, so there was a high probability that she would encounter this situation again in the future. Body Bag 009 Web. It should be the early stage of the Doomsday outbreak. People piled up corpses in the church, but they didn't know that these corpses would become enemies of all life in the future. Yang Ming looked at the body bags without changing his expression, and walked over with a stone axe with a gentle tap. A sickening pop sound was heard, and the body bag disappeared, revealing some more materials in the backpack. Bones, rotten flesh, nitrite. Bones and rotting meat are nothing new, but this nitrite. Nitrite, hey Captain, caveman nitrate has many uses, including making gunpowder. His eyes lit up. Rest in peace. Hongxia ignored Yang Ming's persistence in using these materials. She bent her knees slightly and then leaped upwards with all her might. In Yang Ming's eyes, she almost flew up and landed directly on the church wall that was at least 2.5 meters high. The flying girl drew the wooden bow towards the full moon. Chapter 32 About Prayer. There are 3, learn. Yang Ming walked into the church with a stone hammer in his hand and a fierce smile on his face. Mausoleums, level 1. It turned out to be a mausoleum. But there is not much difference between churches and mausoleums abroad. Pray, he would not pray to God to save him. On the first day he came to this land, he tried to pray, but was chased by zombies until he fell to his knees from exhaustion. At that time he hoped so much that all this was not true, and that God was just playing a harmless joke on him. But soon Yang Ming adjusted his mentality. No one will save himself except myself, call out. The arrow made a sharp sound of breaking through the wind as it flew away from the bow and pierced into the zombie's head. The arrow seemed to carry a terrifying force, and it actually smashed the zombie's head directly, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Good job. Yang Ming walked forward quickly with a sledgehammer in hand and easily smashed the heads of the 2 zombies. The 2 walked around the church in the middle of the mausoleum and found that it was surrounded tightly by wooden boards, except for one place where there seemed to be only hollow wooden boards as a cover. It looks very crispy. Yang Ming weighed the sledgehammer and told Hongxia to step back. Entering any building in this world means risk. Even Yang Ming cannot guarantee what kind of weird things will come out of it. It is always better to be cautious. Boom. The wooden boards collapsed with the sound of hammers, revealing a passage for people to walk into. All that came into view was an empty coffin. The red carpet seemed stained with blood, and candles hung on the supporting pillars were still burning, as if they would never go out. Nothing at all. Hongxia poked her head out from Yang Ming's waist and looked inside. Let me lead the way. Don't underestimate the disgusting power of this game. Yang Ming still implemented his own strategy. Survival games will definitely deliberately disgust players. If the supplies are given very generously, then the disgusting part will exist in the mechanism. This construction isn't difficult, and the exterior is spacious and safe. You can see how I did it and you'll understand. Due to a man's sense of responsibility. Although Yang Ming has been telling Honxia about the disgusting aspects of these mechanisms, she seems not to have fully understood it. Then let her see for herself. Yang Ming gripped the sledgehammer tightly and walked in through the gap created by the knockout. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a roar so close to his ear that it made his hair stand on end. Then he swung the sledgehammer subconsciously. Honxia was standing outside, watching in surprise as the other half of the wooden board was smashed to pieces. And at the same time, half of the zombie's body flew out along with the broken wood. Then there were continuous roars. And Ijichi Hongka watched those things falling from the sky one after another. This is too outrageous. The girl then pulled the bowstring and assisted Yang Ming in launching the attack. These things are actually hidden on the wooden beams in the building, just waiting for the players to enter and rush down. Right, so you have to listen to me. Shouldn't I listen to Yang Ming? Yang Ming was choked by Hongxia's smiling question. After checking that there were no more zombies in the building, he also saw the final supply point. The first level buildings are wooden boxes. The second level buildings are leather suitcases. And I'm starting to wonder what the third and fourth levels are. I still think it's better to take it slow and steady. Pile of bullets, pile of food, wow. There's so much food, in the food pile never touched. Honxia touched the box and spoke as she did so. Have you noticed that there don't seem to be many first-class buildings? Those residences are basically second-class buildings. Yang Ming knocked here and there inside the church and found that the sofa could be knocked away, as well as some scraps of cloth and wood. The candles can also be knocked off and appear to be lighting tools. It seems so. We worked all morning and only found 3 level 1 ones. After Honxia finished touching the things, she cleaned her backpack with satisfaction. Yang Ming discovered something from her expression. She seemed to be more suitable for the title of garbage collector than himself. After a while, the corpse on the ground was brushed away, and it was clean as if nothing had happened. Yang Ming and Honxia sat on the sofa that was specially reserved. He ate 2 baked potatoes, while Honxia held a can of pears and chewed them slowly. It's delicious, this one is sweet. The potatoes are delicious too, but they don't have much seasoning. A sprinkle of salt and pepper would be nice. Can Yang Ming cook? I know a little bit. I'll make it for you when we get out. Tilda, then I'll cook for you. As the sun approaches afternoon, colorful rays of light are reflected through the glass high up in the church. Yang Ming looked at the colors, then at the girl leaning on his shoulder, and suddenly realized that no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it was not half as beautiful as the girl beside him. If I can go back, I will definitely come to you first. Okay, then I'll wait for Yang Ming to find me. Come to think of it, there's been no activity on my achievements panel. Maybe a beautiful girl will drop down from the sky. Yang Ming smiled as he looked at Hongxia's gradually puffing face. Boys always like to tease the girls they like, But one more person would be a little more powerful. Yang Ming was a little confused by Hongxia's reaction. Don't you mind, anyway. Yang Ming is a man with a head full of erotic thoughts. With this convenient function, he will definitely look for girls lavishly. Just like the sex maniacs in the movies, The pervert is actually me, very sexy. Honxia finished the can and nodded. If there are more rewards from the achievement panel in the future, Yang Ming will definitely not ignore them. This is the power you should have. Besides, we have to grab every living force as much as possible to survive. Right, even girls can level up. Once they reach a certain level, they will definitely be able to help. Ijichi Hongka shook her slender white legs and looked at Yang Ming with dazzle. Wouldn't that make you feel uncomfortable? That must be uncomfortable. How can anyone think that having more and more girls around their boyfriend is a comfortable thing? But it can't be helped, even if there are more and more girls around you because of unavoidable reasons. Yang Ming, you are not allowed to stare at them with a lustful expression. Yang Ming was moved by her speech. He was originally worried that Honxia would be angry if the achievement panel continued to airdrop girls to him in the future. But she is so understanding. He even found a reason for himself. This was something he had to do. A way to survive in the survival game, thank you. Chapter 33 Zombie Dog. Humph tilde it's all because Yang Ming is a hopeless man. Yeah, I am indeed a hopeless man, as they spoke sweet words. The two of them inevitably leaned against each other. Their lips and cheeks pressed tightly together. Rubbing against each other, want to get some sleep. No need, I didn't do much today. Looking for a secondary building, There are only 3 first-level buildings along the way. And almost all of them are second level. If you continue to be picky, it will be a waste of time. Nickmodal Nix Motel Level 2010 Web. This place is big enough for us to search. It feels dangerous. Yang Ming and Honxia looked at the 2-story complex motel in front of them. There were 8 rooms on each floor. And 16 rooms in total across 2 floors. Of course, more rooms did not mean a lot of supplies. The greatest value of these rooms was the beds and curtains inside. Rags. The supplies that Yang Ming has always been thinking about can not only be used as a towel to wipe the face and body, but as a material. Its real value lies in Honxia, who has already studied 5 books of medical weekly. 10 rags make 1 bandage. Bandage, a simple piece of cloth used to bandage wounds and stop bleeding. Although it cannot restore any health points, it is still considered medical supplies. If you want to make a first aid bandage that can restore health, you will need aloe vera cream. Yang Ming and Honxia have only picked 7 aloe veras on the road so far. 5 aloe veras can be used to make an aloe vera cream, which is a rare thing. Aloe vera leaf can be used to make healing items. First aid bandage, aloe vera cream can stop bleeding. Help heal wounds, increase health by 30, treat scrapes. And stop bleeding, of course. There was no option for them to search separately. Not to mention that Honxia agreed. He would be the first one to disagree with separating himself and Honxia. The sledgehammer knocked open the first room. And there were no zombies inside, which was a good start. Yang Ming, every room here has an independent bathroom. Does that mean it can produce a lot of water? Then can I do some laundry? I'll help you wash your clothes too, Yang Ming. The process of looting is always joyful. Yang Ming and Honxia chatted with each other in the cheerful atmosphere. For a moment, they forgot that this was a world full of zombies and dangers. Rotten Sports backpack untouched its painkillers. Look, Yang Ming. Painkiller can help you recover from the damage caused by heavy blows. Instantly restore health plus 40, stun resistance plus 100. Treat concussion waiter minus 40, lasts for 3 minutes. It's such a noble way to instantly raise your health. The only things Yang Ming and Honxia had that could restore their health now were food and 2 bundles of first aid bandages they had found from the medical supplies. Moreover, the first aid bandage can only restore 30 health points, and it does so slowly in comparison. The negative effects of water loss can be completely ignored. It is the same as if the medicine does not exist. Just drink water when taking the medicine. While Yang Ming was still shocked by this incredible effect, Honxia kept giving him surprises in every room. Water. Lots of water, repair tools. This one seems to be able to repair second-tier equipment. Coffee, books, beer. Yang Ming look. The girl presented materials that he had never seen before in front of him as if she had discovered treasures. Repair tools can repair handheld and worn items. Beer, a bottle of delicious beer can gain bravado and stamina. But be careful of getting drunk. 300 melee damage, 50 stamina. Stamina recovery plus 40300 critical damage. 100 stun resistance duration 1 minute. Coffee keeps you energetic, providing plus 24 water, plus 20 stamina recovery and plus 5 cold resistance. For 5 minutes. As Honxia's looting efficiency becomes higher and higher, the supplies he can obtain are getting better and better. However, the rewards must be proportional to the effort. The better the supplies, the more difficult the future battles will be. After dealing with the few scattered zombies in the room and corridor, they walked through the motel room to the hotel's front desk. This place was originally for entertaining guests. Guests had to pay and be given keys before entering the room. However, Ming, who had a sledgehammer, completely ignored the key factor and just knocked away anything that blocked his way. It was obvious that the supply point was right at the front desk. Yang Ming took the lead, holding the wooden thorn trap in his hand, and slowly approached according to previous experience. As soon as I step into this place I will, ho ho. Coming. Yang Ming immediately stepped back and placed a wooden spike trap in front of him. But just as the spikes were placed, he heard an extremely piercing growl in his ears, woo-woo. It seemed as if a sound like an old organ was squeezed out from the throat. It was definitely a roar that had never been heard before. By the time Yang Ming saw clearly what the black thing that had left the clumsy zombie far behind was, the distance had already been rapidly shortened. A tall black dog with a highly decayed body was sprinting towards him at an extremely high speed. Could that thing even be called a dog? This seemed doubtful. But Yang Ming immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. It was running so fast that it was about to touch him. The zombie dog's rotten muscle fibers vibrated like strings during the sprint, and a few strands of dark red rotten flesh hung from the exposed ribs on its left abdomen. Every step it took swung out a dense rain of maggots. Before his retreating heels touched the ground, the wooden thorn trap was torn into sawdust by its sharp teeth. Yang Ming. Honxia's screams mixed with the flames came together. Yang Ming held the iron barrel shotgun he had just made last night in his hand and hit the thing almost at face distance. The sound of gunfire seemed to come together with a sense of security. Yang Ming subconsciously activated the backpack space and prepared to take out the sledgehammer to deal with the remaining zombies. But he found that something was wrong. A sharp pain shot through my thigh. The moment the taste of rust exploded between his teeth, Yang Ming heard the crisp sound of cloth and flesh tearing simultaneously from his thigh. The friction sound of the zombie dog's rotting gums scraping against his leg bones reached his nerve endings before the pain even reached him. What? The girl's fully drawn wooden bow began to tremble. At this moment, the zombie dog was positioned right at Yang Ming's thigh. The man staggered backwards due to the force of its charge and bite. Honxia, who was standing right behind Yang Ming, couldn't aim at all. That hurts, asshole. Chapter 34, The Terrifying Ape Erectus. This is how canines attack, relying on ramming and biting to force their prey to lose balance and fall to the ground, followed by madly shaking their heads and biting. But he couldn't fall down. If he fell down and this thing chose to pounce on Honxia. Suddenly, Yang Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His thigh was bitten, but he had to withstand the force and not retreat. He clenched his jaw and the blood vessels in his body expanded violently. It was too late to think at this time, so he simply left it all to his body's instincts. Once the terror upright ape is damaged, its combat effectiveness will be increased to a considerable extent immediately. It's called ferociousness. Yang Ming, get out of the way. Honxia switched to the pistol with trembling hands. Witnessing the man who had always protected her being hurt was a huge shock to her. She could hardly hold the pistol, but she still tried to aim at the zombie dog through the gap between her legs. The violent movements of both made aiming extremely difficult. No need, help me kill the zombies behind me. The man's pupils suddenly contracted into the vertical pupils of a predator. The moment the zombie dog began to shake its head and tear, the roar of the awakening of ancient blood came from under his bulging blue veins. That was the muscle memory of the ancestors of Homo sapiens when they broke the cervical vertebrae of the saber-toothed tiger on the African grasslands. Yang Ming's attention was now entirely on the dark, vicious dog. He subconsciously stepped back to allow his thighs to provide support again. At the same time, he took out a small hunting knife and stabbed it into its throat. The pain made the zombie dog's expression even more ferocious. Woo, this thing was particularly tough. It didn't die even after being sprayed and stabbed. Just when the zombie dog was about to take a second bite. At that extremely close distance, Yang Ming instead raised his knee to block the bloody mouth. Although the muscle fibers are almost all exposed, which makes the zombie dog's upper and lower jaws open and close at a larger angle. It is obvious that the knee connecting the thigh and calf is more powerful and hard. Yang Ming turned his lower limbs, used his knee to block its big mount hand, then pressed it down. With his weight and strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, Yang Ming used his knees to press down on its head. And no matter how the thing struggled, it could not escape. Bang bang! The smell of gunpowder from the pistol passed by his side and hit the zombies that were approaching. Their steps paused and one of them was killed by a headshot. NTMD. Yang Ming cursed in Chinese and twisted the zombie dog's neck with both hands. He would never forget the disgusting feeling of the neck still stained with a little fur and muscle. Use your fingers to exert force. This is a powerful weapon left by our ancestors to future generations. Grip strength. Yang Ming's knuckles made a crisp sound like frying beans. When the zombie dog's cervical vertebrae were squeezed by brute force, the pain in his thigh was like quenched molten steel pouring into his nerves, forging an even purer killing intent, kakaka. The crisp sound of broken bones continued to ring out, and the vicious dog's smelly tongue had already twisted to the side. But Yang Ming would never underestimate this thing's vitality again. Its limbs were still struggling and kicking, pulling at the man's trouser legs, the blood-stained cloth swaying. The dog's head was firmly grasped, and his fingers were like a hydraulic press applying pressure. Die to me. The man relied on the powerful strength of his hands to break the zombie dog's thick neck until the head was completely bent into a strange angle. He stood up again and looked at the group of zombies that had been covered by Honxia's firepower. He stretched out his hand to ask Honxia to stop shooting. And he took out a sledgehammer. It's such a waste for ordinary zombies to eat bullets. Yang Ming's sledgehammer tore through the air. A whimpering sound. The stone hammerhead slammed into the zombie's crown. Honxia saw the skull unfold under the hydraulic pressure, the shattered frontal bone curled up like petals. And the cloudy eyeball under the pressure of the skull catapulted onto the neon sign 3 meters away, exploding like a ripe grape at the motel door. Blast them to death again and return to complete peace. Upgrade. You have reached level 6 and have 3 skill points to allocate. Upgrade. You have reached level 5 and have 3 skill points to allocate. The two of them welcomed their own upgrades. How are you? Honxia immediately came to Yang Ming and looked at the bloody thigh covered with teeth marks. She was so anxious that she almost cried. It's okay, Tilda just put a bandage on it. Bleeding, you are bleeding. Use the first aid kit and bandage to stop the bleeding. Yang Ming looked at his health value, which had dropped to 65, and the bleeding buff that was still rapidly fading. Without hesitation, he took out the bandage and wrapped it around his thigh. Let me help you. Honxia took the bandage he took out, knelt on one knee and bandaged the hideous wound. As the bandage was consumed, the bleeding buff also disappeared. Yang Ming, please check carefully. Is there anything else? No, the bandage is there to stop the bleeding. Don't worry, I'm not going to die yet. Waves of piercing pain came from the torn wound. But he would not let Honxia see his vulnerable appearance. Go and search, there's such a powerful guy. Maybe there's something good. Tilda, is it really okay? Honxia looked at the bandage stained with blood. The worry in her eyes made Yang Ming wonder if he could just pretend to be unable to move. Then she would start to transform into Honxia's mother and take care of him immediately. It's okay, my health is still on the safe line, then. Don't try to be so stubborn. Don't worry, what will you do if I die? Won't you become a widow? What widow? Don't talk nonsense. The girl wiped her moist eyes and walked into the hotel front desk. Coffee machine never touched. Medicine cabinet untouched. Medical supplies storage box. Hopefully I can find more things that can restore health. Honxia thought so in her heart. Judging from the wound on Yang Ming's leg, his health probably dropped a lot. But he just put on a bandage and did not use the first aid bandage that could restore blood. He must be reluctant to use it. Vitamins, aloe vera cream, medical weekly. Then in this suitcase, Honxia Bar's final hope is placed on this thing. According to experience, this item has the highest shipment rate, Yang Ming. Look at this. After checking his current condition, the young man walked towards Honxia and looked at the thing in her hand with an incredible expression. Chapter 35 Water Purifier Modulate was already dusk. And it wouldn't be long before the dangerous night fell. Zombies were more threatening at night. And going out to search at night was definitely not a good choice. It's okay, I can walk on my own. Is Yang Ming looking down on me? Ijichi Hongka stubbornly hung her thin shoulders on his arms. Although she tried her best to pretend that she wanted to help Yang Ming share some of the weight. Due to the height difference, she had no way to share the weight unless he leaned his body on her in a tilted manner. Honxia pursed her lips and glanced at his thigh, her heart tightening again. Then she looked up and saw his half-smile. You clearly said you had a safety plan. But you forgot when the real danger came. The situation at that time didn't allow it. I must be more careful next time. If you tell a lie, you'll swallow 1,000 needles. Wow, that's scary. Are all neon curses this scary? So Yang Ming must keep his word. Okay, I'll listen to you. There was not enough time to search another building. So the two of them simply walked along another street back to the shelter. When they found scattered wandering zombies along the way, Honxia would rush to meet them with her wooden bow in hand, without waiting for Yang Ming to take action. Just wait for me right here. Oh. I never thought that there would be a day when I would be protected. Because he was reluctant to use items that could directly restore his health. Yang Ming slowly recovered his health by eating. The food I found yesterday also includes 4 potatoes plus 5, and a portion of burnt meat plus 5, which can restore a total of 25 health points. His health had reached 85. And Yang Ming found that the bite wounds he had sustained had almost healed, barely affecting his movements. Honxia, there's a mailbox over there, I got it. Then you stand where you are and wait for me to come over. The girl trotted over to search her mailbox, while Yang Ming stood there helplessly. He was still willing to listen to the advice from a beautiful girl with a sweet voice. There's a small canal over there on Yang Ming's side. I'll try it. What if I have diarrhea? Honxia's face turned red. If I have diarrhea, I have diarrhea. She put on a rough mask and carefully checked the equipment and the module that had just been added. Water Purifier Module, you can drink tap water safely. It looks like a filter made of clear plastic. A module refers to an additional component that can be placed in the corresponding equipment, which can be simply understood as an equipment enchantment. Equipment with higher grades and qualities has more equipment module slots. For example, the stone hammer and iron pipe gun that Yang Ming is using now only have 1 slot. And although Hongxia's pistol is only of the 1st grade, it also has 2 module slots. Yang Ming drank the tap water directly with an experimental attitude. Not only did he lose 5 health points, but he also had a chance of diarrhea, however. If the arrival of this module really allows drinking water directly at the water source as literally described, then it will solve the water source problem from the root. Although we have harvested a lot today, including water, there are probably not many first-level buildings left in the town. Moreover, from a long-term perspective, high-level buildings will definitely be more conducive to development. Now they are no longer in trouble because of food. And what is more important is what can directly help their combat effectiveness. Fortunately, searching mailboxes and several buildings today was enough for him to upgrade his equipment. Ijichi Hongka came to the stream by the roadside, scooped up the water that looked relatively clear, closed her eyes and drank it directly. Then she immediately opened the character panel and found that her health points were not damaged and her water content was increasing at a normal rate. Great, you can drink as much as you want. The taste is not as astringent as tap water, but rather extra sweet. Yang Ming, come and drink. The young man stood there and watched the girl drink water vigorously. Then she trotted over to him excitedly, took off the rough and scary mask and handed it to him. The water purifier module is on her mask, it is good. Honxia pulled his arm without hesitation and put one hand around his waist, acting cautiously as if Yang Ming was already an old man. Although being treated as a wounded person was a very painful thing, Yang Ming was actually secretly happy to see how much she valued him. Gyudong, it tastes pretty good. There's something truly amazing about the things that drop from this world. The shadows of the two people were very long under the setting sun. Finally, the thrilling search was over. It seems my previous guess was correct. Being attacked will only result in a loss of health points, not infection with any strange virus. Yang Ming, this is not something to be happy about. Returning to the small space on the third floor of the wooden house, one actually feels a pure sense of security. It turns out that humans also have a sense of territory. You should be more careful next time. And you told me before that keeping a shotgun would be very effective. But I haven't seen you use it. I didn't expect that I couldn't kill the zombie dog at such a close distance. And it got close to me. The so-called keeping a shotgun is the V1 quality gun he used before. Since it only has one bullet capacity. Yang Ming suddenly had an idea. If there are enough shotguns in the backpack, he can exchange them for one after each shot, thus making up for the shortcomings of the weapon with operation. However, the zombie dog was still too fast. When I was bitten, I became distracted and forgot about it. The time it took for the wooden thorn trap to resist it was only seconds. If Yang Ming were to rank the zombies' danger levels, the lowest would be ordinary zombies, followed by the fat guy and the helmeted guy who have high health due to their size. While the zombie dog is much more dangerous than them. It has extremely fast speed and high attack power. And it can cause bleeding in just one blow. Which means there is a high probability of inflicting negative effects through attacks. At the same time, there is another attribute that cannot be ignored, anti-knockover characteristic. Ordinary Zombie 7, the fat guy and the helmeted guy, showed obvious reaction when attacked. Their movement speed slowed down and they became stiff. If it was a sledgehammer, they would have been knocked down in one blow and, if not dead, they would have been crippled. But the dog was only slightly slowed down by my spray gun. And then it pounced on me. If there are other similar animals here that have become zombies, we must be more careful in the future. The one to be careful of is Yang Ming. I've always been very careful. Honxia removed the bandage on his thigh and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that it was almost healed. Just eat anything tonight. I'll have another meal tomorrow morning, which will be enough for me to recover my health. Chapter 36, Equipment Upgrade. That's right. The food is overflowing now, so we can treat it like a blood bag. Then it's time to count the harvest. This can be said to be the only entertainment activity for the two people to pass the time in this doomsday. There is no mobile phone signal, no TV and no computer. And even going out for a walk is not an easy thing. In this environment, the most enjoyable thing is to check the results of a day's hard work. First food tilde when Honxia was mentioned. She didn't feel tired anymore and immediately took out all the supplies she had found today. Chinese letter, 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 X6, Chinese letter, X4, Chinese letter, X5, Chinese letter, X4, Chinese letter, X5, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, X5. Tap water X12, coffee X1. Yang Ming inexplicably felt that Honxia now had two furry ears on her head and a tail growing behind her, which was shaking from side to side excitedly. Next, medical supplies. Aloe vera cream X2, vitamin X3, painkiller beer X2, first aid bandage X2. Finally, our book. Here comes the highlight. Yang Ming was very sure that books were the most important resource in this game. Bar none. As long as he had enough books, he could immediately upgrade his weapons, and even high-end food tools. The Art of Mining Volume 4, unlock the recipe for black belt coffee. Urban Combat Volume 2, unlock the cigar recipe. Shotgun Savior Volume 1, learn how to hit your target. Shotgun damage increased by 10. Shotgun Savior Volume 3, fancy cutting neat when coming, and broken into pieces when leaving, increasing the chance of amputation of the target within 3 meters. Forging Guide X8, Shotgun Weekly X7. Hammer Traveler X7, Fully Armed X5, Vehicle World X5. Explosives Depot. These are all Yang Ming's books. And Honxia, of course, also found her own books. Pistol Pete Volume 1, Aim. The effective shooting distance when using aiming shooting is increased by 20. Pistol Pete Volume 3, Steady Hands. Use the 9 weapon for rapid firing with greater accuracy. Family Cooking Weekly X6 Medical Weekly X5. Pistol Magazine X6 Southern Planting X5. Honxia and Yang Ming studied their own books respectively. And Yang Ming immediately started to work in the backpack space. First, there are 2 very important things that are unlocked by studying the foraging guide. They are dew collector, gradually collect dew. Unfiltered water should be boiled over campfire. Workbench, many advanced crafting recipes require a workbench. This is why he focused on collecting waste polymers today. This stuff can be rubbed with tape and iron pipes to make a dew collector. Although I don't know what the actual collection efficiency of this thing is. It is better to have it than not, moreover. As supplies become more abundant. Washing clothes and body should also be put on the agenda. I can't really live a savage life without taking care of myself. Not to mention Honxia can't stand it. He himself can't stand it either. The workbench is of utmost importance in the future. He and Honxia's advanced weapon status. And even various modules will all be manufactured here. Required materials, wrought iron machine parts tape. Wood, fortunately both of them are qualified junkers. They searched along the way and stuffed everything they came across into their backpacks. Fortunately, the backpacks did not have a weight-bearing system. Otherwise, Yang Ming looked at the basic supplies that filled half of his backpack. From large items like iron and wrought iron and steel to small items like iron pipes. Gasolining paper, everything was available. Carrying all these things, let alone walking, he would be crushed to the ground in an instant. With the idea that these things would be useful in the future. The 2 of them took everything from all the buildings they looted, leaving nothing behind. Finally comes the most exciting moment. Equipment upgrade from Yang Ming. It was precisely because of this plundering attitude that he was able to upgrade directly to the Iron Age. In the crafting skill panel, new weapons shotgun and sledgehammer have been unlocked respectively. Double-barreled shotgun V1 requires shotgun parts. Wrought iron tape and springs. Iron sledgehammer V1 requires wrought ironwood leather. And tape. Next, fully armed is an upgrade of armor equipment. Grass armor V4 unlocked, he immediately made 2 sets. One for himself and one for Honxia. The armor level was previously 32, and now it is 42. An increase of 10 points. Yang Ming and Honxia first put all the materials, parts and unused books that were scattered around on them into the storage box. Looking at the dazzling array of materials inside, which often cost 3 figures, Yang Ming was satisfied and took out the materials he needed. Honxia, do you have any weapons that can be upgraded? No, I'm still at the level of the iron pipe gun. That's strange. You were clearly learning pistol skills. So why are most of the books you search for mine? Yang Ming looked at his crafting skills. According to the annotations on the skill panel, the player's probability of obtaining related skill books would increase if he learned certain skills. Maybe it's because we are of one mind. Honxia suddenly smiled brightly, which made Yang Ming stunned for a while. When did my lovely Honxia start saying such sweet words? HMPH tilde can't I say it? Honxia gave him a nice look with a roll of her eyes. I learned it all from you, well. It's true that a good teacher produces a good student. Yang Ming looked at the dew collector and workbench in his backpack and saw that they had been made. He was going downstairs to find a place to put them. The 3rd floor is very small. And there is no place to put these things, which are quite large. He had been knocking over trash cans and other things all day today. And the materials he collected were enough to make 3 dew collectors. His workbench was placed directly on the left side of the 2nd floor. In the living room with a sofa and a TV. This thing can only be placed outside on the 1st floor. What if some blind zombie comes and breaks it? As the name suggests, the dew collector must be placed outdoors. It looks like an upside-down plastic tent connected to a bucket below to store water. How to collect it if placed indoors? Yang Ming took out a sledgehammer and looked at the wall near the window. His heart made up, boom boom, Yang Ming, what's wrong? Ijichi Hongka was startled by the sudden noise and hurried down from the third floor. She saw Yang Ming smashing the wall with a sledgehammer. And a big hole had been smashed in the wall. It's okay. There's no place to put the dew collector. This thing can only be placed outdoors. I'll fix this house. You scared me. Chapter 37, Decoration and Gentlemen. Honxia turned around and went back to the third floor. She continued to go back to the campfire and carefully studied the food she could now make. Yang Ming took out the building blocks and placed them out from the holes in the wall. According to his idea, a long open space built with building blocks extends outward along the second floor. And many things can be done here in the future. He built it outwards piece by piece. But when he placed it in a line, when he came to the seventh square, the placement of the building blocks suddenly turned into a warning red. What does this mean? Does it mean there's no weight bearing? Yang Ming continued to put in a piece with the idea of giving it a try. Boom, the building blocks collapsed. And Yang Ming retreated hastily, watching the blocks collapse in a straight line that stretched out in a way that defied physics. So there's this kind of system. Then we can't just build infinite bridges in the air like in my world. Then he realized that this system is to prevent players from cheating. If you can't expand outward in a straight line, then find more load-bearing blocks and build it out in a square shape. Soon, a piece of open space appeared out of thin air and floated on the second floor. 011 Web. Yang Ming couldn't help but admire his own thinking. If he were an engineer, he would probably go to jail on his first day in office for dangerous construction. In the future, not only can things like dew collectors be placed here, but if there is a need for farming in the future, they can also be placed here. The perspective comes to Honxia. Aloe vera cream and bandages must be directly synthesized into first aid bandages, which can not only stop bleeding but also restore health points. It is very useful. But the production of aloe vera is not enough at present. I have reached the first stage of reading books on planting. I cannot make aloe vera seeds from aloe vera leaves yet. But I can already rub seeds from Coffeeautumn goldenrod and chrysanthemum. 5 flowers make 1 seed. Chrysanthemum seeds can be sown in farmland. There is a 50% chance of getting a seed when harvested. What a loss. I can boil 5 bottles of water from 5 flowers. And there's only a chance of getting seeds if I plant them. Honxia silently calculated and found that it was a loss for her grandma's family. So the best way is to sow the foraged seeds and... She looked at the skill branch of the strength attribute and found a skill called use local materials. You still can't use your skill points on things like this. You should improve your strength as much as possible. She and Yang Ming agreed on this matter. If you have enough water, then cornbread is the most suitable food right now. Although it will use up a bottle of water. Missing some meat. Honxia recalled that apart from occasionally encountering wandering zombies on the streets, the most common thing they encountered was deer. Their flexible limbs were very agile. The zombies would also attack these deer, but their clumsy movement speed made it impossible for them to catch up. Hunting, maybe you can give it a try. Crisis is the best opportunity to promote people's growth. Honxia, who only played with friends in the archery club once, is not able to hit the target every time now. But he is definitely a qualified archer. She was even becoming proficient in the use of a pistol. She still had the 3 skill points she had upgraded today, and was still struggling with it. Honxia decided to wait for Yang Ming to come up and ask him. 12 bottles of water. Drink 2 bottles tonight and leave 2. 4 bottles for tomorrow. 6 bottles are enough for Yang Ming and I to do some laundry. When it comes to cleaning, I can't help but think of yesterday. The 2 of them were embarrassed at the beginning gingered. And finally, Honxia covered her face, trying to erase the shameful images from her mind. Men are all monsters. Her sister Xingjia's words echoed in her ears. And Honxia had to agree at this moment, but he's still quite a gentleman. He's been so patient and didn't do anything to me. In the end, I was the one who took the initiative. Go away, covering his burning cheeks. His body began to shake subconsciously. What do you mean leave quickly? Ah, nothing, I mean. Zombies get out of here, yes, zombies get out of here. Yang Ming looked at the girl who was obviously not right, but did not ask any more questions. Instead, he invited her downstairs to visit his decoration. So spacious. Right, this is the huge balcony I built for Honxia Tilda. Honxia narrowed her eyes, wondering how this guy could climb up the ladder. In this respect, he is surprisingly similar to Yamada Ryo. They must have a lot in common, and then it's my new weapon. The young man happily took Honxia to the workbench and took out his brand new weapon from it. Double-barreled shotgun, a rusty old double-barreled shotgun. Very suitable for close-range slaughter. With a damage of 11.1 and a magazine of 2. Dark red rust covered the barrel, and the stubby muzzle bore visible burn marks. The wooden stock was covered in fine scratches, its base crudely wrapped with a non-slip rubber pad. The hinges were severely worn, and the trigger guard slightly warped, revealing that this gun had endured countless repetitive reloads and firings. Iron hammer. The iron-cast hammer is very heavy, but very suitable for smashing heads. It deals 32.1 damage. The hammer's head was a matte black gray, its corners rusted with silvery burrs from constant impact. The handle was wrapped in electrical tape, its end bolted to a counterweight, flakes of dried dark matter clung to the hammer's face, and half a broken molar lodged in its groove. The overall effect exuded a sense of simple, rough practicality. Congratulations, Mr. Yang Ming. Your fighting power has increased. Honxia cooperated very well and showed her support. Yang Ming also cooperated very well and pretended to swing the sledgehammer on the spot, until both of them felt it was too silly and laughed out loud. The young man was like a boy who got a new toy, carefully feeling the different feel and weight, his eyes full of satisfaction. The result of my feeling is there is not much difference. It weighs about 10 kg more than a stone hammer, but it is still light for Yang Ming now. Speaking of which, have you considered how to allocate your skill points? The man put away his sledgehammer. No, I was just about to ask you. Let me take a look. Although upgrading is definitely more difficult with each level. After all, the two of them eliminated nearly 3-digit zombies today. Their combat effectiveness is getting stronger and stronger, and the speed of upgrading has not slowed down. Yang Ming made his choice quickly. Strength 6-1 plus 5, strong. You are very strong. And everyone else in the gym is jealous of you. You can deal 250 headshot damage and have a 30% chance of dismemberment. Chapter 38, Fail to protect the important thing. Spray gun level 2, shotgun nomad, sharpening your shotgun skills as a nomad in the wilderness. This increases your shotgun damage. Sprayer level 3, shotgun expert. If there were still a clay pot competition, you would definitely be the champion. Everyone would regard you as the shotgun expert. The shotgun damage is increased and can stun the enemy for 8 seconds. Now that we have a new weapon and the level of the shotgun has caught up with the sledgehammer, then the right thing to do is to level up the shotgun first. Who knows if we have this level of skill today? The zombie dog might be killed with one shot, moreover, due to the limitations of the skill tree. The Skull Crusher's skills are stuck, and he needs to increase his strength before he can continue to use them. But Honxia is much simpler. Chinese letter 5 1 plus 4 Chinese letter 200 40 Chinese letter 25 Chinese letter 6 1 plus 5 Chinese letter 250 Chinese letter 30 Gunner level 2 outlaw. You are gradually becoming famous. Outlaw when your pistol damage is increased. She only needs to invest skill points into agility and gunnery. Parkour skills are enough for now. Honxia, I'll give you this hunting knife, but the sledgehammer and shotgun are both close-range weapons. I really can't use them. You have the agility bonus, which makes them more useful. You can also try to protect yourself in dangerous situations. He suddenly remembered that during the battle with the zombie dog today, he was afraid that the thing would pounce on him and continue to attack Honxia from behind. So he burst out with terrifying power if something like this happens in the future. Honxia doesn't have any melee weapons in her backpack, and her pistol is out of bullets. Then she can only use the hunting knife as a final resistance. Of course, Yang Ming guaranteed with his own life that he would do his best to prevent such a thing from happening. Take it this is the first thing you have looted, okay then. Honxia took the hunting knife and held it in her hand, carefully feeling its weight. Yang Ming has always done this when fighting those bloodthirsty monsters in close combat. You can't be too weak either. Since the night was full of dangers, they had to return to the shelter before dusk. The two of them took inventory of the supplies that needed to be sorted out. And after finishing what needed to be done, they finally came to their personal matters. For example, what Honxia wanted to do yesterday was wash clothes. Yesterday because there was not enough water. I only washed the linen. Honxia was very upset about it. Well, why don't I wash my clothes myself? Wait. Don't take my clothes off, him. Yang Ming, are you doubting that I can't wash it clean? No. Honxia, have you awakened some strange attribute? This is the only set of clothes I can wear. Yang Ming hugged her clothes, looking like a weak and pitiful girl being violated. Again, we've already seen everything we needed to see yesterday. So hurry up, can I still watch it today? Honxia was outmaneuvered and her face turned red and she was speechless. Pervert, hurry up, I have to do the laundry anyway. It is good. Yang Ming took off his clothes neatly and looked at his pants, which were torn by the zombie dogs today, and hesitated. Don't bother with the pants anymore. Go find a pair in the downstairs room and I'll wash them for you. Go quickly. Honxia pushed Yang Ming to find her pants. And then she came to the bathroom on the second floor and placed a building block. The girl slowly took off her sailor suit, held it in her hand and smelled it like a germaphobe. Fortunately, there was no strange smell, although she has been fighting for survival here in fact. Except for Yang Ming. She has hardly consumed much physical energy, whether it is drawing the bow or using the pistol. As a beautiful girl who loves cleanliness, she would never allow herself to appear sloppy. Not to mention that she is now with her lover. I'll take these pants, they're just right. Yang Ming handed over a pair of overalls through the hole in the wooden door. They would be more durable than the previous ones. Oh. When Honxia took it, she found him standing at the hole in the wooden door, staring at her with lustful eyes. What are you doing? The sailor suit had been removed, and she was only wearing the white lining. Didn't you say we could watch it today? Then don't just stand there and stare. That. After Yang Ming left the wooden door, Honxia breathed a sigh of relief. She bent down and took out a wooden bucket from the space under the sink. She had found it yesterday when she was wiping the floor with a wet rag. And she wiped it as well. A bottle of water was poured into the wooden barrel, just enough to soak their clothes. They took out the bath soap, applied it on the clothes to create silky foam, and wrung it out in their hands. Actually, there is a washing machine on the first floor, but Honxia dislikes it. As I was rubbing, I heard footsteps outside. It was Yang Ming. He was carrying the sofa over. After aiming it at the wooden door, he put the sofa down and sat on it, watching Honxia wash clothes with a smile. Hey. If you don't let me stand and watch, then I'll sit and watch. It's really sophistry. Ijichi Hongka thought of her equally shameless friend, Yamada Ryo, who actually owed his friend money and didn't pay it back. It was really outrageous. But Yang Ming is subtly different from her. His actions are completely determined by his subconscious thoughts at the moment. It's hard to put the specific difference into words, but Honxia inexplicably feels that he is completely shameless and has a plan, while Yamada Ryo is more inclined to wander without a plan. How can I wash clothes if you do this? Then you can take a shower first, ha ha ha. Seeing Honxia squatting down with her hands covering her chest in shame and anger, Yang Mingle couldn't close his legs. She had just tried to take off his clothes, and this was his little revenge. But if I continue, she might get angry. Appropriate jokes can be a good way to enhance the intimacy between couples. But everything should be excessive. Don't be angry, I'm leaving. Wait a moment, are you reluctant to let me go? Honxia squatted behind a building block. With only one white arm exposed, give me the lining too. I can rub this while I'm taking a shower later. Give it to me now, okay. Yang Ming took it off with a complicated expression, becoming completely naked, and hid behind the wooden door and handed it to Honxia. In the end, I couldn't even protect my boxer briefs. Sorry, boxer briefs, chapter 39, living with a perv. You're right next to me, but don't look. That's really harsh, okay, tilde. The fact is that she had seen everything she should and shouldn't have seen yesterday. But the girlish heart exists inexplicably, and she would still feel shy because of it. Well, Yang Ming simply liked to look at shy girls. If the type was too unrestrained, might not find it enough. He was no longer teasing Honxia. But it was really inappropriate for him to wander around the shelter naked, as if he was showing off his little brother. I put on the newly made grass armor and it felt a little worn out. Yang Ming came to the dew collector on the platform that had been renovated not long ago. Normally, this kind of device would have to wait until it rains to collect rainwater. Dew collector empty. He noticed that the collection progress bar inside seemed to have risen a little. WC void water storage. It had only been a little over half an hour since he put it down, and it had already risen to this level, even though it hadn't rained yet. This meant that the efficiency of this thing in collecting water was much higher than expected. I guess we'll have some harvest tomorrow morning. If we go out and search, we'll have some when we come back in the evening. Nowadays there is a water purification module. You can just drink as much as you want from the roadside stream before going out. You don't have to worry about water at all. You only need to boil a few bottles of water into tea with special properties to assist in battle. Everything seemed to be going in a good direction. But Yang Ming shuddered. Although the climate here was quite suitable, neither cold nor hot, he still couldn't help shivering at night when he was wearing nothing but a skin-piercing grass armor. Walking into the room, Yang Ming sorted out his thoughts about the zombie dogs he met today and the large zombies he met the day before yesterday. I haven't encountered any large zombies yet, but I guess I will soon as my level increases. Then there are the very important and dangerous ones. The animal-shaped zombies. If it was just a dog, it would be fine. I already have a double-barreled shotgun, so I won't be threatened by it if it dares to get close to me. I will shoot it with 2 shots and send it to hell, but what if? There are other types of zombies. If you encounter a ferocious beast like a bear wolf or wild boar, it would be very dangerous, since this is a game and not absolute reality. With the added data, those animals will be far more threatening than zombies. For example, if their health volume far exceeds that of zombies, and with the ability to resist pushback like zombie dogs, they can easily get close to zombies despite their own damage. There's still not enough firepower. The existence of these problems is that you can't kill those things before they get close. Resisting pushback. Is it because animals move on all fours that they don't have the concept of a knockdown? Tusk, he and Honxia were already cautious enough. But as long as they went out to collect supplies, they would inevitably have to fight those things. And as long as there was a fight, there would be risks. There's no point in thinking too much. At this point, there is only one way to adapt. Going out to explore may not necessarily bring rewards, but it will definitely bring dangers. There was a sound of running water coming from the bathroom. It seemed that Honxia was taking a shower. Should I walk over and take a good look inside? Then play dumb and say I was just wandering around here and accidentally saw some kind of benefit? The man thought about this and began to struggle inside. Honxia was completely unaware of his inner struggle. She untied his lining and poured freshly boiled water over his head just like she did yesterday. The water was still warm after it was boiled, so it wasn't so hard as taking a cold shower. There is much more water today than yesterday, so the girl can enjoy the water washing over her body, which makes her happy. And I also found some scraps of cloth today, so I won't give him any chance to do anything bad. While washing, she suddenly took out a pistol from her backpack and pointed it at a mottled old bloodstain on the wall. She felt too safe when Yang Ming was in front of her. Which is why she did not make the right judgment at the first moment when she was attacked by the zombie dogs today. Instead, she and Yang Ming overtrusted the power of the iron pipe gun. It turns out that we can't let our guard down until we hear the monster's dying whimpers. This concerns the life safety of the man in front of her, Yang Ming. As the main long-range attacker in the team, she couldn't just shoot an arrow occasionally during the battle and kill 1 or 2 zombies and be complacent. Ijichi Hongka realized that there was still a lot she could do. If I had reacted and taken out my pistol the moment Yang Ming pulled out his shotgun. She looked at the bloodstain, put away the pistol, and then switched it out again. If you are aware of this, you can take out the pistol within 0.5 seconds. All you have to do is aim before the pistol appears, and then you can shoot within 1 second. She fired a gun today and used 10 bullets, and the effect was quite good. Facing those ordinary zombies, she already had advanced gunman skills, so even if she didn't get a headshot, she could basically kill one with 2 shots, and a headshot would kill one with 1 shot. The feeling of using a firearm for the first time was surprisingly good. Perhaps because I had previous experience using a wooden bow. Next time I can't just watch from behind. Holding the pistol in both hands, Honxia closed one eye, inhaled, and let the force be held in her abdomen so that her hands could be steadier. After taking back the pistol, Honxia started to clean her body covered in foam again. Although it's not a good thing in this survival game, I have experienced a life that is completely different from before. She rubbed her petite body and carefully wiped off the moisture. Her body was still wet yesterday because she didn't wipe it clean enough. When she came to her own little pigeon, her face turned red for no reason, and she slowed down and wiped it gently until yesterday. She had never felt the importance of this place, but for some reason after experiencing, her body seemed to become more sensitive. Picking up the wrung-out clothes, she held one piece each in front of her, then pushed the door open and found the young man who had moved the sofa back sitting next to the workbench, supporting his head with one hand, looking like a man in deep thought. He was wearing armor made of grass and wood, like a malicious guy invading a girl's boudoir. Hey Tilda, you're done. Yang Ming had no intention of avoiding the issue at all. At least the matter he had just been agonizing about was over, so there was no need to peek around anymore. Well, you go and wash it. Honxia walked sideways in front of Yang Ming, holding up her wet clothes. Go take a shower quickly, okay Tilda. Why do I feel like we've suddenly entered into a cohabitation life? Chapter 40. Sighing will make good luck slip away. Yang Ming took off his grass armor and walked naked into the bathroom, which still had the faint fragrance left by Honxia. We haven't even had a normal relationship yet, and it's come to this. When we get out, I'll compensate her, man taking a bath. Ijichi Hongka returned to the warm 3rd floor. She placed her clothes on the building blocks, close to the bonfire. The temperature of the flames would dry the clothes quickly. Come on. It's already the 6th day, we'll be able to go back soon. She encouraged herself in a cute tone while keeping an eye on the progress of the food being prepared on the campfire. I wonder how they are doing now. Are they worried and anxious? Why? Why are you sighing? Your good luck will slip away. Yang Ming wrapped his head with rags and went to the 3rd floor. It's nothing. Wow, why didn't you block it? When Honxia turned around, she saw a shocking scene. The strange object that swayed left and right with her steps was something she had only seen in the physiology textbook before yesterday. Why is there such a big difference between when it's hard and when it's not? Hey Tilda, it's cold. Did Honxia warm the quilt for me? Yang Ming was particularly self-aware. He walked to Hongxia's sleeping bag without saying anything and got in directly. The familiar body temperature approached her. Honxia used her wet clothes to block the two of them and lowered her flushed cheeks. Tilda, very warm. Honxia is really warm. Yang Ming is so shameless. If I knew what shame was, I wouldn't have blown myself up yesterday. Honxia turned the clothes in her hand over And Yang Ming took advantage of the gap when the clothes were spinning to catch a glimpse of some beautiful scenery that was enough to make the Black Flame Dragon excited. Self-destruction refers to yesterday's confession. Yeah, but that's just who I am, Tilda. Yang Ming lay down directly in the sleeping bag. The spacious sleeping bag suddenly became a little crowded. He hugged Hongxia's petite and soft body. If I must die, I will choose to die without any regrets. Before I die, I want to have a good time. I really don't want to die, hee hee. What are you talking about? When they got into the sleeping bag on the third floor, Honxia felt less shy and let him hug her waist. Although the feeling of the fingers rubbing against her made her feel itchy. Honxia, just leave the clothes to dry on their own. The man's hand slid across her skin, bringing with them an itchy and tingling sensation that gradually accelerated her breathing. The night is still long. Honxia buried her face, not daring to look him in the eye. That's simply not enough. Yang Ming's tone gradually became bewitching. The hot breath he exhaled hit her side, and her body immediately softened seeing this. She could only put her clothes on the building blocks. What, Yang Ming, what are you licking? It's delicious sweet, how is that possible? Tilda, you can't go there, that's the toilet. The girl whimpered and clutched his hair, which still felt a little wet. No. Tilda, my leg is injured today, so can Honxia be on top? What? The girl's eyes were filled with confusion. How to do, come. Yang Ming is a very research-minded guy, and he has spent a lot of time thinking about this kind of thing. After all, compared to feeling good yourself, it is indeed the most satisfying to make the girl show a cute expression of wanting. Not wanting and being shy, that's weird. Honxia held his strong abdominal muscles, tilted her head to the side, and watched it fall in little by little, all of them. What should I do? The girl's awkwardness completely aroused Yang Ming's ferocity, and he pushed upwards with all his strength. Woo-woo. It's too deep, no. The girl's body was naturally full of temptation. Not to mention that Honxia was full of charm in Yang Ming's eyes at this moment. He made her lie on her back, as if she had just taken a shower and was not dry yet. Her fair skin was tightly attached to her golden hair, and through the ups and downs of her hair, you could see childish pigeons flying, but not anymore. Yang Ming gently stroked Hongxia's dancing body. She looked so fragile, but unexpectedly had perfect endurance. Girls' bodies are truly amazing. Rubbing her fingers together, the young and ignorant Honxia, under Yang Ming's sexual teasing, let her nectar flow out with a sizzling sound. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoos, wait a moment, ooh-oh. After a high-pitched scream, Honxia fell weakly on him. How do you feel? The man's voice sounded in her ears, and Honxia could even imagine his face with a smirk through the voice. It feels so numb and tingling, then do it again. Woo. You just know how to bully me. The girl was hugged by Yang Minger, rather captured, and kept twitching. I've gone too far. Yang Ming looked at the girl who had been stimulated to the point of falling asleep, and gently carried her into the sleeping bag. He also touched the clothes on the building blocks, which were almost dry. When I put Honxia into the sleeping bag, I could see her legs were still stretched out and there were white spots on them, because I was afraid that my belly would get bigger. I actually did it outside. No, I have to control myself. Otherwise it will affect tomorrow's activities. Although he said so, his eyes and body instincts reflected his true thoughts. Is this the value of desire for being single for 20 years? Isn't this a bit too much? Hey. Thank you for your hard work, Honxia. Sighing will make your good luck slip away. Good night then, see you tomorrow. Listing comments and rewards it will be on the shelves soon. This is the second book I wrote in Dimension Princess. Speaking of which, the reason why I came here was very simple. I was targeted badly next torso when I came here. I could write freely and write whatever I wanted to write. I have been preparing this novel for a long time, in fact. Weird stories about zoo rules appeared in the previous book, but due to my limited writing skills and talent, I wrote a mess. In the end, it was completely for the sake of asterisk hahaha. But I still wanted to write a novel with horror elements. So I finally chose my favorite game, 7 Days to Die, as the theme. I hope this novice trial field will satisfy everyone. And I am very grateful to the readers who have always supported me. Although some settings have been mixed in, the main theme of horror and survival will not be lost. So don't worry, Tilde. Changing career to become a full-time writer this year is a small attempt to see if I can successfully support myself. Then there is the confirmed fall. Chapter 41, Land of the Walking Dead. In this place full of decay and death, fighting is the only thing you can rely on. There is no escape and no hiding. Chapter 42, Alien Insect Afterbirth Well. I can't help but laugh when I think about how Yang Ming is going to survive with the beautiful girl under the hands of these monsters and demons. It's kind of evil. There will be various posts between copies tilde. Some people say that I am good at daily writing. But of course I can't give up the area I am best at. Then I made a military order: all crimes will be punished, and all suffering will eventually be reunited. This may be different from the main theme of Dimension Princess. But writing a book is like practicing cultivation, and it requires a clear mind. As an author who treats his work seriously, I also ask readers to be kind to the keyboard and not disturb my heart. Regarding the appearance of the heroine, I have really learned my lesson. It is really impossible to arrange the appearance of too many heroines at one time. The last book is the best example. Moreover, I don't like to just leave it alone after the book is finished, which leads to a very lengthy plot. The appearance is just, and it is completely novelized later on. Maybe some readers buy into this. By the way, this time the editor came to me specifically and said that my writing style might not attract as many fans as other works. But I still want to write something different. Although we'll definitely not give up. I can't forget why I came here. 5,000 reward per update. Similarly 50 blades per update. Extra updates under the premise of ensuring 2 updates a day. The author: I have no other skills. But I still have this little bit of integrity so far. The reward has reached 47,112 blades. Which is 15 chapters. You are really awesome. I am not a talented person, but I have been working hard for half a month to finish this extra chapter, which means there will be a super burst of updates next. As for the rest, you guys can just wait and see. Just let me stay up less late. It's already 5 am when I finish typing this. Luckily my hair loss has stabilized with minoxidil. So good night, see you tomorrow. Chapter 43, Mutant's Day. Yang Ming woke up before dawn. He didn't know if it was because he was investing more and more attribute points, but he found that his need for sleep and rest was getting smaller and smaller. My mental and physical strength are getting better and better. It's all good things tilde. He is used to encouraging himself in a cheerful tone, which is optimistic or positive. But this is indeed his usual lifestyle. The girl still had her eyes closed and she hugged herself tightly. Yang Ming could clearly feel the sweet scent on her body and the softness of her skin. Little lazy bum, why don't you get up? I'll find something to do. Yang Ming tiptoed out of the sleeping bag and put on his clothes. He wondered if his survival game was too blissful. It was still dark outside, and the morning breeze was shaking the leaves on the roadside. He just leaned against the window, quietly observing the street. There are more wandering zombies than before, and fat zombies have begun to appear. The difficulty of the game has indeed begun to increase as their level increases. But now it seems that it is far from beyond his acceptable range. As long as it is not a hellish scene with zombie dogs walking all over the ground, he can accept it. After walking out of the 3rd floor and coming to the 2nd floor, Yang Ming's first thing was to check the 3 dew collectors. Yes, one bottle of water has been collected. 3 is 3 bottles. There will be no shortage of water for bathing in the future. He stood on the platform that extended outwards, carefully observing the environment of the surrounding streets. The weather was very good today. Without the thick fog in the early morning, breathing the slightly cool air in the morning, Yang Ming felt refreshed all over, as if he had put on new underwear in the new year. Suddenly, he saw something running on 4 legs. When he looked closely, he found that it was a deer. Deer, good stuff. He checked his backpack and found that the hunting knife had been given to Honxia. So he used a bone knife made from bones. Bone knife, a primitive makeshift weapon that can also be used to dissect animals. He jumped directly from the platform and landed on the grass. He bent his knees to relieve the force and tried his best to avoid making any sound. Yang Ming lowered his body and gradually approached the deer that was still grazing with its head down. He moved along the edge of the building, and the scattered zombies on the asphalt road did not notice him. The wild grass eaten by deer came out from the cracks in the bricks. The deer's ears suddenly turned at a 45-degree angle. Yang Ming immediately held his breath and froze into a statue, until the sound of sparrows pecking at the convenience store sign distracted the animal. A stone kicked by the tip of his boot rolled into the sewer grate. The crisp crash caused the deer's head to suddenly rise. But it was too late. The wind from the iron hammer was faster than any of its senses, and the deer's head was directly hammered away. The bone knife stabbed until the whole deer disappeared. Yang Ming obtained 20 pieces of raw meat and bones, and 2 pieces of animal fat. Animal fat can be eaten raw or used for cooking. Food plus 5 health. The smell of warm blood brought trouble faster than he expected. A zombie in a blue uniform walked out from the corner, its rotten nostrils twitching as it turned towards its prey. Fatty was he a cop in his lifetime? Yang Ming recognized the uniform and slowly approached with a sledgehammer in hand. Even if he was a fat man, he didn't think he could survive 2 hits from his current hands. It looked a little strange. It didn't approach him directly like other zombies. Instead, it stayed where it was after discovering him, leaning its body backward and making disgusting noises. This movement. Yang Ming's heart suddenly became alarmed, fearing that this was the existence he had been worried about. Vomit, the young man's pupils suddenly contracted, and when the fat zombie's abdominal cavity swelled into a strange ball shape, some fluorescent green liquid burst out of its mouth. Yang Ming smelled a pungent odor, similar to the way aqua regia corrodes metal. The slime traced a parabola in midair, its outer membrane reflecting a lustrous, oily green halo in the sunlight. That thing flew out, brushing past his body sure enough. From this unusual movement, he discovered that this thing was just like the mutants in other zombie games. Intelligence update: this is a never-before-seen mutant capable of long-range attacks. Is it exclusive to fat people or exclusive to cops? This guy even brought chemical weapons. When the acid hit the wall of the building behind him, the wooden wall became soft and collapsed like a water-soaked wafer, showing obvious signs of damage. And it's quite powerful. Yang Ming did not rush to act. He carefully observed the fat man's attack until his body leaned back again. Yang Ming quickly moved sideways, vomit. The acid still slanted towards the wall behind. They have the awareness to aim, but due to their slow rate of fire, they will not pose a threat as long as they keep their distance and move sideways. Taking advantage of the moment when the fat man bent over after vomiting, the hammer hit his fat back directly, and Yang Ming clearly heard the crisp sound of the spine. However, did not choose to finish off the opponent, but instead slowly retreated, keeping his distance. It just has an additional skill of spitting acid compared to ordinary zombies or vomit. The zombie's body suddenly began to swell into a ball, and continued to grow in a strange way. Immediately realizing the threat, quickly retreated, running more than 10 meters away from it. The violent explosion lifted up the soft ground within a radius of 2 meters, revealing the soil underneath. Yang Ming hid behind an abandoned vehicle and saw all this through the glassless window. The power of self-detonation at low health is quite strong. What if it kills directly? Looking at the fat man with only the lower half of his body left, Yang Ming was thinking in his heart. Back to the 3rd floor of the shelter. Honxia should be awake by now. Although she chose the agility route, she has upgraded and invested skill points in it, and her body has long been different from that of a normal person. Putting aside other things, just being ravaged by him at night, anyone else would probably not be able to get out of bed the next day. Wake up, sleeping beauty. Good morning, Yang Ming. The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes compared to Yang Ming. She looked more depressed when she woke up, which was very cute. Here, toothbrush. Honxia squinted her eyes and climbed out of the sleeping bag. There were still red marks on her arms from being pinched last night. I just went out and hunted a deer, get some raw meat. And then I encountered a mutant zombie. Yang Ming explained the fat man's skills in detail and told her to be careful. You're out on an adventure again. The girl frowned while brushing her teeth. Chapter 44 7 days, it's a man's responsibility. Give me the meat, I just need some meat to cook. Can you cook already? Yeah, it's good stuff. Honxia nodded and threw the raw meat and eggs into the campfire while still brushing her teeth. Bacon and eggs can quickly fill you up. Food plus 36 health plus 18 maximum endurance limit plus 10. It can be made with 1 egg and 3 pieces of meat. If you have 5 eggs, you can make just 5. Then go out and search after you've eaten your fill. Hongxia's eyes lit up as she looked at this thing whose properties far exceeded any food she had eaten before. You eat it, I'll just eat a can. Yang Ming ate a can of mutton and his health returned to 100. Then I'll eat canned food too. Well, both of them are quite thrifty. The quantity of this thing is limited for now. And it can restore a large amount of health points. So it can be used as half a bandage. I'm planning to try out a 3rd level building. What do you think, Honxia? Well, let's do it this way. Why did you agree so readily today? She was quite worried about the danger yesterday. Because the me of yesterday is completely different from the me of today. Honxia replied with a smile, because I am ready. If she encounters danger again, she won't just scream behind her. Looking at the slightly confused Yang Ming, Honxia made up her mind. Jimmy Timmy's shop, level 3. This was the place Yang Ming had taken a liking to when he passed by yesterday. Through the gaps in the sealed glass, he could see a little bit of the store's displays inside. It was a gun shop next to a beer hall. The 2 shops connected by a crude wooden bridge on the roof. Although according to the setting of this game, you certainly cannot choose directly from the gun cabinet. It would be good if you can find more bullets. If he encounters ordinary zombies, he will definitely use the sledgehammer. Once he finds something unusual, such as a zombie dog or the fat man he subdued in the morning, he will immediately take out his shotgun. Honxia also has a wooden bow and a pistol, so her bullet consumption is greater than his. For the sake of future safety, we must plunder more and better supplies. But plundering these supplies also comes with dangers. Let's go, it is good. The 2 men equipped themselves with grass armor, looked at the 2 shops next to each other, and walked into the beer store on the side. The door of the gun store was a locked iron door with a full 15,000 health points. It is possible to knock it open, but you will miss all the supplies on the way to pass the building. And it is time-consuming and physically demanding. The 2 shops are connected by a wooden bridge on the roof, which seems to indicate that the owners of the 2 shops had cooperated during the Doomsday Crisis. Honxia stopped at the pickup truck in front of the store. Yang Ming, look. Wrench, very suitable for disassembling automobiles, air conditioners, and other mechanical equipment. It is a 2nd-level tool equipment. Dismantling cars and mechanical equipment. Yang Ming looked at the purple pickup truck that had been looted, waved his hand and started to screw it on. The materials are rags iron gasoline. Continue twisting and you will get iron pipe, mechanical parts, spring. Yes, springs are the basic material of all advanced firearms. And iron pipes also have their uses after the iron pipe gun is no longer needed. Yesterday, Honxia found a book called Explosives Library and let Yang Ming unlock a throwing object called Pipe Bomb. He had already made 40 of them at the workbench yesterday. 20 each for himself and Honxia. The power of this thing is still unknown, and it is not clear when it will be needed. It is easy to blow yourself up in a small space when exploring and looting buildings. And there is also time to wait for the fuse to explode. So it will not be that easy to use, unless you are facing a large number of zombies gathered together. Gathering large number. Yang Ming suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The smooth search over the past few days had caused him to overlook one thing. The name of this game is 7 Days to Die. Why 7 Days to Die? And not some other time. Game names usually have their meanings. The core gameplay of a game is usually directly marked in the game name. The meaning of the last kill is very clear. There must be some kind of threat. And aren't the previous 7 days just the right time? Is it the 7th day or 7 days later? What kind of threat will he face? Yang Ming had played similar games before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become familiar with this world so quickly without any information. What is the biggest threat to zombie survival? The lack of supplies and the threat from enemy zombies. Now that Honxia and I have basically achieved a sufficient supply of basic supplies. The threats from zombist environment. And even powerful bosses are the biggest threats. No matter what it is, the core lies in the sense of oppression. Resource consumption pressure and dynamic difficulty balance it brings. Let's go. Yang Ming's expression became serious. If his guess was correct, then he had to prepare in advance. As I said, there is no point in thinking more. Only by waiting until tomorrow will all the mysteries be revealed. There are 3. As soon as Honxia finished speaking, she heard the vibration sound of wooden arrows shooting. In order to save money, she still used stone arrows. Now, because of her increasing attribute points, it was difficult for ordinary zombies to survive a second shot in her hands. Yang Ming was even more decisive. He smashed the zombie's body with a sledgehammer, and it shattered like an explosion. Limbs and heads flew everywhere. When attacking a level 3 building for the first time, it is better not to use the rush-in and hook-out strategy. The internal structure here is very narrow, and it would be very difficult if a fat man suddenly appears behind you and surrounds you. The prerequisite for executing the hook-and-hit tactic is that the difficulty is low enough and the route inside the building is not complicated. After clearing out the zombies, Honxia searched the pile of liquor nearby, while Yang Ming looked at the familiar things next to the empty cold drink cabinet. There is a red vending machine with nothing in it. Next to the left side of the red vending machine, there is another vending machine that is still running. The items inside are completely different from those I have seen before. It's some food, the prices are outrageous too last time. Yang Ming suffered a loss from this thing, and one hammer took away 20 points of his blood. Now he is thinking if he uses some tricks. Can he smash this thing, for example? If you use a shotgun or a tube of explosives, it is impossible for the bullet or explosives to electrocute you. As for the damaged red vending machine next to it, he hit it with a wrench just to give it a try. Springs, mechanical parts, forged steel, wrought iron. In other words, the judgment was correct. When this thing is still operating normally, it is protected by the protection mechanism, and melee attacks will directly cause electric shock. Chapter 45: Beer stores and gun stores. If it is broken, it is considered a mechanical equipment that can be disassembled. Honxia, are you done searching? Well, there are 3 bottles of beer. Then you should retreat first and go out directly. It is good. There were people who were more adept at fighting outside the shelter than her, so she walked out the door obediently. But she was also curious about what Yang Ming was going to do. If you have enough medical supplies, you can just use a sledgehammer to knock this thing down. But unfortunately, there are too few things that can increase your health. But shotgun shells and pipe charges are still sufficient. The recipe for tube charge is grass, iron pipe, gunpowder. The most valuable item is gunpowder, but now with a workbench, nitrite can be rubbed into gunpowder. So there is a way to obtain it. Cha. The fuse was lit with a flick of his finger, and Yang Ming threw it towards the vending machine while he retreated to the door. Boom! When the first tube of explosives exploded in the chassis of the vending machine, the iron shell curled up like a tinfoil box torn open by a giant. Yang Ming approached with a wrench in his hand. The health of the building block would only be displayed when he had a tool in his hand. Vending machine 800/1000. 5 of them can explode without being electrocuted. Then continue. The second bullet was ignited and inserted into the coin slot. After a few seconds, the expanding flames burst out from the retrieval cabin. The third shot, a 4th round. After confirming that the vending machine had only 200 HP, he looked at the vending machine that was slightly damaged and switched to a sledgehammer. Because you're not sure if the explosives will destroy all the supplies that might explode inside. It's better to use melee weapons here. Boom, zzzz. An electric current followed. And Yang Ming clenched his jaw to resist the pain of the current stimulating his flesh. Even though he had experienced many battles and his spirit and will had been tempered, he still lost the ability to think for a short time. 2 seconds later, Yang Ming adjusted to the burning sensation and looked at the vending machine that had disappeared from its original location due to being destroyed. Nothing at all as expected. The game developers will not give players such obvious loopholes. Fortunately, only 4 explosives were wasted. Now that I have a wrench, I can steadily harvest iron rods by dismantling cars. And I still have a reserve of gunpowder, so I don't feel so bad about using it in terms of rarity. Explosives are not as valuable as a plate of bacon and eggs. Is there anything? Nothing. This is just a test of the mechanism. Let's continue exploring. Yang Ming bit the can and slowly recovered his health. Okay. He walked from the beer store's shelves facing customers to the inner door, pushed it open, and at the same time leaned sideways against the door frame so that he and Honxia could observe the internal environment at the same time. There are 2 doors, one of which leads to the bathroom. This road belongs to the warehouse where the store stores goods. Another door is locked with an iron gate. The only way to go is through the broken window of the bathroom. Through the window, I came to the backyard surrounded by wooden fences, and the roar of zombies came from the protruding warehouse. There were 2 of them still inside the broken door of the wooden house. Before they could break out, Honxia had already shot them in the head with 2 shots. Inside the wooden fence, there are still 2 paths to choose from. The beer store's warehouse, and behind the wooden door is the gun store's shooting range. Let's search the beer warehouse first. When taking any route, you need to deal with the surrounding small rooms first. And no one knows if one will suddenly appear. There are piles of liquor of all sizes in the warehouse. Looking at Hongxia's happy expression, you can tell that the harvest is not small. Honxia was looting, and Yang Ming didn't dare to be as careless as he was during the construction. He held the sledgehammer and looked at the shooting range on the other side from the door. The shooting range behind the gun store is very large. He thought that the game designer must have stuffed zombies into this open space. But he couldn't see it yet, due to the fence blocking his view. He could only barely see the targets standing on the shooting range. Yang Ming, there's a ladder here. We can go to the roof of the store from here. Another choice. Take the ground route or the rooftop route. The young man did not hesitate for long and climbed up the ladder with Honxia. He had confirmed from the outside that there was a staircase built on the roof of the 2 shops connecting them. Clearing the roof first would also help observe the situation downstairs. Climbing the ladder and opening the skylight on the top of the warehouse, Yang Ming did not rush upstairs, but instead stuck his head out to look around for. And there was a species I had never seen before. Soldiers wearing bulletproof vests. That green helmet and bulletproof vest look much more defensive than the one he wore before. And the black thing lurking in the corner at the top of the store. Is that a bird from behind? I couldn't quite make out its full appearance, but from its wings and bare neck, I could vaguely tell it was a vulture. It's been confirmed that normal creatures can be attacked by zombies, and the deer are being chased by zombies as food. In other words, this is a zombie vulture. He once again saw the zombie body of an animal. At least 4 and a vulture, an acceptable number. He exerted force with his feet and jumped directly onto the roof. The heavy texture of the iron hammer appeared in his hand. In an instant, roars of zombies came from all directions. His goal was clear. He walked quickly towards the zombie wearing a bulletproof vest and hit him on the head with the iron hammer before he could stand up completely. The helmet was smashed into pieces of iron and his head turned into a pool of blood. The howl that he had never heard of before should have come from the zombie vulture. Yang Ming turned around and took out his shotgun, looking at the huge black bird soaring into the sky. Frowning slightly, it actually chose to take off first and then dive down to attack instead of approaching me directly. The shotgun had a limited range, and he had no idea what to do as he watched the bird soar 10 meters into the air. At the same time, The surrounding zombies have surrounded them. When surrounded, the first thing to do is to make sure that a certain direction around your body is basically safe. Otherwise, you will be attacked from the front and back. And you will inevitably be hit a few times. 3 zombies were flanking the water tank. Yang Ming leaped up from the rusted drain pipe and swung his hammer at the largest one. Its head shattered like fragile glass. The wide range of the attack even affected the zombie that was attacking with it. Taking advantage of the moment when the zombie lost its balance and fell to its knees, he jammed the hammer head into its neck, nearly smashing it into its chest. Hoo-hoo. Yang Ming saw zombies on the roof of the gun shop opposite and were rushing towards him across the wooden bridge. Honxia watched this guy use your pistol. With a backhanded hammer, he smashed the last zombie on the roof. Then Yang Ming strode to the edge of the wooden bridge and guarded it to prevent them from affecting Hongxia's aim. Chapter 46 Zombie Vulture. The vulture kept circling overhead, as if waiting for the right moment to swoop down. And the strange cries it made were really disturbing. Honxia jumped directly from the ground, grabbed a part of the ladders, and then stared at the wall again to gain strength to soar upwards, thus saving the time of climbing the ladder and rushing to the battlefield with a pistol in hand. They had previously discussed how to act in this situation. If Yang Ming used a gun first, Hongxia would have to be ready to draw her gun at any time. If there was only the dull thud of a sledgehammer, then she could choose freely, looking up at the sky. I saw a pitch-black creature with a wingspan of 2 meters. I took a deep breath and held my breath to make my heartbeat less intense. This is the target in the sky she needs to aim. Yang Ming used a sledgehammer to clear the zombies on the wooden bridge while turning his head to pay attention to the situation on Hongxia's side. Bang bang! Flames spurted out of the barrel of the gun as it fired continuously. The first shot missed, but the second shot hit. The zombie vulture screamed as it fell rapidly. Just as the thing approached him, Honxia fired the third shot and the vulture fell. Ding. Loot never touched Honxia, just touched it off. Pistol bullet technology, Planitrot iron. Pretty. Honxia turned around and found Yang Ming standing behind her with a double-barreled shotgun. The zombies on the wooden bridge had been hammered 10 meters away. He wanted to see what Hongxia's shooting level was now. And he also had a second-hand insurance. If Honxia missed the target, she would be shot by the vulture before the creature even got close to her. It's a little harder than shooting zombies on the ground, but it's still acceptable. Hongxia looked at the vulture's corpse, recalling what Yang Ming had done at the time. She followed his example and stabbed it directly with her hunting knife. Rotten fleshbone feather. With the blessing of agility gunner skills, and a series of attributes from the skill book Pistol Pete, Ijichi Hongxia's pistol hit rate has reached a terrifying level. And the damage is also terrifyingly high. Before I knew it, the girl had grown to this point. The loot should be obtained by chance through killing zombies. Well, we've gotten this thing twice. Even though it's not great, it's better than nothing. We walked on the creaking wooden bridge to the roof of the gun shop. From the outside, it looked like the size of 2 shops. Now that the fight had really started, we realized that every space inside was filled with danger. Yang Ming, look over there. Honxia pointed to the edge of the fence at the shooting range below, where there was a dog house, and on the side of the dog house, there lay a pitch-black zombie dog. That means if we had just walked directly to the back of the gun store, we would have been attacked by zombie dogs. Yang Ming thought about it for a moment. If he had to choose between 4 or 5 zombies and a zombie dog, he would rather choose the zombies. The suppressing power of his sledgehammer against zombies has reached the crushing level. But the zombie dog is too fast. If he doesn't kill it in 1 second, he will be bitten. And the main reason why I was bitten yesterday was that I was still setting the trap when the zombie dog rushed over and I was completely unprepared. If it were now, he would be confident that he could smash that thing into pieces. Did you hit it? Yang Ming saw Hongxia already raising her gun and aiming. They were about 15 meters away from the vicious dog. No problem. Looking at the extremely serious and heroic girl, Yang Ming inexplicably felt that her growth was not only reflected in leveling up, and increasing her attribute points. Not only when she faced the vulture just now, but also now when she was aiming at the zombie dog from a distance. She was extremely calm. People don't stay the same. Especially for teenagers in their teens and early 20s, who are in the sensitive period of youth. Anything they experience personally will cause them to undergo a certain transformation. Ijichi Hongka stared at the mechanical sights on the pistol, and clear anger appeared in her red eyes. Yesterday this thing was what killed Yang Ming. He clenched his jaw, pulled the trigger, and flames erupted from Hongxia's hand. The 9mm bullet penetrated the zombie dog's skull and exploded. Woo, instant kill. This is triggering amputation, isn't it? Come to think of it, it seems like every time I do this, I'm triggering amputation. Yang Ming weighed the sledgehammer in his hand, thinking that in every previous attack, he had never cared about the amputation description on the skill point, because the kinetic energy brought by his strength had completely exceeded the endurance of the zombie body. And every blow could break those rotten limbs. Yang Ming is really amazing. Hey, I love to hear more praise. Honxia took down the pistol and looked at Yang Ming. Let's go, okay, the roof of the gun shop. Toolbox never touched. Yang Ming looked at what Honxia handed him. Another wrench. Is this thing a social creature? Then you can keep it and use it. We can dismantle the car on the way. Honxia approached Yang Ming with a wrench and helped him dismantle the solar charging panel nearby. Iron machinery parts, forged steel. It is no illusion that the efficiency of plundering is increasing. With the girl present, Yang Ming hasn't touched anything for a long time. But Honxia is showing him good things more often, which is good news at the same time. The sense of urgency is getting closer and closer. Tomorrow is the 7th day, and he can verify his thoughts. If there is really a crisis every 7 days, then they have to go through at least 4 more. There is a switch on the raised wall on the roof of the gun shop. Switch not activated. Yang Ming pressed the switch, and the sound of a door opening was heard. It looks like the supply point is inside the gun store. Are you ready? Hehe. Why is Yang Ming so cautious today? Because Honxia protected me very well today. Today is your home court. What? I didn't do anything. The two smiled at each other and took out their most trusted weapons at this stage. Since there are indoor and outdoor areas, I might as well go in and check them out first. In such a clear place, Yang Ming can implement his strategy. It is more convenient to deal with these slow-moving guys in an open area. Be careful, I'll pick you up with a pistol. Well, if you hear a shotgun blast, you just set the spike trap. Yang Ming rushed directly into the gun store. Strength not only boosts his attack power, but as the sledgehammer becomes lighter and lighter in his hand, the number of times he can swing it with full strength also increases, which in turn increases his endurance at the same time. The terrifying explosive power brought by absolute strength enables him to move forward at an absolute sprint speed in a short period of time. Chapter 47, A Thick Gun Cabinet. Moreover, the attack speed of this heavy weapon in his hands is comparable to that of a light one-handed weapon. Well, if sledgehammering were a serious competition event, then Yang Ming would probably be able to participate in the Olympics and win glory for the country. Ho ho ho, there are 4 of them, 2 of them are fat. Zombies of special body shapes are almost commonplace. Soldier zombies wearing bulletproof vests are obviously more threatening than this fat guy. The sledgehammer's sharp roar as it broke through the wind resounded in the gun shop's showroom. Yang Ming jumped high by pushing off the floor and soared into the air on top of the display case. The iron hammer head transformed into a scarlet arc of light, blasting a hole the size of a bowl in the beer belly of the first fat zombie. Even the stinking fat couldn't save it, and it fell to the ground with a loud bang. The hammer's shriek through the air became the prelude to death. Yang Ming spun around and swung his hammer, a full moon of blood red, blasting the other fat zombie in 2 from shoulder blade to pelvis. The splattering rotting flesh splattered the bulletproof glass like an abstract painting. The remaining 2 ordinary zombies had no other function except to allow Yang Ming to mechanically launch a 3rd attack. After smashing the zombie into the wall, flesh and bones included, Yang Ming looked at the entire display cabinet covered with his masterpiece and suddenly felt that he might have gone too far. Fortunately, you don't need to touch it with your hands to search. Just think about it when you get close. Honxia, come in and search, come on Tilda. The girl's cheerful voice with a smile always made Yang Ming laugh in the intervals between battles. Little did he know that the reason she could smile was because of him. Wow! This was not the first time Honxia had seen such a tragic scene. She just sighed for a moment and then started her favorite job. Water dispenser, coffee machine, gun rack, military clothing rack, ammunition display cabinet, facility rack. There are police gloves. But the armor level isn't even as high as grass and trees. Let me see. Yang Ming moved closer. Police officer gloves V2, light armor. Real drivers wear gloves. Vehicle fuel consumption is reduced by 4. Light armor level is 8.9. This is a piece of armor with real special properties. It's the first time I've seen it. However, the light armor of rough gloves is 10.7, and the special attributes are not used now. Fuel. Let alone vehicles. They are still relying on their legs to walk, however. As long as he collects enough vehicle adventure, he can quickly create a vehicle. Yang Ming, can you try to install this on the shotgun? The young man thought while taking the things he had just found from Honxia. Barrel extension mod increases damage range. And aiming accuracy but makes hip firing more difficult. No, this is your module, install it. Yang Ming tried it but it didn't work. Okay. Honxia no longer hesitates when faced with good things like before. Yesterday's experience made her understand one thing. The real reason why she had been giving the good things to Yang Ming was that she subconsciously felt that she could not help much in the battle. Yang Ming is the absolute main force in the battle. She has always believed this. So she always feels that it is a loss to give good things to herself. And that they can only play their value in his hands. But he overlooked one thing: no matter how powerful he was still within the scope of human beings. There would be moments when he could not react in time. There would be mistakes. And his combat effectiveness would be affected by attacks. What I can do now is to make up for the moments when he might make mistakes as much as possible. We have plenty of bullets. We can use the guns more often later. Honxia assembled the model onto the pistol, looked at the extended part of the barrel, and stretched out her arm to get used to the changed appearance of the pistol. Pistol damage slightly increased. The process for level 3 construction is much longer than level 2. But it should be quick. Yang Ming looked at the spiral staircase inside the gun shop, which led to the underground. It's the same as always. If there's an emergency, we'll just run out and lure the zombies outside to deal with them. Well, be careful. The two of them walked down the stairs one after the other. What came into view were layers of empty shelves. The iron racks had beds separated into upper and lower levels. Through the gaps between the shelves, they had discovered the supply point coming. As soon as he turned the corner of the spiral staircase, Yang Ming heard the shrill roars of those things. 2 zombies broke out of the closet stand at the same time. They came out one after another from the corner deep in the basement. 3 fat men and 5 ordinary zombies. Looks like there's no need to run. Do you need me to save some bullets? Honxia switched to a wooden bow. Zombies of this level were no longer a threat to Yang Ming. It's better to save some money. I think there will be a big one later. Yang Ming grinned. Not afraid at all. And instead faced those ugly corpses head-on. I hope you can help me upgrade. You have reached level 7 and have 3 skill points to allocate. Upgrade. You have reached level 6 and have 3 skill points to allocate. After the battle in the basement ended, the two looked at the supply point. Medical supplies, bullet pile, bookstore, box, gun cabinet. Until Honxia touched everything she could. She stood on the bloody floor and looked at the 2 big guys worriedly. Reinforced box locked, gun cabinet locked. Locked means that the thing is locked and can only be opened by breaking it open or picking the lock. I guess there's something good in there. Honxia, do you have any lock-picking tools? There are only 2, let me try. As long as you have a lock-picking tool in your backpack, you can automatically consume this item and start reading the bar. If you are lucky enough, you can open it directly, of course. If you are unlucky, you can only break it by brute force. Lockpicking is a skill of the wisdom attribute. I just upgraded so I can click on the next level now. No need. The premise of picking locks is that we have enough lock-picking tools and boxes that need to be opened. Don't waste your skill points on other things before you max out your combat-related skills. Good, oh, it's broken. As he was talking, one of the lock-picking tools broke. There is one more, use it next. Honxia continued to pry open her iron box, while Yang Ming went directly to the huge gun cabinet. The health point is 7,000. Yang Ming took the iron hammer and smashed it down hard, the hard gun cabinet making his palms tremble slightly. But since you are here, you must take away everything here to be considered as having been here. It's open, we've run out of lock-picking tools. Come on, Yang Ming, boom boom boom. The girl's voice gave just the right amount of momentum to the hammer's swing. The recoil force just makes my wrist uncomfortable. Since it won't deduct health, just hit it. After swinging the hammer for about 40 times, Yang Ming finally saw that he had hammered open the door of the gun cabinet. He put down the hammer and let his trembling forearm rest for a while. Chapter 48, Resting Between Looting. Here we go, what good stuff will there be? Honxia was also looking forward to what was hidden in such a sturdy cabinet. What? The girl gave an awkward smile and handed the contents to Yang Ming to see. Iron Sledgehammer V1 Iron Barrel Shotgun V5. Hey, there's still something that can be used. Don't be so disappointed, Honxia handed over a module. Strengthened Grip Module when health is below 50. Restore 1 health point per second. Wood Splitting Module increases damage to wood by 15. It's a slightly subtle thing, but it might save your life. And weapons or equipment equipped with modules will definitely have a slight damage bonus, which is better than nothing. Iron Hammer melee damage increased by 6.4, now 38.5. If I had cleared this building yesterday, I would have saved the materials for making the iron sledgehammer. Now that I've opened this thing, I don't feel happy at all. Or are you looking forward to being able to dual-wield hammers? One in the left hand and one in the right hand in the future. Take a break, Tilda. Honxia asked the young man to sit down and have a rest. Fighting all the zombies in the entire building was not as hard as knocking over a gun cabinet. After eating the canned food and drinking a bottle of water, Yang Ming looked at the reinforced iron box that Honxia had just opened. If all the third-level buildings are filled with this kind of loot, it would be really difficult to deal with them without enough lockpicks. The sledgehammer can now be used, but the stone hammer from yesterday would have taken a while. Yang Ming's words just treated as exercise. Honxia took out the can and opened it with a hunting knife. That being said, consuming too much energy too quickly will accelerate the loss of water and food. I helped Yang Ming open the can, it was canned mutton. I finally ate normal meat today. It's faster than expected, what's the plan next? The supplies at the end of the level mean that the building has been completely cleared and there is no further danger. There is a staircase leading to the ground in the basement, which is tightly sealed by an iron door. Go out and take a look later and if possible, play another level 3. Although canned mutton has a monotonous taste and the texture of the meat is not very good, it is still much better than burnt meat. Honxia ate in small bites, and the feeling of fullness gradually made her feel cheerful. She glanced at the young man sitting next to her, his handsome face with a slightly furrowed brow. When she thought about it carefully, she realized that he was not as active as before. Yang Ming seems to have something on his mind. Can you tell me about it? I really can't hide it from you. Yang Ming did not hide anything and told Honxia his inference about the 7 days to die. Is that so? I don't play games very often, so I haven't thought about it in this way. But isn't that the kind of plot that often happens in zombie movies? Extremely powerful mutant zombies, or large numbers of them attacking buildings. If that's the case, it's still quite dangerous. But if Yang Ming is here, everything will be fine. The certainty in the girl's words made him look at Honxia. She has such confidence in herself. This kind of unreasonable trust. It really makes people subconsciously bear the responsibility. Or even take the initiative to assume it. Well, you're right. If an enemy comes, we must stop him with our troops. If a flood comes, we must block it with earth, mmmmmm. Looking at the young man who relaxed and stretched. Hongxia's body softened and she leaned on his legs. We will survive. You promised me that you would come to Neon to find me. A man's words should carry weight, right? Correct. Yang Ming held Hongxia in his arms and let her sit in his arms so that she could lean directly on his chest. Which would be more comfortable? It's so warm. I feel a little sleepy all of a sudden. The girl's blonde hair felt a little itchy against her chin. She was small in stature and looked very slender and soft everywhere. This was something Yang Ming had personally verified. The two people sat on the iron box with their backs against the cardboard box. The warmth between them released their suppressed emotions. And their frowns relaxed quietly. Hugging the sleeping Hongxia tightly. Yang Ming opened his attribute panel. This had become a habitual action. Every once in a while he would check if there were any changes on the achievement panel. Still no. Does my achievement reward have to be given to a girl? No answer. Is there any danger on the 7th day? Still not. So other people's systems are convenient. But it's difficult to figure out the puzzles with my own. Yang Ming has reached level 7. And Hongxia has reached level 6. It must be said that although the overall strength of the zombies has increased, their experience has also increased. Keep putting in the effort. Chinese letter 7 1 plus 6 Chinese letter 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 260 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter 35 Chinese letter. At the same time, the Skull Crusher can finally move on to the next point. Skull Crusher level 4, Fracture Crusher. You are a fracture maker. No one dares to offend you while you hold a sledgehammer. The damage of the sledgehammer is increased. Sprayer level 4, Shotgun Master. The shotgun is a very dangerous weapon in your hands. You are now a shotgun master. Shotgun damage increased. The breath from the girl's delicate nostrils splashed on the base of the arm that was hugging her, making her feel itchy for a moment. You sleep so soundly. Is it so easy to sleep on your own? Miss Ijichi's sleeping face was perfect. The basement was old and dilapidated. The warm light from a few lights sprinkled on the girl's ears. And her posture leaning in his arms seemed to be frozen. The unique girlish charm of 17. Faintly visible beneath her nearly transparent eyelids. Her eyelashes like butterfly whiskers bent by morning dew. Cast subtle shadows on her cheeks. And her body rose and fell slightly with each breath. Every time this happened, Yang Ming felt like he was dreaming. In his previous life, he was just a failed novelist. Not only did he travel through time inexplicably, he also came to this so-called survival game and met Hongxia. He was deeply attracted by the girl in his arms, and carefully adjusted her sleeping position so that she could sleep in his arms. She weighed only a little over 40 kilograms, but in Yang Ming's hands she was as light as a feather. From time to time, he could even use his free hand to pinch her very elastic face. Just pinching the skin a little bit can make you feel the tenderness of the girl's skin, which is so cute. After about half an hour, Yang Ming increased the strength in his hands a little bit. Yang Ming, stop pinching me. Wake up, you lazy pig. I'm not a lazy pig. If it were before, he would definitely not refuse her if she wanted to take a break. But now the pressure of time is like a mountain pressing down on her. Woo-woo right away. The girl's whimpering during her awakening process was like the sweet voice of a kitten calling for its mother. Yang Ming raised his arm slightly, letting her get closer to him. Chapter 49 Animal Hoarders. Well, Honxia woke up instantly, her pupils dilated. But she quickly relaxed and enjoyed the feeling of skin being tightly connected with his. No more kissing, I'm awake. Honxia jumped out of his arms and straightened her sailor uniform, which was wrinkled everywhere. Remember to add some good upgrade. You have reached level 7 and have 3 skill points to allocate. Chinese letter 7 1 plus 6 Chinese letter 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 260 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter 35% Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Parker level 2 Stuntman, you have mastered some skills. But sometimes your hospital bills are higher than your income. Parker level 3 Deathmaster, you are a person with high adrenaline and often do some crazy things. After confirming that Honxia was ready, Yang Ming pressed the switch on the basement wall, and the iron door leading to the outside world suddenly opened. The gun store and the liquor store. The people who were struggling to survive here at the time also made a lot of efforts to survive, including 2 roads connected to each other and a specially opened basement. But in the end, they could not escape the disaster. Back on the sunny street, Yang Ming looked at the building opposite the gun shop. Just next door, save some time, it is good. The 2 men's next target was a green iron house. This building is very strange. The outer extension of the wall is surrounded by a circle of iron fences. And the warning word "Stay Out" is written on the wall in bright red paint. Not only that, the 2 walked around the house and found that there was more behind the building. Halt man, stop kid, Ijichi dog and pig snacks. No recommended entrance was found, except for a pit extending into the back of the building, which showed signs of being artificially dug out of the soil. They were also very considerate and surrounded it with yellow warning signs. Just looking at this pothole gives people an illusion of danger. If you go in here, it will be very inconvenient to escape. Honxia looked at the hole, there was no ladder. Although she could use building blocks as a ladder to jump out. It didn't look right anyway. There is no way out from this entrance, forget it knock. Yang Ming shook his head. He could guess what was hidden inside the building from the slogans. There must be zombie dogs. Fighting in a narrow place with no way out was very dangerous. And the pigs, he hadn't seen them yet, so he wasn't sure if they posed any threat. Arriving at the front door, Yang Ming used a sledgehammer to smash the sealed door with just 1 blow. He then discovered that the corridor at the entrance was piled with thick bags of cement. The animal hoarder level 2, be careful of the dog. The number of 9mm bullets in Hongxia's backpack had already exceeded 3 digits. She held the pistol and looked around cautiously. Walk slower, slow down your pace. The name of the building further confirmed this fact. Now Yang Ming had to treat it with more caution than the 3rd-level building. To be frank, the most threatening thing about the gun shop we passed this morning was a zombie dog. But with this place and this name, there are probably going to be a lot of them. But it is a 2nd-level building, so it shouldn't be difficult. The 2 did not rush into the depths of the house, but came to the right side, which was connected to the kitchen. A lot of materials were also piled up in the narrow building. There were bags of cement, bags of mud, and yellow bags with feed paint printed on them. There was a trapdoor on the floor leading downstairs, which was locked shut. It seems that the tunnel outside leads to here. The things in the bags could not be knocked open with a stone axe. Yang Ming thought about it and immediately took out a stone shovel from his backpack. There were corn seeds in the feed bag. I got a lot of them after knocking them over. It seems that the planting plan for the farmland can be put on the agenda. Woo woo, it was still that unforgettable growl. Yang Ming immediately blocked Honxia behind him. The sledgehammer had begun to accumulate power. As long as that thing dared to appear in front of him, he would let it know what it meant to be crushed. Woo. The sound continued, but nothing appeared in front of the 2 people. Is it down there? Honxia looked at the trapdoor on the floor and spoke to Yang Ming in a low voice. Let me open it and take a look, be careful. Yang Ming lifted the trapdoor on the ground and found a pitch-black zombie dog circling the stairs. This thing couldn't climb the stairs. He stretched out his hand to stop Honxia from shooting. Then he took out a double-barreled shotgun and slowly walked down a flight of stairs. Zombies or hostile creatures in a building will only be triggered by approach. In other words, it is impossible to directly lure out all the zombies in a building with 1 shot. Similarly, when facing zombies, he can use his gun with confidence. It's a good opportunity to test the power of my new weapon on you. The double-barreled gun is still brand new and has never been fired. The mechanical aim locked onto the dark creature, and Yang Ming pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! Deadly sparks were released along with splashes of blood. One shot and seconds gone. This thing is indeed much more useful than the iron barrel gun. Yang Ming returned to the floor and began to change bullets. Standing back in the house, the clinking sound of metal shells jumping out of the ejection window was particularly crisp on the wooden floor. He pressed the folding button in the barrel with his left thumb and shook his wrist lightly, causing the double-barreled shotgun to split in the middle like origami. 2 red shells with blue smoke slid down automatically, bounced and fell into the tunnel. The reloading action ejects 2 shells, but in reality only 1 bullet is lost. He glanced at the ample supply of ammunition in his backpack. The shotgun made a crisp click and the bullet was loaded. If this house is full of these things, then guns are still useful. Although a sledgehammer can kill fat zombies instantly, the chassis of these animals are too low. If a sledgehammer is used, the distance advantage of being a long-handled weapon will be lost. It needs to be swung diagonally downward. This is a completely different attack route from attacking zombies. If you make a mistake, you will be bitten. Walk. Yang Ming and Honxia started moving again, heading deeper into the house. Just as they reached the living room carpet, 2 black shadows suddenly burst out from the doors of the 2 rooms on the right side of the living room. It's a zombie dog and a pig. The cast iron chandelier swayed as they charged forward. The pitch-black vicious dog was obviously faster. Its big, smelly mouth bared its fangs and claws, roaring and about to pounce on Yang Ming, who was walking in front. But it was greeted by the fury of a shotgun. Yang Ming's shotgun still maintained a downward shooting angle. Since he guessed that the main enemy here would be animals, he was mentally prepared. Chapter 50 Predator with 1 shot. The zombie dog that was almost flying close to the ground fell down with its empty neck tilted, while the wild boar behind it continued to charge forward with a grunt. Live! Just as he was about to pull the trigger of the shotgun, Honxia's pistol exploded and the wild boar fell to the ground with a bang. Now the dog and the pig on the sign outside are here. Honxia took out a hunting knife and stabbed the zombie dog. Rotten meat, bone animal, fat leather. Then she joined Yang Ming in watching the wild boar covered with gray bristles. It looks like a real wild boar, not the bloody mess of a zombie. If you stick a hunting knife in, you will know what is found after you look at what is dissected out. Raw meat, bones, animal, fat, leather. It must be a living creature. Otherwise, what would be obtained by dissection would be rotten meat, not raw meat. But how do living pigs and zombie dogs coexist peacefully? Honxia was happy because she got the raw meat, but she also started to think with doubts. Generally speaking, wild boars are quite powerful. It is still unknown who will win or lose if they really fight with zombie dogs. Moreover, we must know that normal creatures will fight with zombie creatures. It's the game setting. I guess they will continue to live in peace until we step into this building. Yang Ming and Honxia changed their bullets together and carefully watched the 2 rooms from which the 2 things rushed out. 1 bathroom and 1 small room for garbage. Judging from the structure of the house, there should be a master bedroom. Yang Ming looked at the wooden door sealed with wooden boards, which was also the last room connected to the living room. There was no movement until they dealt with the pigs and dogs. That strange Yuhi are the interior bedroom door sealed. The young man looked at the wooden door and felt that something was wrong. Maybe it was because the zombies attacked at that time. Soon she realized something was wrong. If the house was really attacked by zombies, the wooden board should be locked from the inside, not the outside. The wooden door was fixed on the outside with wood, which meant that the people outside the house felt threatened from inside and locked the room. Moreover, the main entrance of the house is still intact, which is enough to prove that the building was not conquered by zombies when the end of the world came. Let me open it and take a look. Maybe the supply point is here. Now that I'm here, how can I go back empty-handed? After all, it was just a 2nd-level building. They had just cleared a 3rd-level building this morning. The difficulty level, for Yang Ming it was just so-so. As he approached the wooden door with the sledgehammer, the strong stench of the corpse almost turned into black mist, and the cold air leaking out from the gap in the door made Honxia shiver. Yang Ming, back off. Honxia heard the movement of some kind of hunter. The sound of claws rubbing against the wooden floor. A zombie dog? No. That creature couldn't possibly make such a creepy sound given its size. Yang Ming also realized that something was wrong, so he switched from a sledgehammer to a shotgun. At that moment, a huge hole was instantly opened in the wooden door, and the terrifying head of a giant black creature stretched out from the hole, almost biting the young man's hand holding the shotgun. Roar! The moment the door was broken open, a roar that sounded like a wolf howling and a dog barking made the iron chains of the chandelier jingle. Yang Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and he subconsciously stepped back and fired. However, the thing was hit by a shotgun blast at such a close distance, and it only shook slightly. It continued to struggle to get out of the hole in the wooden door and bite and gnaw to its heart's content. Bang bang boom. The firepower from pistols and shotguns suddenly intertwined. With the power of the weapons in their hands, it was enough to tear the zombies into pieces in an instant. But that thing is still alive and well. The creature retained the skeleton of a wolf or dog, yet sported the rotting flesh and pitch-black fur of a zombie dog. Its vertebrae pierced its festering skin, forming jagged bone blades on its back that scraped like metal as its muscles contracted. Most horrifying of all was its half-melted head. The left eye socket was crawling with maggots, while the right eye retained the amber pupil of a canine, gleaming with a predatory light beneath its rotting lids. When Yang Ming's second shotgun shell exploded in the creature's jaw, the splattered rotten flesh was mixed with bone fragments. He clenched his back teeth. This beast was definitely not a zombie dog. Yang Ming decisively retracted the shotgun, turned around, carried Ijichi Hongka on his back, and ran out of the building without looking back. After taking 2 shotgun blasts, Honxia pulled the trigger 5 times, but even such high damage failed to kill the giant beast. The young man recalled the creature's size. It was more than twice as big as a zombie dog. Furthermore, its skeleton and body structure were similar to those of a canine. Wolf should be a zombie species of large wolf soon. With the tremendous force that smashed the zombie's body, Yang Ming carried Honxia directly to the bright street outside. But he still did not dare to stay and looked around for buildings that could create a height difference. Wood won't do. It needs to be at least stone or cement to be able to withstand the attack of that thing. The wooden door was broken from the inside in one go, and the damage was similar to what Yang Ming had done before when he was holding a stone sledgehammer. He didn't want to be hit by an attack of this intensity. Yang Ming, it's chasing us. Honxia was carried on his shoulders, although there was some bumpiness which affected his aim. Honxia raised her arm over his shoulder and prepared to shoot. Time was the most precious thing now. The best way to escape from danger was to go to a higher place. The surrounding buildings and trees were rapidly retreating. Yang Ming listened to the gunshots and the occasional roars of the giant beast, and felt that what was being conducted through his legs was not blood, but burning gasoline. Yang Ming took a fancy to the wall of a mausoleum. The walls here were made of rocks and, no matter what, they would not be destroyed by that thing in a few strokes. Building block was placed next to the wall. Yang Ming jumped onto the building block, then jumped up and placed another building block under his feet. He took Honxia over and stood on top of the wall. This time they were 3 meters above the ground. Ho ho. Just as the building blocks were taken back, the giant wolf had already arrived and was approaching the wall. Yang Ming held a sledgehammer in his hand and paid close attention to its movements. If it tried to jump up, he would smash it down on the spot. High attack, high health, high speed. These are all numbers without any mechanism. Honxia had already emptied a magazine and was replacing the bullets. Yang Ming, it doesn't seem to have the ability to jump. Seeing that the giant wolf had already started to gnaw and attack the stone bricks under the wall, I finally felt relieved. Chapter 51, Qualified Survivor. Taking out the shotgun to change bullets, Yang Ming was also very curious about how much health this guy had. 2 shotgun shells at the face, and a whole magazine of pistol. Theoretically, no carbon-based creature can withstand this damage. Boom, 2 shotgun shells fired quickly. And finally the giant wolf fell down with a wail, leaving behind a red trophy upgrade. You have reached level 8 and have 3 skill points to allocate. Yang Ming didn't hesitate and immediately maxed out his 2 main weapons. Chinese letter 8 1 plus 7 Chinese letter 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 270 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter 40 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Skull Crusher level 5. If someone dares to mess with you, you have 100 ways to smash their heads. Killing an enemy with a sledgehammer will restore 30 physical strength. Shotgun level 5. You have ascended to become the shotgun god. Your enemies will go to hell soon after encountering you. And the same is true for Honxia upgrade. You have reached level 7 and have 3 skill points to allocate. Chinese letter 8 1 plus 7 Chinese letter 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 270 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter 40 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Gunner level 4, a master of gunfights. You are already a master. You can take down an entire bar of chatterbox bastards in the blink of an eye. Gunner level 5, you are the fastest gunner. Loot untouched. The loot previously was all yellow. Maybe the good and bad items were given depending on the strength of the enemy. The moment they saw the spoils, Honxia and Yang Ming finally felt relieved. Honxia jumped down lightly and landed smoothly. With her 3rd level parkour skills, she could be considered a world-class athlete. Something fortunately. Powerful monsters can still drop this kind of items to make up for the loss of weapons and ammunition. Otherwise Yang Ming would really curse. Is this the strength a secondary building should have? Can this monster appear at this stage? Fortunately, I have upgraded my equipment. Otherwise, if I still use the iron pipe gun to shoot this guy, it would really be like primitive people fighting against Trisolarans. There are books and bullets and this. Honxia took out a strange object. And the appearance of that object was really unforgettable. Robot Turret V4. This device can be fired and reloaded like a gun, using robot turret ammunition as ammunition. You can also use a secondary action to install it on the ground. It has a ranged damage of 16.4 and a magazine size of 76. Such a sci-fi thing. Does it mean it can be automatically launched if you plug it into the ground? Yang Ming took over the robot turret and used it as a gun. It came with 76 bullets. If he put it on the ground, it would become a turret that could automatically search for enemies. The rusted armored shell was covered with hand-welded patches, with dark brown oil stains seeping from the seams. The ammunition belt feed slot on the rotating base exposed the dark red spring, and the dent where the shell was stuck was embedded with uncleaned copper chips. The hemispherical sensor array covered the sensor, and a parallel laser calibration notch divided the field of view into a dangerous scarlet sector. This is a weapon of the wisdom flow, but it can be used as a gun. A weapon without attribute enhancement points is not very powerful in the hand. Yang Ming tried it roughly. It has a low rate of fire and low power. The only valuable thing about it is that it can attack independently. However, when facing ordinary zombies, his own sledgehammer is more useful. If you're facing a high-speed zombie dog or the like, and there is no time to place it, you can kill it in seconds with a single spray. He curled his lips and put the thing back into his backpack. Unless you have a smart teammate who specifically places this thing, it is really useless. Let's continue exploring. I feel like that thing must be the final enemy of that building. Yeah, I think so too. I feel like it's a shame to go through so much trouble and not get the final supplies. Honxia nodded. If there were still such a terrifying existence, she would just have to deal with it in the same way as before. This monster doesn't have the ability to jump, so you can stand on a high place and use long-range attacks to kill it. After returning to the building, the two of them walked through the entire building carefully. Even the tunnel. After confirming that there were no zombies, Honxia began to search happily. Suitcase pile of bullets, car parts box, medication equipment box. Only after the building was completely cleaned did the two men walk out with lingering fear. This place should be the only building so far where the material return rate is not proportional to the danger. There was a ladder in the small room at the supply point that could lead to the top floor. Yang Ming went up to take a look and saw nothing there except a sofa made of miscellaneous items. The sofa pushed up with stone and wood looks like a throne. One can imagine that the original owner of this building saw himself in this way, sitting high above and looking down at the animals he raised below. What a bad taste, speaking of which. There's been some movement on my achievement panel. Honxia, do you think I should redeem it? Yang Ming looked at his achievement panel that popped up again. Achievement, you are already a qualified survivor, reward exchange. Tomorrow is the 7th day, will there be any danger? Yang Ming had also considered what Ijichi Hongka was thinking about. If all of his achievement rewards correspond to a girl, then it is obviously irresponsible to drag them into this dangerous world without any prerequisites. Although having an extra teammate is reassuring, I'll still have to wait until the 7th day to see how things go before redeeming it. The advice given by Honxia was exactly what Yang Ming wanted. He is a man with a sense of morality, and his behavior always reflects humanistic care. Although he himself is not aware of this,